Immortal family of the Clear River. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476, Comprehensive Disadvantage. After all the monks who chased the monster army returned to Jinshanfang that night, in order to celebrate the victory of the war, under the arrangement of Zhao Chuancheng, Xiao Rongsu and others, the monks of Jinshanfang specially moved a lot of spiritual wine from the treasury to reward the many monks who participated in the war. Except for those monks who were still cleaning the battlefield and on duty outside the city, all the monks who participated in the war relaxed for a while. Song Qingming, the Jindan's Henren, also personally attended this event and encouraged and praised the many monks who participated in the war and made great contributions. A few days later, in Song Qingming's cave, Song Yuanli led the law enforcement team monks and finally cleaned up all the corpses outside the city. He also counted the merits and casualties of all the monks who participated in the war after the Jinshanfang battle a few days ago. 7th Uncle, this time we killed a total of 9 level 2 monsters and more than 800 level 1 monsters. I have asked the law enforcement team to move all these monster materials into the treasury of the market city. After they are all classified in a few days, they can be used to reward those who have made contributions. After hearing Song Yuanli's excited report on the results of the battle, Song Qingming, who was sitting at the top, nodded with satisfaction and asked, "How much did we lose this time? Have you calculated the spiritual stones needed to compensate the debt in the battle?" In this battle, in addition to Senior Zhao, more than 160 Qi refining cultivators died in the battle. According to your previous instructions, each Qi refining cultivator will receive 150 spiritual stones for compensation, and the total compensation will cost about 25,000 spiritual stones. However, in addition to part of the monster materials being used as rewards, it is estimated that there are still more than 20,000 spiritual stones of materials left, which is almost enough for compensation later. Only the Zhao family may need you to talk to the sect to see how much good deeds to reward them is more appropriate. When Song Yuanli mentioned the losses in this war, his excited face slowly returned to calm. Although the human cultivators won a great victory over the monsters, they also paid a heavy price of more than 100 cultivators dying on the spot, and even one foundation building cultivator died in the war. Although the low-level monsters on the monster side did not have much advantage, the number of second-level monsters was almost twice that of Jinshanfang. If it weren't for Song Qingming, Xiao Rongsu and other masters in the late foundation building stage who could hold back several second-level monsters, the losses of the human cultivators in this battle would probably be even greater than they are now. After hearing the specific casualties counted by Song Yuanli, Song Qingming thought for a moment, then sighed and said, "I will remember this. You can inform the Zhao family first. After the war, I will find a way to let the sect compensate them with a foundation building pill. Although Zhao Mengzhan and I don't have a strong friendship, we have met several times. When you meet the people from the Zhao family, you need to comfort them and don't let them feel disappointed. Don't worry, 7th Uncle, Yuanli has remembered it. You have been busy with these things day and night these days. It's hard for you. After you finish this, you should go back and have a rest. Don't delay your cultivation." In this battle, our law enforcement team didn't have the opportunity to participate in the battle. Compared with everyone fighting with monsters on the battlefield, we just did some aftermath. How can we say that we worked hard? 7th Uncle, you are too kind. Hearing Song Qingming's words, Song Yuanli replied with a guilty look on his face. The monks of the law enforcement team could only hide in the back to supervise the battle. They had been watching everyone fighting the monsters on the battlefield, and naturally they felt uncomfortable. In addition, after the war, the law enforcement team punished many monks who were sneaky and disobedient on the battlefield, and they naturally suffered a lot of criticism in the market these days. Now the monks of the law enforcement team are also eager to try, hoping that they can go to the battlefield to make achievements next time to prove the ability and courage of their law enforcement team. Song Qingming naturally knew something about the situation of their law enforcement team. After hearing what Song Yuanli was thinking, Song Qingming shook his head slightly and said solemnly, "Your law enforcement team's supervision of the battle is not only an important guarantee for the entire war, but also the last line of defense in the market. Don't listen to what others say and forget the heavy responsibility you bear. With you, we can rest assured to go into battle and kill the enemy." Although your law enforcement team did not achieve any merit on the battlefield in this battle, it also made great contributions to the entire war. It's just that now is the time when we are fighting against the monsters, and I am afraid that rewarding your law enforcement team will attract too much criticism. Don't worry, after the monster turmoil is over, everyone will be rewarded according to their merits. Then I would like to thank 7th Uncle on behalf of all the brothers. Although he failed to get permission from Song Qingming to participate in the next battle, at least he also won some credit for his men. Song Yuanli's disappointed expression improved slightly. After Song Yuanli left, Wang Xian stepped forward and said with a smile, Yuanli is a little impatient. How about giving him a chance to hone his skills on the battlefield next time? Song Qingming smiled and waved his hand and said, it's not that I have a selfish desire not to let him go to the battlefield, but I am still a little worried about handing over the law enforcement team to other people now. By the way, how is Qingyu? Is her injury no big problem? I went to see her yesterday. Although Sister Qingyu's injury has not fully recovered, it is not a big problem. I estimate that after taking the healing pill, she will be able to recover in about half a month. Hearing Song Qingming asking about Song Qingyu, Wang Xian hurriedly explained. Song Qingyu was too popular on the battlefield in this battle, and was besieged by 3 or 4 level 2 monsters at the same time. Fortunately, Wang Xian came to help in time and did not let her encounter too much crisis. However, after the war, Song Qingyu immediately went into seclusion to heal her wounds, and even did not attend the celebration banquet in the evening, which made Song Qingming a little worried about her injuries. Seeing that Song Qingyu's injuries did not have much impact, Song Qingming breathed a sigh of relief. Although only more than 100 monks from Jinshanfang died in this battle, more than 300 people were injured like Song Qingyu and needed to rest temporarily and could not continue to fight. At this time, the overall strength of Jinshanfang had actually weakened a lot compared to before the war with the monsters. Moreover, it was not only the loss of monks, but also the spiritual stones for running the formation, the spiritual talismans, elixirs, magic tools and other spiritual objects lost by many monks in the war. These also made Song Qingming a little worried now. Although Song Qingming had issued an imperial edict to all families in Pingyang County and Qing County after the war to collect these important strategic materials, it would definitely take some time. If another army of monsters came at this time, Jinshanfang would still be in great danger. Fortunately, after the monsters retreated to the north, although they still stayed in Huangling Valley hundreds of miles away from Jinshanfang, they did not go south to attack Jinshanfang on a large scale. Only a small group of monsters began to bypass Jinshanfang and attack the sacred mountains in the north of Pingyang County. However, these monsters were not strong in both size and strength. Although they also posed a certain threat to the Immortal cultivation families in the north of Pingyang County, they did not cause much damage under the rescue organized by the monks in Jinshanfang. After Song Qingming was worried for a few days, good news finally came from Jinshanfang. After more than half a month of long journey, the monks from Luoyang County and Jiangling County finally arrived in Jinshanfang. 10 foundation building monks and nearly 1,000 Qi refining monks entered Jinshanfang, which gradually dissipated the worry in Song Qingming's heart. Just after Jinshanfang fought with a monster army for more than 10 days, some news came from other battlefields of Uyghur where they fought with monsters. The many demon kings under Jinayashan were still besieging Jianfang. These demon kings had been dealing with Xiaoyao sect for many years. After going south to besiege Jianfang, they fought a great battle with Xiaoyao sect. Although both sides suffered losses, the more powerful demon beast still had a lot of advantages. Xiaoyao sect not only lost a lot of cultivators, but even the giant and elder Zhao Fenglian was accidentally injured by the demon king in this battle and returned to the sect to heal. Fortunately, Jianfang still had a very powerful top-grade mountain protection formation. Although the demon beasts had some advantages at the moment, it was still difficult to capture this place in a short time. The situation on Qi Mountain was also a little tense. Although there was only one young demon king in the early Jinden stage attacking there, the strength of this demon was still much stronger than Feng Yang, who had only formed a fake elixir. The two sides only fought once, and Feng Yang was quickly defeated and hid in the mountain protection formation, and did not dare to come out to fight again. Fortunately, before Chen Jinlian passed away, he still left a lot of useful assets to Qi Mountain. With the help of several third-level spiritual objects left by Chen Liaozhu, Feng Yang could still hold on for a while with the third-level mountain protection on Qi Mountain. Compared with the situation in Yianfeng and Toyin Mountain, the situation in Tixianbao was even worse. Although Chen Jinglian, together with Ma Hongshan and Chu Fengping, hunted down a black flame tiger, which posed the greatest threat to them, decades ago, there were as many as 4 demon kings heading towards Tixianbao for some reason. After the demon beast army in the west surrounded Tixianbao, Xiao Aozong also quickly lost the news from the Ma family. Now they didn't know what the situation was in Tixianbao now, but in this case, it was definitely a bit dangerous. Although there was also a third-level mountain protection formation in Tixianbao, facing the siege of so many demon kings, even if the Ma family could hold on for a while, without strong reinforcements, it would be difficult for them to hold on until the demon beast turmoil ended. After learning that the situation on several other battlefields was somewhat passive, Song Qingming's face also showed a trace of surprise. Although Song Qingming had a premonition in his heart that the Uyghur side might not be able to survive this monster riot as easily as 100 years ago, he did not expect that this war had just begun and his side had already fallen into a comprehensive disadvantage so quickly. Chapter 477 Conspiracy. Now, after the battle with the monsters began in the 4 major battlefields in the north of the Wei Kingdom, only Jinshanfang, where Song Qingming was, still had a little initiative on the battlefield. After learning this not-so-good news, Song Qingming's face, which had just been relaxed, became a little solemn again. However, in order not to affect the overall morale of Jinshanfang, Song Qingming still did not inform all the cultivators under his command of this unfavorable news. Only the dozens of foundation-building cultivators knew some of the inside story. After knowing the poor situation in other locations, Song Qingming also stepped up preparations for war. Although Jinshanfang had just received reinforcements from cultivators in Liuyang and Jiangling, there were now more than 2,000 cultivators defending in the market. But in the past 10 days, according to the news from the law enforcement team, there have been small groups of monsters moving south from the north, and the number of monsters gathering in Huangling Valley has increased every day, and the strength of the monsters is also slowly increasing. Faced with this situation, although Jinshanfang won the first battle and gained a certain initiative, it was far from eliminating the threat of monsters in the north. Song Qingming could not take care of the situation in other places for a while, and could only continue towards the rear areas to speed up the transportation of materials needed for the war to Jinshanfang. Before the monster rebellion, the major immortal cultivation families in the north of Uyghur would prepare in advance and store a batch of spiritual talismans, elixirs, magic tools, spiritual rice, and other strategic materials needed for the war. After the war began, these immortal cultivation families would take the initiative to transport the stored spiritual objects to the front line for support. In addition to exchanging some valuable monster materials, they could also get a lot of sect merits, which was also something that the major foundation-building families were very happy to do. With the order issued by Song Qingming, the giant and ancestor, the major foundation-building families in Jiangling County took out the spiritual objects stored in their own treasuries and began to transport them to the front line of Jinshanfang in batches. These strong logistical support in the rear was also a huge reliance for the front-line cultivators of Jinshanfang to persist in fighting. In order to prepare for the next upcoming war, Song Qingming also stepped up his closed-door training. In the past few years after the Dan formation, Song Qingming spent most of his time on refining his life magic weapon 5-color Divine Light Mirror. As for his own skills, because he switched to a new skill after the Dan formation, Song Qingming has just practiced a 5-element Zhuan Gangju to the late stage of foundation building. It is estimated that it will take another 2 or 3 years to break through to the Jinden stage. Now he uses several spells from the Yuxin Sutra that he has been practicing before when facing the enemy. This time, after ambushing the White Lion Demon King and trapping the Demon King with a psychedelic array, Song Qingming was about to give it a fatal blow. Suddenly, he had an idea and tried to attach the invisible escape light needle that he had practiced for many years directly to the magic weapon King Liu's sword. Unexpectedly, after the invisible escape light needle covered the King Liu sword, it not only successfully concealed most of the breath of this magic weapon as Song Qingming expected, but also increased the power of the King Liu sword when facing the enemy. Because of this, Song Qingming took advantage of the White Lion Demon King's lack of reaction, quietly controlled a green willow sword to approach it silently, and immediately launched a surprise attack. Unexpectedly, this sword not only successfully defeated the White Lion Demon King's protective aura, But also the White Lion Demon King's powerful body was like tofu, and was easily penetrated by the Green Willow Sword. If the White Lion Demon King had not controlled his own inner elixir in time to block the next attack of the Green Willow Sword, Song Qingming might have had a chance to keep him. When he was still in the foundation building period, after Song Qingming refined the invisible escape light needle, he actually tried to cover it on his second-level flying sword, but after the successful covering, he failed to enhance the magic weapon he controlled, and even the effect of helping to hide the breath was not very obvious. Later, Song Qingming gave up this idea. Song Qingming did not expect that after his invisible light needle was cultivated to the peak, it would be covered on the third-level magic weapon to greatly increase its effect. Although he failed to kill the White Lion Demon King in this battle, Song Qingming still gained a lot in the battle. After the situation in Jinshanfang stabilized, Song Qingming also took the time to retreat and began to practice the coordination of invisible light needle and his own magic weapon Qingli's sword. As long as he could improve his proficiency in this aspect, Song Qingming would be able to defeat the White Lion Demon King head-on in the next battle. After all, the IQ of the third-level Demon King is no different from that of ordinary people. Using the psychedelic array can only be used once at most. A high-level demon beast of the level of the White Lion Demon King would not be stupid enough to be easily fooled by Song Qingming for the second time. However, Jinshanfang did not relax for too long. After repairing for more than a month, the White Lion Demon King regrouped and led his army of demon beasts to the outside of Jinshanfang. Next, the monsters and the human cultivators fought a bloody battle outside Jinshanfang again. This time, because the strength of the cultivators on the Jinshanfang side was much stronger than before, the advantage of the monsters was no longer so obvious, and the overall combat power of the two sides was basically evenly matched. In addition to the low-level monsters and cultivators below, the White Lion Demon King, whose injuries had almost recovered, also fought another battle with Song Qingming outside the market. In this battle, Song Qingming, who had already skillfully used the invisible escape light needle to bless the power of the magic weapon, was able to gain the upper hands in the direct confrontation with the White Lion Demon King. In the end, the White Lion Demon King relied on the help of several powerful late-stage foundation-building monsters under his command to barely tie with Song Qingming. In the end, the two sides slowly ended the battle after mutual damage, and left hundreds of corpses outside Jinshanfang. Because the human cultivators were defending at home, with the Jinshanfang mountain protection formation behind them, their overall losses were much less than those of the monsters. After seeing how powerful Song Qingming was and the strong defense force in Jinshanfang, the White Lion Demon King did not rashly drive the Demon Beast army to attack Jinshanfang directly. Instead, he commanded the Demon Beast army to gather to the east of Jinshanfang and confronted the monks of Jinshanfang. After the war, although the Demon Beast side still had the advantage in numbers, the human cultivators had the support of several mountain protection formations in Jinshanfang, and could borrow the second-level flying cloud crossbow and a steady stream of various spiritual objects to help. The gap in strength between the two sides was not much different. It was not very likely that the Demon Beast side would want to break through Jinshanfang head-on. After the confrontation between Jinshanfang and the monks for half a month, the White Lion Demon King attacked the market several times head-on, but still could not find a chance to bite off the hard bone of Jinshanfang. After several battles, the Demon Beast side suffered a lot of losses and lost many low-level Demon Beasts because of the forced attack. Even more than a dozen second-level Demon Beasts were killed by Jinshanfang. Seeing that there was no hope of attacking Jinshanfang head-on, the White Lion Demon King slowly changed his original strategy of attacking Jinshanfang. He began to order some of his demon beasts to secretly bypass Jinshanfang and enter Pingayang County, attacking the sacred mountains near Jinshanfang. The White Lion Demon King himself led the demon beast army to continue to stay outside Jinshanfang, and began to command these demon beasts to take turns to harass and attack the market on a small scale, attracting the attention of all the monks in Jinshanfang. As the news that several surrounding sacred mountains were breached by demon beasts spread to Jinshanfang, many Pingayang County monks in the market suddenly became a little panicked. Although they were in the market, their relatives and friends were still in their homes in Pingayang County in the south, and they naturally began to worry about their own safety. The purpose of the White Lion Demon King's move was to force the Jinshanfang monks to take the initiative to fight him. As long as they left the market without the mountain protection formation and those tricky flying cloud crossbows, the Jinshanfang monks would inevitably find it difficult to defeat the demon beast army in the wild. Facing the conspiracy of the White Lion Demon King, Song Qingming and other high-level monks in Jinshanfang knew it well and did not fall for it. They immediately left the city to fight the monsters. If they chose to take the initiative to come out of Jinshanfang to fight the monster army, it would definitely play into the hands of the White Lion Demon King, and the human cultivators would definitely suffer. But if they completely ignored the monsters and allowed them to wreak havoc in Pingyang County, once most of Pingyang County fell into the hands of the monsters, it would inevitably shake the morale of the army over time. In order to appease the many Pingyang County monks in Jinshanfang, Song Qingming immediately ordered the command of many immortal cultivation families in the north of Pingyang County to resolutely implement the tactics of fortifying the walls and clearing the fields, and take the initiative to abandon those sacred mountains that are difficult to defend, save their strength to gather in Huan Mountain in the south, and organize forces to jointly resist the monster army heading south. Afterwards, Song Qingming quickly dispatched several foundation-building monks headed by Cao Rongsu, and led a group of relatively elite Qi Refining monks to quickly rush to Huan Mountain, and divided troops to support the monks who stayed in the south of Pingyang County. In order to facilitate their rapid action, Song Qingming even lent his second-level flying boat to Cao Rongsu. After Cao Rongsu and others arrived at Huan Mountain first and joined many monks gathered there, the monks of Pingyang County quickly used the method of luring the enemy deep into the depths, severely damaging some of the demon beasts that were heading south at the foot of Huan Mountain, and blocked them in front of Huan Mountain. Although many places in the north of Pingyang County temporarily fell into the hands of demon beasts, because Song Qingming issued a retreat order early, except for the first few Qi Refining families who did not evacuate in time and suffered relatively large losses, other immortal cultivation families soon gave up their own Lingshan and retreated directly to Huan Mountain after receiving the order. During the last monster riot, the White Lion Monster King suddenly attacked Jinshanfang. The sacred mountains of the major immortal cultivation families in the north of Pingyang County were swept by the monster army, causing them to suffer huge losses. Many of the immortal cultivation families have since perished. After all, every failure is a lesson learned. In order to be on the safe side, these many immortal cultivation families who had suffered losses had already sent some mortals to the south of Pingyang County before this monster riot. Although the monster army that was divided into troops and marched south broke through many sacred mountains, the human race lost a small number of mortals, and the overall loss of cultivators was not actually that great. Chapter 478 Li Mufang's Intention. After receiving the news of the great victory over the monsters from Huan Mountain, the hearts of the people in Jinshanfang finally settled down. Although Huan Mountain temporarily blocked the vanguard of the monster army heading south, facing the 600 or 700 monsters that gathered south again, Cao Rongsu and his men on the mountain only had less than 300 monks in total, and most of them were the old, weak, and disabled who stayed behind. There was still a big gap in strength, and they could only rely on the Huan Mountain protection formation to resist. Fortunately, Song Yuanfang had just brought dozens of monks from Qing County who were transporting supplies to the north to the nearby area, and rushed to Huan Mountain for support in time, which bought time for the Huan Mountain monks to summon the family monks in the south for support, helping Cao Rongsu and his men to slowly stabilize their position. Compared with the small-scale fighting between the main forces of the two sides in Jinshanfang, the fighting on Huan Mountain became more and more intense. After several battles, both sides suffered a lot of losses. Even Song Yuanfang, who was originally responsible for transporting supplies, was very unlucky and was seriously injured in this battle. There were only 5 foundation-building cultivators on Huan Mountain, including Song Yuanfang who came to support. Even though Cao Rongsu and his team had killed one of the monsters, there were still 9 level 2 monsters. Not only was the number of low-level cultivators on Huan Mountain far less than that on the monsters, but the high-level combat power of both sides was also very different. After Song Yuanfang arrived at Huan Mountain to support, he was immediately forced to the battlefield by Cao Rongsu. Although Song Yuanfang had successfully built his foundation a few years ago and had 2 level 2 magic weapons, he did not have much experience in fighting, and his strength was relatively weak among the foundation-building cultivators. After several battles with the monsters, the weaker Song Yuanfang was soon targeted by a monster in the middle stage of foundation building. In the melee, he was suddenly attacked from behind by the monster and slapped to the ground with a claw. Later, he was almost roasted on the spot by the real fire sprayed by the monster. Fortunately, Song Yuanfang still had a second-level middle-grade defensive talisman given to him by Song Qingming, which helped him absorb most of the damage in time, so he didn't lose his life on the battlefield and escaped back to Funiu Mountain in time. Although he saved his life in time, this injury directly injured several important meridians in Song Yuanfang's body. Even if Song Yuanfang can slowly recover in the future, it will greatly affect the progress of his cultivation. If things go wrong, there will be no hope of forming a pill in this life. Knowing that Song Yuanfang had just successfully built his foundation and had no experience in fighting, Song Qingming deliberately left him in the relatively safe rear family. Unexpectedly, Song Qingming's arrangement was intended to take care of Song Yuanfang, who was relatively weak, but by chance, he encountered the more dangerous Funiu Mountain battle. After receiving the news that Song Yuanfang was seriously injured and sent back to Funiu, Song Qingming, who was in Jinshanfang, also showed a helpless look. They were in this world of cultivation full of crises, and there was almost no place that could have eternal peace. Even someone as lucky as Song Yuanfang, who was born in the Song family, which was already powerful, and who successfully built his foundation under the care of Song Qingming, the family's giant ancestor, would still encounter these sudden crises. If he wanted to practice better, every cultivator had to find a way to strengthen himself as quickly as possible. After several battles with the monsters under the leadership of Cao Rongsu, the Funiu Mountain cultivators suffered some losses and heavy casualties, but they did not disappoint Song Qingming and others who were far away in Jinshanfang. They gritted their teeth and defended the important position of Funiu Mountain to prevent the monsters from continuing to move south. In this way, the two battlefields of Jinshanfang and Funiu Mountain fell into anxiety again. The monster army led by the White Lion Demon King did not conquer the two strongholds of Jinshanfang and Funiu Mountain, and they did not dare to continue to move south. Otherwise, once they penetrated into the human territory, they would be cut off by the monks of Jinshanfang. The low-level monsters with low IQs died, but the high-level monsters like the White Lion Monster King were not brave enough to take the risk, so they could only confront Song Qingming and his men in Jinshanfang. In this way, the two sides had been deadlocked near Jinshanfang for more than half a year. During this period, the human cultivators and the monster army fought several battles, but in the end, no one could do anything to the other. Song Qingming and the White Lion Monster King fought several times, and although they were able to gain some advantages, they could not do much to this cunning Monster King. After all, although the White Lion Monster King's fighting ability was not as good as Song Qingming's current one, his cultivation was still a little higher than his. The gap in strength between the two sides was not that big, and it was still a little unlikely for Song Qingming to kill it head-on by himself. Xia Oyo Sect, Xia Oyo Hall of Guiyang Mountain. Li Mufang stood above the hall, listening to the Guangling's Henren with a sad face reporting the battle situation in various places on the front line of Uyghur. More than half a year has passed since the Northern Frontier Monster Rebellion began. Except for Jinshanfang, which is still in a stalemate with the White Lion Monster King, the situation in other battlefields is even worse. In Guiyangfang, Bai Yuxin led the main cultivators of Xiaoyao sect. Although they relied on the mountain protection formation to block the siege of many monster kings in Funiu Mountain, they could only hide in the market and passively take the beating, without any power to fight back. Although Guiyangfang, a third-level spiritual vein that is very important to the sect, is still in the hands of Xiaoyao sect, in order to defend this spiritual vein in the past 6 months, Xiaoyao sect has not only lost thousands of Qi refining disciples, but also lost 40 or 50 foundation-building cultivators. These low-level cultivators are extremely valuable fresh blood in Xiaoyao sect. Once the losses are too great in dealing with a monster rebellion, the overall strength of Xiaoyao sect in the future will inevitably be greatly affected. What is more worrying is the Xiaoyao sect. 2 giant elders have been injured in the Battle of Guiyangfang. They have temporarily lost their fighting power and returned to the sect to recuperate. Although Chen Zuixin, who is used as a backup force in the Xiaoyao sect, has already rushed to Guiyangfang to help, there is still a big gap between the two sides in terms of Jinden-level fighting power on the battlefield. There are a total of 10 Funiu Mountain Demon Kings who attacked Guiyangfang this time, which is more than the last Demon Beast turmoil. There are 3 powerful Demon Kings in the late Jinden period. In contrast, there are only 5 Jinden monks in the Xiaoyao sect who can fight in Guiyangfang now. After the Demon Beast army surrounded Guiyangfang, several Demon Kings have already crossed Guiyangfang with some Demon Beasts and entered several counties south of Guiyangfang. Recently, Master Guangling has also been taking the important mobile forces left in the sect to put out fires in the north of Weiguo. Although the Xiaoyao sect defended many important Lingshan strongholds with the efforts of Guangling's Henren and others, most of the Gaoyan counties south of Gianfang fell into the hands of monsters. For a time, this place was just like Pingyan County in the past, and it immediately turned into a tragic scene of devastation. Although Fenyang on Qi Mountain seemed to be in danger, it was unknown what powerful trump card Fenyang used. He actually managed to injure the Cloud Crane and temporarily resolve the crisis. Although Qi Mountain is still surrounded by monsters and the situation is very critical at any time, they are still firmly guarding Lingshan and have not allowed the monsters there to cross Qi Mountain on a large scale. Although there has been no news from Tixianbao, Xiaoyao sect has not seen a large number of monsters crossing Tixianbao, and can also judge that the Ma family is still resisting. As for the specific situation in Tixianbao, they are not clear. Now Xiaoyao sect is not able to cope with the main force of the monster beasts from Gianfang, and there is no extra force to help them. Even if Xiaoyao sect knows their difficulties, they can do nothing to help. Uncle Li, although junior sister Bai and the others have suffered heavy losses, they can still hold on for a while. However, our losses in Gaoyan County are too great. Now 2 monster kings have appeared in Gaoyan County. It is difficult for me to deal with them alone. Guangling, I understand what you mean. Are you planning to go to the treasury and take away the 3rd level puppet beast of the sect when you come back this time? After hearing the complaints of Master Guangling, Li Mufang said his thoughts calmly. The 3rd level puppet beast mentioned by Li Mufang is the only 3rd level puppet beast in Xiaoyao sect. The grade of this puppet beast has reached the 3rd level middle grade. Under the control of 2 foundation building cultivators, the strength it can exert in a short period of time can be comparable to that of a giant and early stage cultivator. When Master Guangling saw that Li Mufang had pointed out his fault directly, he was embarrassed for a moment, then nodded and said, although I am determined to defend the sect's territory, I am also suffering from my own lack of strength. I really don't have the confidence to stop the 2 demon kings. Li Mufang turned his head to think for a moment. Then turned around and said to Master Guangling with a normal expression, I know your difficulties, but I have planned to use this puppet beast for another purpose. I can't let you take it to Gaoyan County now. You still need to think of a way to deal with the situation there, Uncle Li. The situation in Gaoyan County is so critical now, and junior sister Bai and Gianfang can still hold on for the time being. I really don't understand why you still want to take this puppet beast to Gianfang. Looking at the puzzled look on Master Guangling's face, Li Mufang quickly shook his head and said, I am not going to take this puppet beast to Gianfang, but I plan to transfer it to Jinshanfang to help Qingming fight off the demon beasts in Jinshanfang first, so that they can be free to support Gianfang later. Support Jinshanfang? Hasn't junior brother Song already blocked the army of monsters in the east? Even if they can get away, with only junior brother Song and the few people in Jinshanfang, they won't be able to do much when they go to Gianfang. After hearing Li Mufang's explanation, Master Guangling seemed even more confused than before. He really couldn't guess what Li Mufang's intention was. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479, Opportunity to Break Through. Now, all the important combat forces of the Xiaoyao sect that can be used at the Jinden level have been sent to various battlefields, leaving only the 3rd level middle grade puppet beast in the sect's treasury. This puppet beast can be used well and is equivalent to a Jinden cultivator. Back then, Chu Fengping faced the 2 demon kings who broke through Jinshanfang alone. It was with the help of this puppet beast that he blocked the demon beast army in the north of Pingyan County. For the Xiaoyao sect today, this is the sect's last and most critical Jinden combat force. Li Mufang did not use it in Gaoyan County to resist the demon beast army that had already moved south, but instead transferred it to support Jinshanfang. This really made Guangling's Henren, who was standing below, a little confused. You have to know that the several counties of Jiangling County on the side of Jinshanfang are all relatively remote places in Weiguo, far less prosperous than Gaoyan County, which is backed by Gianfang. In terms of importance to the sect, Gaoyan County must be ranked first. Furthermore, Gaoyan County further south enters Guian County, which is the core territory of the sect that has been operating for thousands of years. Whether it is the spiritual veins, spiritual fields or the number of cultivators and mortals, it is not comparable to the other counties of Uyghur. Once the demon beast army heading south from Guianfang breaks through the last line of defense of Gaoyan County and enters Guian County in the south, the entire Uyghur cultivation world will probably suffer the most serious loss in the past 2,000 years. Once the number of mortals in the sect territory is too large, the number of new cultivators in Xiaoyao sect will also drop sharply, and it will be difficult to recover in a short period of time. Without a stable injection of fresh blood, even a large Yuanying sect like Xiaoyao sect, which has been established for thousands of years, is destined to decline over time. Which is more important between Gaoyan County and Jinshanfang, even Guangling's Henren can see it at a glance. Li Mufeng, the sect's supreme elder who has controlled Xiaoyao sect for hundreds of years, naturally cannot be unaware of the relationship between them. Li Mufeng waved his hand at Guangling's Henren who was full of doubts and continued, "This time the monster turmoil is different from the past. It has only been half a year, and the sect has suffered such a great loss. The longer the time is delayed, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. During this period, I have been planning a strategy to counterattack the monsters. If it can be successfully implemented, the sect is about 50% sure to end this turmoil ahead of schedule. This is also the most needed opportunity to break the deadlock. However, everything is not fully prepared now. In order to prevent other changes in the plan, I can't tell you all the situation for the time being. The sect in Gaoyan County still needs you to hold on for a while." After hearing the shocking words from Li Mufeng, Guangling's Henren finally reacted, stepped forward and nodded, saying, "Disciple understands, please rest assured, as long as I, Yang Guangling, am still alive, I will never let a monster cross Gaoyan County easily." After Guangling's Henren finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to return directly to Gaoyan County. Just as he was about to reach the door of the hall, a golden talisman suddenly flew from above the hall into his hand. "Take this talisman first. If you encounter a crisis, this talisman should be able to buy you some time. Be sure to use it carefully." Master Guangling turned around and glanced at Li Mufeng, who had turned his back. After a slight salute, he was moved and put away the golden talisman and left Guiyang Mountain quickly. Tixin Fort, in the main hall of the Ma family. Since the monster riot, the Ma family has been defending Tixin Fort alone for half a year. Today, Ma Hongshan no longer has the heroic demeanor he had at the Qi Mountain Trade Fair, and his face is also tired and sad. Ma Hongshan, who had just gone through a battle, still had many traces of the battle on his clothes. He was listening to a foundation building cultivator below reporting the battle situation he had just received. "Uncle San, I just got the news that Funiu Mountain was breached by the army of monsters yesterday." Ma Hongshan, who was sitting at the head of the hall, asked with a puzzled look on his face after hearing the news. "Didn't we send people to support them a few days ago? How come the Yu family lost Funiu Mountain so quickly? Did these people desert the battlefield?" Seeing that a trace of anger had appeared on the face of the giant and ancestor Ma Hongshan above, the Ma family cultivator who is reporting the battle situation hesitated for a moment, and then directly replied to Ma Hongshan, "According to the cultivators who escaped back, the Silver Elephant Demon King suddenly appeared in Funiu Mountain yesterday and caught us off guard. Except for the 20 or 30 people who escaped back, most of the Yu family cultivators were killed on the spot. When Jing Zhuan led his men to the scene, he unfortunately ran into the Silver Elephant Demon King. In order to cover the retreat of others, he took the initiative to lead the Demon King away. Later, what happened to Jing Zhuan? Tell me quickly. I just went to the ancestral temple to check, and Jing Zhuan's soul lamp has gone out." The Ma family's foundation building cultivator who came to report said this with some difficulty, and a few tears flowed down his face involuntarily. Since the start of the monster turmoil, the Ma family has lost hundreds of clansmen in the past 6 months in order to defend the Iron Immortal Fort. These people are all cultivators trained by the Ma family for many years, and they are also their blood relatives and brothers. Seeing familiar clansmen fall in front of him one by one, even though the man in front of him is already a successful foundation-building cultivator, he still couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness in his heart. Hearing the news that his family had lost another foundation-building cultivator, Ma Hongshan found it hard to accept in his heart. He clenched his fist slightly, and after a long time he sighed and said, "First, control all the cultivators from the Yu family who escaped back, and don't let the news that Funiu Mountain was breached by monsters spread. The news should also be blocked from Jingxuan. The morale of the army must not be shaken at this time. The foundation building cultivator standing below nodded and said, "Don't worry, uncle. I have arranged this before I came. All the cultivators from the Yu family have been locked up in the back mountain." Mo Hongxuan nodded and said, "I'm at ease with you doing it. It doesn't matter if Funiu Mountain is lost. As long as we can defend Tixin Fort, we can get them back later. It's just that the situation is critical now. I hope God bless the Ma family and we can successfully survive this disaster." "Uncle, what's the situation over at Funiu Mountain? Did Feng Yang say that he had injured the Yun Monster King? Why haven't they come to help yet? Does Patriarch Chen really not want to take care of us this time?" Mo Hongxuan sighed and said, "Ancestor Chen's lifespan is already running out. I'm afraid he has already passed away after not hearing from him for so long. Funiu Mountain doesn't dare to say it directly now in order to stabilize people's hearts. Feng Yang, this junior, was honest in front of me at the beginning. Now he has just formed a fake elixir. He really thinks he is a giant and cultivator. He has been perfunctory in his letters several times. I really don't know why Chen Jinlian chose to hand over Funiu Mountain to such a thing. If I had known that Feng Yang was such a ruthless and ungrateful person, when Chen Jinlian came to me to discuss this matter, I should not have agreed to help him support Feng Yang to form an elixir. Entrusting Funiu Mountain to this person, Chen Jinlian is really blind." When mentioning Feng Yang of Funiu Mountain, Mo Hongxuan's face also showed a trace of disgust at this moment, venting his dissatisfaction with Feng Yang. When Chen Jinlian came to Ma Hongxuan to discuss the attack on Delhi Mountain, their three-party alliance actually had their own purposes. The reason why Chen Jinlian took the lead in this matter was to support his disciple Feng Yang to form a fake elixir, so that he could help him defend Funiu Mountain, which was created with great difficulty. Xia Oyo sect wanted to turn spiritual stones and put its own forces into Funiu Mountain. The new market established by both parties in Funiu Mountain over the years also made Xia Oyo sect earn a lot of spiritual stones. In order to defend this new market, Xia Oyo sect also specially sent a group of foundation building and Qi Refining monks to support Funiu Mountain after the monster riot. The biggest purpose of the Ma family's help was to clean up the Great Black Mountain, which posed the greatest threat to the northwest of Uyghur, and to make some preparations as early as possible so that their lives would be better during the next monster riot. Ma Hongxuan also knew that after Chen Jinlian passed away, Funiu Mountain would lose this powerful golden elixir ancestor, and the overall strength would definitely plummet. It might not be able to rush to the Iron Immortal Castle in time every time there was a monster riot like before. According to Ma Hongxuan's plan, as long as he could successfully eliminate the Black Flame Tiger, the middle stage giant and demon king who was the biggest threat to Tixianbao at that time, the remaining two early stage giant and demon kings who had been dealing with Tixianbao for hundreds of years, even without the support of Toyunshan, the Ma family would have enough ability to deal with them on their own. But what Ma Hongxuan never expected was that during this monster turmoil, two more strange monsters suddenly appeared in the northwest of Uyghur. The current situation of Tixianbao is already extremely critical, even worse than 100 years ago. However, to mention the relationship between Tixianbao Ma family and Toyunshan Chen Jinlian, we actually have to talk about the previous generation of Ma family patriarch. Tixianbao was the family business created by the previous generation of Ma family patriarch hundreds of years ago. At that time, the Ma family patriarch succeeded in forming a pill by chance and led the Ma family to gradually rule the northwest of Uyghur. It has been in Ma Hongxuan's hands for more than 600 years. When the previous patriarch of the Ma family was still alive, he had helped Chen Jinlian, who had just successfully formed a pill. The two had a very good relationship. Later, he helped Chen Jinlian seize the third-level spiritual vein of Funiu Mountain from the monsters. From this point of view, the Ma family still had some favors for Chen Jinlian. Tixianbao is located in the must-pass place for monsters to go south, and the pressure from monsters is greater than that of Funiu Mountain. After the previous patriarch of the Ma family passed away, although he helped the current patriarch Ma Hongxuan to successfully form a pill, Ma Hongxuan had just formed a pill not long ago and his strength was still a little insufficient. Facing the monster turmoil that occurs once a century, it is indeed difficult for Ma Hongxuan, who has just formed a pill, to resist alone. The entire Tixianbao soon fell into a huge crisis. Chapter 480 Reinforcements arrive. Fortunately, Chen Jinlian had already broken through to the middle stage of the Golden Core on Funiu Mountain. With the help of him and many monks on Funiu Mountain, the Ma family survived the following monster riots. In the past monster riots, because of the good relationship with Chen Jinlian, Tixianbao and Qi Mountain have always watched and supported each other. Although there was some pressure occasionally, they generally guarded the northeast of Uiguo for hundreds of years without any danger. But this time, with the death of Chen Jinlian, Qi Mountain was also a little overwhelmed. At first, Mo Hongshan did not have any hope for Qi Mountain. He also tried to trick Fen Yang into giving up Qi Mountain and bringing his monks to concentrate their strength to help him defend Tixianbao, but Fen Yang rejected his proposal without even thinking about it. Later, when he learned that Fen Yang had defeated the Yun Monster King, Mo Hongshan was also surprised and quickly sent Qi Mountain several letters for help with hope. However, what Mo Hongshan did not expect was that Fen Yang acted completely differently from Chen Jinlian. Facing the request for help from Tixianbao, Fen Yang just kept finding various reasons and excuses to shirk. After knowing Fen Yang's attitude, Mo Hongshan knew very well that the Ma family basically could not count on this reinforcement. Toyanshan is temporarily unreliable. Has there been any news from the sect? Except for the 2 letters from Senior Yang half a year ago, there has been no news so far. I heard that the situation in Gianfang is not very good either. But now we are trapped here by monsters, and the news is very closed. I don't know whether it is true or false. Hearing Ma Hongshan's question about Xiaoao sect, the foundation building cultivator who replied to him could only shake his head helplessly. In addition to asking Toyanshan for help, Mo Hongshan had started to write letters in person since the monster riot more than 10 years ago, asking for help from Guangling's Hunren, who had a good relationship with him in Xiaoao sect. As a result, he humbly appealed to Xiaoao sect for help, but what he got in return was only some insignificant promises and comforts. Until now, he has not even seen a single reinforcement. Thinking of this, Mo Hongshan's face also showed a trace of anger. Because he was born in a family of Uiguo Xuxin, the previous Jindan patriarch of the Ma family, like the current Song Qingming, was also a guest elder of Xiaoao sect in name, but the main task of the Ma family was to guard Tixin Fort, and they needed to help Xiaoao sect guard against the many monsters north of Tixin Fort. When the previous patriarch of the Ma family was still there, the relationship with Xiaoao sect was always good. When Tixin Fort was just established and encountered some difficulties or large-scale monster invasions, Xiaoao sect would also send monks to support them in time. But since Ma Hongshan took over as the patriarch of the Ma family, the relationship between the Ma family, which had already established a foothold in Tixin Fort, and Xiaoao sect began to have some subtle changes, and gradually became more and more tense. After the whole family moved to Tixianbao, the Ma family stood in front of Xiaoao for hundreds of years, blocking the invasion of monsters for them and shedding countless blood. However, Xiaoao always controlled various cultivation resources near Tixianbao. Whether it was mineral veins, market towns or various high-level spiritual objects, the sect would take the bulk first, and then give the rest to the Ma family. Since Chen Jinlian of Qi Mountain helped each other, Tixianbao has completely protected itself, even in the face of the monster turmoil that occurs once 100 years, and no longer needs to rely on the support of Xiaoao. Therefore, everyone in the Ma family also thought about breaking away from the control of Xiaoao and establishing their own sect, like Toyanshan. Later, because of the robbing of some mine resources near Tixianbao, the Ma family and Xiaoao had several conflicts. At that time, because of the increasing pressure from the monsters in the north, Xiaoao took a step back for the sake of the overall situation and agreed to the Ma family to withdraw all the forces of the sect directly from Tixianbao, giving them great autonomy. But the only bottom line of Xiaoao sect is that the Ma family cannot stand on their own. Although Xiaoao sect will no longer interfere in the affairs of Tixianbao, the Ma family is still a vassal of the sect, and Tixianbao cannot be separated from the territory of Uiguo, which has continued to this day. Compared with the slight disgust towards Fenggang of Toyanshan, Mo Hongshan is more angry about Xiaoao sect's current attitude. Compared with Toyanshan's mutual assistance to the Ma family has been in Tixianbao for so many years, guarding the northeast of Uiguo for Xiaoao sect for hundreds of years. Not to mention how much credit they have made, the Ma family monks have at least helped Xiaoao sect shed blood for hundreds of years. If it weren't for the Ma family's desperate resistance in Tixianbao, how could Uiguo be so peaceful for hundreds of years? Now that Tixianbao has reached a critical moment of life and death, Xiaoao sect still doesn't care about them, regardless of their life or death. and doesn't talk about the feelings of so many years, which really makes everyone in the Ma family feel a little chilled. We can't rely on Qi Mountain for the time being. The sect doesn't care about us now. If we want to survive now, our Ma family must not sit and wait for death. Ma Hongshan said this with an angry face, and his eyes turned and revealed a hint of determination. After confronting the monster army in Jinshan Fang for half a year, Song Qingming finally welcomed the support from Xiaoyao sect. After hearing Song Qingyu's voice transmission to inform him that the sect had sent reinforcements, Song Qingming hurried to the meeting hall of the market with a happy face. As soon as he walked into the door, Song Qingming saw that in addition to Song Qingyu, there were 3 unfamiliar foundation-building cultivators wearing Xiaoyao sect Taoist robes standing in the meeting hall. When the 3 saw Song Qingming, they hurried forward to greet him. Disciples Wu Wenhei, Yu Zhen, and Fu Deshu greet Master Song. Song Qingming smiled and waved at them, then walked in and asked Song Qingyu who was standing beside him, "Qingyu, didn't you say that the sect sent reinforcements? Where are the others? Where are the others? Aren't they all here?" Song Qingyu pointed at the 3 people standing beside him and replied calmly. "The sect sent you 3 here this time. What's going on?" After hearing Song Qingyu's explanation, Song Qingming's face changed and he asked the 3 people below. They said that reinforcements were sent to him, but there were only 3 foundation-building cultivators, and Wu Wenhei, who had the highest cultivation among them, was not even as good as Song Qingyu who was standing beside him. After Song Qingming carefully looked at the 3 foundation-building cultivators standing in front of him, a trace of doubt suddenly appeared on his face. What on earth is this sect doing? They sent these few foundation-building monks from afar to support us. Xiaoyao sect should not be so stingy even if it is not good enough. After the 3 foundation-building monks below heard the doubt in Song Qingming's tone, the leader Wu Wenhei smiled knowingly and took out a white letter from his body and handed it to Song Qingming. "Uncle Song, this is the handwritten letter that the Supreme Elder asked us to give you. You will know after reading it." After Song Qingming took the letter and opened it, his eyes were immediately attracted and his face gradually calmed down. After a while, Song Qingming slowly put the letter away and said solemnly to Song Qingyu on the side, "Go and summon all the foundation-building monks in the market. Come here to discuss matters in half an hour. Except for those who are still recovering from injuries, no one should be absent." Seeing that Song Qingming's tone suddenly became very serious, Song Qingyu nodded hurriedly with a look of surprise and quickly left a meeting room. After Song Qingyu left, Song Qingming raised his hand and released a soundproof barrier between the people, and then whispered to Wu Wenhei, "Is the golden-winged flying tiger on you? How powerful can you 3 exert it now?" Wu Wenhei nodded gently, took out a palm-sized golden tiger puppet directly from the storage bag, and placed it in front of Song Qingming. "Uncle Song, don't worry. Sister Yu, Brother Fu and I have been training together for a long time. Only 2 people are needed to control it to show the strength equivalent to the first level of ordinary golden elixir. If the 3 of us control it together, we can increase its power by 2 points and help Uncle contain the White Lion Demon King. It should be no big problem, just a slight glance." Song Qingming immediately recognized that the golden tiger puppet in Wu Wenhei's hand was the only 3rd-level puppet beast in Xiaoyao sect. 100 years ago, Song Qingming had seen his Xiaoyao sect cultivator controlling this puppet beast to fight against the enemy at the foot of Funiu Mountain. Although a long time had passed, Song Qingming still had some impression of this golden tiger-shaped puppet in his mind. After all, this golden-winged flying tiger was a 3rd-level medium-grade puppet beast that could compete with a golden core demon king. At that time, just seeing this puppet beast from a distance had already shocked Song Qingming's heart. He still remembered the shocking scene at that time. This time, Wu Wenhei and the other 2 followed the order of the sect's supreme elder Li Mufeng and quietly came to Jinshan Fang with a golden-winged flying tiger. The main purpose was to help Song Qingming defeat the White Lion Demon King's army of monsters. The golden tiger-shaped puppet in front of him was almost equivalent to the combat power of a golden core if used properly. With the help of Wu Sihei and the other 3 and his 3rd-level puppet beast, Jinshan Fang had an extra golden core cultivator. Song Qingming now had some confidence in repelling the army of monsters outside the market. After confirming the support force sent by Xiaoyao sect, Song Qingming still couldn't figure out why Xiaoyao sect sent this golden-winged flying tiger to his side. Logically speaking, the situation in Yianfang is more critical than his side, and they should need the support of this thing more. Xiaoyao sect sent this important trump card to Jinshan Fang, which really surprised Song Qingming. In this case, The three of you should act together tomorrow, and strive to achieve success in one fell swoop and repel the army of monsters in Jinshanfang as soon as possible. I will discuss tomorrow's affairs with everyone later, and the three of you should go to the back hall to rest first." After hearing Wu Wen's confident answer, Song Qingming glanced at them with a firm look and made the final decision in his heart. "I will follow the orders of my uncle master." Chapter 481. The decisive battle begins. Half an hour later, when all the foundation-building cultivators of Jinshanfang gathered in the meeting hall, Song Qingming learned about the recent specific movements of the monsters in detail, and then announced a major news that surprised everyone present. "Everyone, we have been in a stalemate with the monsters for more than half a year since the rebellion. Today, I received a message from the sect that the reinforcements from Qingming Mountain have arrived. I have decided to start counterattacking the monster army tomorrow. Please prepare as soon as possible and pass on this order." Hearing Song Qingming say that Xiaoao sect finally sent reinforcements, the more than 30 foundation-building cultivators present were all excited and showed a look of joy. "Ha ha ha, now that the sect reinforcements have arrived, and Senior Song has taken action against the Demon King, we will surely be able to defeat the demon beasts and drive them out of Pingyang County. Great! After hiding in here for so long, I can finally go out and fight these damned demon beasts. This time I finally have a chance to avenge fellow Taoist Zhao and the others." After more than half a year of stalemate with the demon beasts, under the strict order of Song Qingming, the human cultivators were forced to hide in Jinshanfang. Many belligerent people present had already been full of anger in their hearts. Especially the local cultivators of Pingyang County present. Some of them had their family territories occupied by the demon beasts that came south, and many relatives and friends had died at the hands of the demon beasts. Now these people have finally waited for the opportunity to fight back against the demon beasts, and at this moment, everyone has begun to rub their hands in their hearts. Seeing that most of the cultivators were determined to fight, Song Qingming stood up with satisfaction and said, "Tomorrow's battle is crucial. I hope all Taoist friends can work together to repel the enemy. I will ask you here on behalf of the sect." Although Li Mufang did not explicitly ask Song Qingming to counterattack the monster army immediately in the letter he gave to Song Qingming knew that since Xiaoao sect sent the Golden Wing Flying Tiger to Jinshanfang, it naturally placed its hopes of repelling the enemy on him. Now the strength of the monster side has not changed much, and Jinshanfang has an additional golden elixir combat support. The balance of strength between the two sides has been reversed. Song Qingming naturally does not want to let go of this rare opportunity to break the situation easily. The situation in Jianfeng is already very critical, and other changes may happen at any time. Once the monster side also comes to reinforce after a long time, Song Qingming will waste this important reinforcement given to him by Xiaoao sect in vain. After Song Qingming issued the order, Jinshanfang quickly became busy. In order not to alarm the monster army outside the market, Song Qingming strictly ordered all the participating monks not to make too much noise before the attack, and all preparations should be carried out as covertly as possible. In addition, Song Qingming also personally sent a secret letter to Funiu Mountain, which was hundreds of miles away, informing Xiao Rongsu and others of Jinshanfang's plan to counterattack the monsters tomorrow, asking them to act according to the situation and cooperate with the counterattack of the human monks in Jinshanfang. After preparing everything, Song Qingming returned to his cave alone, intending to have a good rest and adjust to his state, ready to welcome the decisive battle with the monster army tomorrow. Song Qingming had just taken a calming pill and entered meditation, but he didn't expect a sound transmission node to fly in from outside the cave. Song Qingming opened it and found that Song Yuanli had come to the door again, and a hint of helplessness suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Seventh uncle, tomorrow may be the last battle for our Jinshanfang. Please let our law enforcement team go to the battlefield. Don't worry, we will not let you down this time." Since the monster riot, Song Yuanli has asked Song Qingming for battle many times, but he suppressed them all. Especially after knowing the news that Song Yuanfang was seriously injured in Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming was even more worried about him. Although the family has developed very rapidly in the past 100 years, there are only a few foundation-building cultivators except for himself, a giant and cultivator. Song Yuanfang has now been seriously injured by the monster. How can Song Qingming not worry about this? However, after confronting the monster for so long, Song Qingming also saw that some of the younger generations in the family lacked experience in all aspects of fighting against the enemy, and some of them performed worse on the battlefield than those cultivators from small families. Except for Song Qingming, who had been out for 10 years, Song Yuanli and other new generation cultivators of the family had hardly experienced any dangerous situations. On weekdays, only some people who joined the family law enforcement team had the opportunity to deal with those more powerful monsters. Although Song Qingming still wanted to take care of these younger generations of the family who he had watched grow up, always letting them snuggle under the big tree of the family would indeed affect their personal growth speed. Seeing Song Yuanli kneeling in front of him as soon as he came in to ask for a fight, Song Qingming sighed calmly and agreed to his request for a fight. Yuanli, I can promise you to go to the battlefield tomorrow, but not all the members of the law enforcement team can participate in the battle. The tasks assigned to you are also the guarantee of this war. The law enforcement team must leave half of the reliable people to supervise the battle in the rear, so that we can feel at ease. I will not let other people not interfere in these matters. You can decide for yourself after you go back. Although your cultivation has reached the middle stage of foundation building, you still have to pay more attention to safety on the battlefield, and don't show off your ability. Thank you, seventh uncle. I will go back and arrange this matter. Seeing that Song Qingming finally agreed to his request, Song Yuanli shouted excitedly, bowed and hurriedly left Song Qingming's cave, as if he was worried that Song Qingming would suddenly change his mind. Early in the morning of the second day, the White Lion Demon King, who was absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in a valley near Jinshanfang, suddenly heard bursts of shouting and killing coming from Jinshanfang in the west. The White Lion Demon King, who didn't know what happened, stood up and roared at the low-level monsters in the valley. After sensing the order conveyed by the Demon King, many low-level monsters in the valley took action and headed straight for Jinshanfang in the west. After driving the monster army to set off, the cautious and experienced White Lion Demon King hid his body as usual, quietly hiding behind the monster army, and did not show up rashly. After leading his monster army south, the White Lion Demon King had been in a stalemate with the human cultivators outside Jinshanfang for more than half a year. During this period, this cunning Demon King also tried various ways to induce the human cultivators to come out for a decisive battle. But Song Qingming was also very cautious in his actions. Facing the various conspiracies and provocations of the White Lion Demon King, he always remained patient and unmoved. Even though he lost many sacred mountains in the north of Qingming County, Song Qingming still stabilized many cultivators in Jinshanfang and did not let the White Lion Demon King succeed in his calculations. When the monster army approached Jinshanfang, they saw the monk army rushing out from the market. The White Lion Demon King was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed and increased his strength to drive the monster army to rush over. The White Lion Demon King naturally didn't know what happened in Jinshanfang, nor did he know that the human monks had come to reinforce. In his opinion, he thought that the provocation of the monsters he had sent out in recent days had worked. The monks in Jinshanfang had been holding back for so long and finally couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to take the initiative to fight back. This time, in order to decide the outcome of the battle, Song Qingming did not hold back his strength. Except for those who were injured in the previous battle and could not go to the battlefield, and some of the law enforcement monks who were supervising the battle, nearly 2,000 people who could fight in the entire Jinshanfang came out in full force and were sent to the battlefield by Song Qingming. Charge, kill. After the thousands of monks who rushed out of Jinshanfang came into contact with a monster army, the huge battlefield was instantly filled with shouts of killing. During the monster riot 100 years ago, the White Lion Monster King led his monsters to not only sweep half of Qingming County, but also the Qifengling Jin family in Qing County could not escape its clutches. Most of the monks in Jiangling County had a blood feud with the monsters. Since learning yesterday that the sect had sent troops to support them, the monks in Jinshanfang were extremely excited from top to bottom. The human monks who had been holding back for more than half a year showed their ruthlessness in this decisive battle with the monsters. The monks in Jinshanfang did not lose to the larger monster army in terms of momentum. After the two armies began to fight, the foundation-building monks of the human race and the second-level monsters of the other side soon fought each other. For a while, the entire battlefield was filled with sparks of flying spells and collisions of magic tools. Although the human cultivators were full of fighting spirit, the monsters still had some advantages in numbers, especially the number of level 2 monsters, which was more than a dozen more than the human cultivators of the same level. Not long after the battle began, Song Qingming, who was at the forefront, had just killed a monster in the early stage of foundation building with 2 swords, and was soon targeted by several nearby monsters. Just when Song Qingming was besieged by several monsters, A green sword light suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and soon cut a monster into several pieces. Seeing this powerful and fierce attack, the nearby monsters realized that the other side must be a giant and cultivator, and immediately turned around and retreated to hide among the low-level monsters. Song Qingming flashed to the center of the battlefield, recalled the Qingling sword that was still flying in the air, and after a sharp glance at the retreating level 2 monsters around him, the green light in his hand lit up again, and soon another level 2 monster that had not yet escaped Song Qingming's sight died under the Qingling sword. Just as Song Qingming stepped forward and wanted to kill those level 2 monsters again, the White Lion Demon King hiding behind the monster army finally couldn't sit still, and quickly flashed into a white light and stopped the ferocious Song Qingming in the air. "Good guy, you finally came out." Looking at the White Lion Demon King who had appeared in front of him, Song Qingming slowly revealed a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 482, Encirclement and Killing of the White Lion Demon King. The White Lion Demon King had been dealing with Song Qingming for more than half a year, so he naturally knew Song Qingming very well. Since the first fight, when he was tricked by Song Qingming, the White Lion Demon King became more cautious when he met Song Qingming again. Every time he fought with Song Qingming on the battlefield, he had to take many monsters with him. Even if he could gain some advantages sometimes, the White Lion Demon King did not dare to leave his monster army alone to chase the monks of Jinshinfang. Because of this, although Song Qingming was now stronger than the White Lion Demon King, he still had no way to deal with it. Although he had the upper hand after several battles, he did not allow Song Qingming to find an opportunity to severely injure this demon. The White Lion Demon King also knew how powerful Song Qingming was. In every battle, he liked to hide behind the monster army and tried to avoid fighting Song Qingming alone. Basically, as long as Song Qingming did not show up, the White Lion Demon King also did not dare to show up casually, for fear that he would suffer a loss from Song Qingming. Knowing the cautious character of the White Lion Demon King, Song Qingming started to bully the weak and find trouble with those foundation-building monsters in order to force the cunning Monster King to show up. He also knew that the other party would not sit back and watch his giant and cultivator kill people on the battlefield. Seeing that Song Qingming had come out, the White Lion Demon King would naturally not back down. Otherwise, if Song Qingming continued to make trouble, the morale of the monster army under its command would soon be affected, and it would fall into a disadvantage. When old opponents met, Song Qingming would naturally not be polite. With a green aura in his hands, the Qingling sword in front of him, which was already shining, ran directly to the face of the White Lion Demon King as fast as lightning. Facing the attack of the magic weapon in Song Qingming's hand, the White Lion Demon King was already very familiar with it. He opened his mouth and quickly gathered a white lightning, blocking the Qingling sword flying in front of him. But before it could counterattack, Song Qingming had already taken the initiative to flash to the side of the White Lion Demon King. The 5 elements divine light mirror in front of him, which had turned into colorful spiritual light, emitted dazzling light again, and shot more than a dozen powerful lightsabers at the White Lion Demon King from all directions. Seeing this, the White Lion Demon King had no time to dodge, and could only hold up the protective shield to take Song Qingming's attack. Although it blocked most of the attack, it was still hit by the spiritual light emitted by Song Qingming's magic weapon with all his strength, leaving several blood marks on his body. This time, Song Qingming did not test each other with him as before, but directly opened fire with all his strength. The White Lion Demon King was also a little unprepared for a while, and suffered a little loss. Seeing that the Qingling sword in Song Qingming's hand had gradually disappeared in the air, and the next wave of attacks was about to reach him, the White Lion Demon King quickly spit out the inner elixir in his body, relying on the golden light emitted from the inner elixir to force the Qingling sword wrapped by the invisible shield light out from the air beside. After blocking Song Qingming's attack, the White Lion Demon King roared in anger and quickly called several nearby level 2 demon beasts in the late stage of foundation building to come and help. With the help of several late-stage demon beasts, the White Lion Demon King immediately reversed the situation of being passively beaten, gradually gained the upper hand, and forced Song Qingming back to the edge of the battlefield. After controlling the 5 elements divine light mirror to block the fierce attack of the White Lion Demon King, Song Qingming saw that he had fallen behind, so he directly withdrew from the battlefield from the side, wanting to take a detour to meet up with the army of monks in the rear. After fighting with Song Qingming for so long, the White Lion Demon King naturally saw his intentions immediately. Before Song Qingming walked far, The White Lion Demon King had already taken a step ahead and stopped Song Qingming. Seeing the White Lion Demon King suddenly appearing in front of him, Song Qingming's face immediately showed a trace of surprise. According to the experience of several previous battles, the White Lion Demon King would hardly take the initiative to leave the monsters beside him and chase him alone. Unexpectedly, this time he only slightly exposed a flaw, and the White Lion Demon King immediately found a loophole and entangled him. Before Song Qingming could put away the surprised expression on his face, a powerful thunderbolt had quickly gathered above the head of the White Lion Demon King and struck him directly. At the same time, several level 2 monsters chasing Song Qingming behind him also immediately followed. Seeing that his way forward was blocked and the pursuers behind him were coming again, Song Qingming did not hesitate for long and decisively chose to turn around and change direction, wanting to escape directly back to the Jinshanfang Mountain protection formation behind. In order to quickly get out and withdraw to the Fangxi formation, Song Qingming did not even bother to dodge the sharp attack of the White Lion Demon King behind him, and directly relied on the 5 elements Divine Light Mirror to resist it. After desperately blocking the attack of the White Lion Demon King, the color of the 5 elements Divine Light Mirror, the life magic weapon, dimmed slightly. After the life magic weapon was damaged, a trace of blood also flowed out of the corner of Song Qingming's mouth. Seeing that Song Qingming had fallen below and wanted to escape back to Jinshanfang, the White Lion Demon King was delighted and quickly stepped on the escape light to chase him. Song Qingming and others who were far away in the battlefield saw that Song Qingming was not only surrounded by the White Lion Demon King and many monsters in the distance, but also suffered some injuries. Song Qingming and others suddenly became a little anxious and wanted to leave the battlefield to support Song Qingming. However, they weren't already in the battlefield, and everyone had been entangled by their respective opponents. They wanted to quickly get away to support Song Qingming, but they were powerless and anxious, and they couldn't get over for a while. With the help of several powerful second-level monsters, the White Lion Demon King's defense against Song Qingming suddenly weakened a lot. Seeing that he had finally forced his old rival Song Qingming into such an embarrassed state, the White Lion Demon King naturally did not want to miss this great opportunity to severely injure him. The monster army and the monks of Jinshanfang have been in a stalemate for more than half a year. In this battle, the 2 leading giant fighters on both sides actually determined the balance of victory and defeat of the entire war. Whether it was Song Qingming or the White Lion Demon King, as long as they could kill or severely injure the opponent and force the opponent's highest fighter to withdraw from the battlefield, the remaining one would definitely be the final winner of this war. The White Lion Demon King knew to grasp this point, and Song Qingming was naturally very clear in his heart. The reason why he took a slight risk to lure the White Lion Demon King out of the monster army was precisely for the huge lion head on its neck. Just a moment after catching up, just when the White Lion Demon King was approaching Song Qingming, a familiar white mist suddenly appeared behind it. Seeing this, the White Lion Demon King stopped immediately. After a careful look, he found that a magic array had appeared behind him. It was the psychedelic array he had encountered before. Seeing this magic array and looking at Song Qingming, who had turned around and rushed back to him not far away, the White Lion Demon King quickly realized that he seemed to have been tricked by this hateful human in front of him again. After knowing that he had fallen into the trap that the other party had laid long ago, the White Lion Demon King was not too panicked. While turning around and trying to escape quickly, he quickly called out to the level 2 monsters that were about to catch up and join him not far behind him. Although the White Lion Demon King was careless and fell into Song Qingming's calculations again this time, he did not fall directly into the psychedelic array. His current location was not far from the battlefield next to him, and there were several level 2 monsters rushing over behind him. Even if he could not defeat Song Qingming, who was determined to escape, it would not be difficult. Just as the White Lion Demon King turned around and tried to bypass the psychedelic array from the side, a huge golden puppet beast suddenly appeared in front of it in the sky, blocking the way of the White Lion Demon King again. There were 3 small figures standing above the golden puppet beast. They were the golden-winged flying tiger puppet beast and Wu Wenhei, who controlled this 3rd-level puppet beast. They were also the biggest surprise Song Qingming prepared for the White Lion Demon King in this battle. The way was blocked by the golden-winged flying tiger puppet beast in front, and there was a strong opponent Song Qingming behind. On the left and right sides were the activated psychedelic array and the mountain protection array of Jinshanfang. The White Lion Demon King was surrounded on all sides in just a moment. What made the White Lion Demon King even more desperate was that the second-level monsters that came to support it accidentally broke into the white mist and were trapped in the psychedelic array. For a while, it was difficult for them to escape. Yesterday, after Song Qingming learned that Wu Wenhei and his men were coming with a golden-winged flying tiger to help, he quickly decided on a plan to counterattack the monster army. Song Qingming's main goal was to target the White Lion Demon King. He did not want to kill or severely injure the Demon King. Even if Jinshan Fang could temporarily repel the monster army and drive them out of Pingyang County, as long as the White Lion Demon King was there, the monster army might continue to move south to attack Jinshan. If this was the case, then even if Song Qingming led the monks of Jinshan Fang to win the current battle, he would not be able to achieve much in the end. It could only be considered a temporary solution to the crisis, and it would still be impossible to completely end the monster turmoil. As long as the White Lion Demon King was still able to move south, there would always be a huge hidden danger in the north of Jinshan Fang, which was equivalent to nail buried beside him. Song Qingming would definitely find it difficult to withdraw and leave Jinshan Fang at will. Now the situation in several other battlefields of Weiguo is very critical. Once the sect issues an imperial edict to transfer Song Qingming to support the Ion Fang, without the giant and cultivator in Jinshan Fang, the White Lion Demon King will attack again, and Pingyang County and even the entire Jiangling County will still fall into a huge crisis. After making up his mind, Song Qingming immediately formulated this decapitation plan in his mind, and asked Wang Xian and Wu Wenhei to cooperate with him to kill the White Lion Demon King with a golden-winged flying tiger. The White Lion Demon King's strength was not as good as Song Qingming, and now with the help of the golden-winged flying tiger puppet beast, the White Lion Demon King was quickly beaten back under the two-sided attack. In order to get rid of Song Qingming and his entanglement and escape, the White Lion Demon King, who was now surrounded, had no way out. He could only roar in despair and call for the monsters nearby to come and help. Chapter 483, Great Victory. However, the place where the White Lion Demon King was trapped was close to the Jinshan Fang Mountain Protection Formation. In addition to the second-level demon beast trapped in the Illusion Formation, other demon beasts on the battlefield in the distance wanted to come to help the White Lion Demon King, but they also needed to rush through the positions of the human cultivators. Now the two sides were already fighting on the battlefield. Zhao Chuancheng, Song Qingyu and other human cultivators also heard the White Lion Demon King's loud call for help, and naturally they would not let these demon beasts go easily. Ha ha ha, brothers, Senior Song has trapped the Demon King. Everyone quickly stop these demon beasts, don't let any of them go. Hearing Zhao Chuancheng's shout in the air, many Jinshan Fang cultivators immediately saw the situation of Song Qingming's encirclement and killing the White Lion Demon King not far away, and naturally understood that this battle had reached a critical moment. Facing these demon beasts in front of them who were crazy about going over to support, the Jinshan Fang cultivators also fought desperately and blocked the army of demon beasts firmly on the main battlefield. After summoning for a long time, the White Lion Demon King was getting more and more panicked when he saw that the army of monsters was still not coming. However, he was helpless. Facing the joint attack of the two golden elixir warriors, the White Lion Demon King was exhausted just by resisting. He had no way to escape by himself. Before long, he was injured by the attacks of Song Qingming and the golden-winged flying tiger. Just after dodging a sharp spell spit out from the big mouth of the golden-winged flying tiger puppet beast, Song Qingming, holding the Qingli sword, had already killed him in front of him. The White Lion Demon King could only control his inner elixir to resist Song Qingming's fierce attack. After attracting the most powerful defense method of the White Lion Demon King, Song Qingming immediately controlled the five-color divine light mirror to emit several purple spiritual lights, controlling the Demon King's inner elixir in midair, separating it from the White Lion Demon King. The five-color divine light mirror is a magical weapon that can attack and defend. After the five-color spiritual light in the mirror is cultivated to perfection, different colors of spiritual light will have powerful magical powers when used. This purple spiritual light is one of them. Once it is successfully used, the purple light in the mirror can control and entangle the opponent's magic weapon. However, this magical power is also time-limited and cannot control the inner elixir of the White Lion Demon King all the time. At present, it can only entangle it for a period of time. After being entangled by the five-color divine light mirror, the White Lion Demon King immediately felt that his inner elixir seemed to be trapped in a cage. For a while, he couldn't get out and couldn't fly back. He was immediately panicked and turned around and dodged to the side. Seeing that his own inner elixir, the most powerful defensive magical power, was entangled by Song Qingming's magic weapon, the overall strength of the White Lion Demon King immediately weakened by 3 or 4 points. He didn't have the courage to continue fighting, so he could only turn around and head north. However, just as it was about to escape, it was immediately stopped by the golden-winged flying tiger controlled by Wu Wenhei. At this point, Song Qingming would not let the White Lion Demon King go, and immediately dodged and surrounded it again. Without the help of his own inner elixir, the White Lion Demon King's resistance was weakened a lot. The green willow sword covered with invisible light in Song Qingming's hand could easily break its defense shield and cause it considerable damage. Soon, the White Lion Demon King became powerless under the fierce attack of Song Qingming and the golden-winged flying tiger puppet beast. Even if he recalled his own inner elixir later, the White Lion Demon King still could not escape the fate of being beheaded. More than half an hour later, accompanied by a very sharp scream, the White Lion Demon King, who was already covered with injuries and exhausted, fell to the battlefield with a huge body. After a moment, a green light fell beside the White Lion Demon King. Song Qingming controlled a green willow sword to shuttle through the corpse of the White Lion Demon King, and soon found a golden ball from it. Holding the Demon King's inner pill in his hand, Song Qingming immediately showed a satisfied smile on his face. This battle has been fought for more than half a year, and it's finally not in vain. The White Lion Demon King's inner pill is the most precious demon beast material on it. Although the quality is not as good as the Black Flame Tiger inner pill that Song Qingming saw back then, it is also a priceless spiritual object in Uyghur. Song Qingming has hunted monsters for so many years, and he killed a 3rd-level Demon King at once. He got such a precious spiritual object, and he was naturally very happy at this moment. We congratulate Uncle Song for capturing and killing the Demon King. A golden light flashed, and Wu Wenhei and the other 2 who controlled the golden-winged flying tiger puppet beast also came to Song Qingming. Seeing Song Qingming's face so happy, Wu Wenhei hurried forward and bowed to congratulate him. Song Qingming nodded, put away the inner elixir in his hand, looked at the White Lion Demon King on the ground, turned around and said, "Today, you 3 have made great contributions to the killing of the Demon King. After returning, I will report this matter to the sect and give your credit." "Thank you, Uncle Master." Hearing Song Qingming's praise, Wu Wenhei and the other 2 were delighted and bowed to thank him. This time, the 3 of them followed Li Mufang's secret order and brought the golden-winged flying tiger puppet beast to Jin Shenfeng for support. The original task was only to repel the demon beast army here. Now they assisted Song Qingming in killing the White Lion Demon King. This was also an unexpected surprise for them. Although Song Qingming was definitely the biggest contributor to killing the Demon King, killing a 3rd-level Demon King, even if it was only a minor contribution, was also a great contribution for Wu Wenhei and the other 3. In the future, they will definitely be able to get a lot of merit when it comes to rewards. No need to be polite. Now that the Demon King has surrendered, let the law enforcement team deal with the body of the White Lion Demon King later. You go to support the battlefield first. I will deal with those demon beasts and then come. Song Qingming waved his hand at the 3 people, and then turned into a green light and flew into the sky above the psychedelic array on the side. Seeing this, Wu Wenhei and the other 2 hurriedly controlled the golden-winged flying tiger puppet beast to turn around and kill into the battlefield on the side. Wang Xian, who was controlling the psychedelic array, saw that Song Qingming had solved the White Lion Demon King and came to help her, and a trace of relief immediately appeared on her pale face. Wang Xian had been controlling the psychedelic array alone to trap 4 level 2 demon beasts for so long, and it was very strenuous. The mana in her body was almost consumed to the limit. Seeing that Song Qingming finally came to support her, she immediately put away her mana and directly withdrew the psychedelic array. The 2nd-level monsters that had been trapped in the illusion array for a long time wanted to rush to support the White Lion Monster King after seeing the fog dissipate, but they found that Song Qingming had already blocked them. There is a huge gap in strength between the foundation-building monsters and the golden elixir cultivators. These 2nd-level monsters were already frightened just by feeling the huge pressure emanating from Song Qingming. Without the White Lion Monster King by their side, these 2nd-level monsters did not have much courage to face Song Qingming alone, and soon began to turn around and try to escape back to the monster army. However, it was not so easy for them to escape so easily in front of Song Qingming. After a burst of very fast green light, Song Qingming controlled a green willow sword in his hand and quickly and easily dealt with these second-level monsters. After instructing Wang Xian to withdraw to the market first, Song Qingming quickly turned around and joined the battlefield not far away. With Song Qingming and Golden-Winged Flying Tiger joining the battlefield, the Jinshan Fang monks, who had been somewhat at a disadvantage, quickly cheered up and turned the whole situation around. The monster army saw the powerful methods displayed by the other side's Golden-Winged Flying Tiger and Song Qingming, and the White Lion Demon King's shadow disappeared and did not appear for a long time, and began to panic. When Song Qingming joined the battlefield, the White Lion Demon King had been dead for a while. Some low-level monsters that were closer also discovered the huge corpse of the White Lion Demon King in the distance. These low-level monsters were driven south by the Demon King. Seeing that the White Lion Demon King had died in the battle, they naturally had no intention of fighting with the human monks. Under the fierce attack of the Jinshan Fang human monks led by Song Qingming, the formation of the monsters soon began to collapse, and gradually began to turn around and retreat to the north. Haha! The monster army has been defeated. Here comes the chance for everyone to make meritorious deeds. Kill them. Seeing that the monster army had begun to flee northward, all the monks and Jinshan Fang showed excitement on their faces, and rushed forward to chase and kill these monsters that had lost their courage. Now that the White Lion Demon King had been killed by himself, Song Qingming was naturally not afraid of other ambushes on the monster side. He also personally participated in the pursuit of these defeated monsters. Everyone went all the way north until they chased for nearly 100 miles. And then reluctantly withdrew their troops and returned to Jinshan Fang. In this battle, the monks of Jinshan Fang won a great victory. In addition to the White Lion Demon King, they killed countless low-level monsters. The law enforcement team worked with everyone for 5 or 6 days before transporting all the corpses of these monsters back to the market. Song Yuanli and others spent several more days to finally count and classify these monster materials, and recorded the fruitful results of the whole battle in detail, and sent them to Song Qingming's cave. In this battle, a total of 1/3 level giant and demon king, 36 second level foundation building demon beasts, and more than 1,600 first level Qi refining demon beasts of various types were killed. Looking at the detailed data in his hand, Song Qingming couldn't hide his satisfaction. Since the establishment of Jinshan Fang more than 1,000 years ago, the human cultivators have never achieved such a great result in resisting the demon beast riots here. Yuanli, you did a good job, and your law enforcement team has been working hard recently. Song Yuanli smiled and nodded and asked, "Seventh uncle, in the past few days, many people in the market have come to the law enforcement team to inquire, wanting to use their merits in advance to exchange for some demon beast materials they are interested in. Some people also want to buy them directly with spirit stones. Do you think we should agree to them?" Chapter 484 Rewarding According to Merit. After the great victory over the monster army a few days ago, many cultivators in Jinshan Fang were immediately tempted to see the many rare monster materials brought back from the battlefield, especially those local cultivation families in Pingayang County, who sent people to the law enforcement team the next day to exchange some monster materials in advance. In the more than half a year since the monster turmoil, the cultivators in Jinshan Fang have consumed a large number of various spiritual objects such as talismans, magic tools, and elixirs. The prices of these spiritual objects in the market have also risen by several %. Faced with this huge market gap, these cultivation families quickly set their sights on the monster materials brought back by the law enforcement team. Whether it is refining magic tools, elixirs or drawing talismans, various monster materials are needed. Now that so many cultivators in the market need these spiritual objects, as long as they can get ahead of others to exchange for monster materials and refined spiritual objects, they can immediately make a lot of money, which is inevitable that they will not be tempted. Not only here in Jinshan Fang, but also in several other battlefields in the north of Uyghur, the war has not yet ended, and there is also a huge market. As long as these spiritual objects that are on short supply in the market can be produced in a short time, they can be sold directly to Xiaoao sector and a lot of spiritual stones. Hearing Song Yuanli mention this, Song Qingming thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "Let's wait for a few days for meritorious service. When King Gayu comes back, we can count the merits of all the participants and distribute rewards and pensions uniformly. If you use spiritual stones to buy monster materials directly, you and Zhao Chuancheng can discuss it together, and you can also sell some to them first, But you should not touch the monster materials above level 2, and store them all in the treasury first. I have sent a message to the sect, and we will see how to deal with it when the people sent by the Good Merit Pavilion arrive. Don't worry, Uncle 7, I understand. Not long after Song Yuanli left, a voice transmission flew into Song Qingming's cave again. Song Qingming hurriedly opened the ben and invited Song Qingyu, who was standing at the door, in. What a coincidence. I was just mentioning you to Yuan Li here, and I didn't expect you to come back so soon. How is it going over there? What are the results of the battle? On the second day after the Jinshan Fang battle, Song Qingming immediately arranged for Song Qingyu and Wu Wenhei to take the golden-winged flying tiger to rush to Huiyan Mountain to support Cao Rongsu and others who were still resisting the monsters that had moved south to Pingyang County. In response to Song Qingming's inquiry, Song Qingyu smiled and nodded, saying, when Wu Diaoyao and I led people to Huiyan Mountain, the monsters didn't know what happened in Jinshan Fang, so we just caught them off guard. Except for the 2 level 2 monsters that escaped, the other monsters were basically all destroyed by us. I was escorting these monster materials all the way here, so I was 2 days late. There were only a few hundred monsters at the foot of Huiyan Mountain. With the hundreds of cultivators brought by Song Qingyu, Cao Rongsu and others on Huiyan Mountain, and the assistance of the level 3 puppet beast Golden Wing Flying Tiger, it was naturally not a problem to destroy this group of monsters. 2 days ago, Song Qingming had actually received a victory report sent back by Song Qingyu, but he was still unclear about some specific details of the battle. After hearing the results of the battle mentioned by Song Qingyu, Song Qingming nodded with great satisfaction. After solving the monsters on Huiyan Mountain, the main elite forces of the monster army heading south from Jinshan Fang had basically been wiped out by them. The remaining low-level monsters that fled back to the Fujian Mountains in the north are no longer a threat, and Jinshan Fang is not on danger for the time being. Guiyang Mountain, Xiaoyao Hall. Yao Qianshu, the head of Xiaoyao sect, looked at a frontline battle report in his hand and said with joy, Master, this move really worked wonders. I didn't expect that junior brother Song actually killed the White Lion Monster King. Now the monsters in Jinshan Fang have retreated. This is really God's blessing to the sect. Li Mufeng, who was standing at the top, nodded slightly with a calm face. The battle at Jinshan Fang is over. Qingming said in the letter that the sect should send people to deal with the monster material seized there, and also distribute the sect's good deeds. What do you think is the best response to this matter? Seeing Li Mufeng asking for his opinion, Yao Qianshu thought for a moment and then slowly said, in this battle, junior brother Song killed the White Lion Monster King, and he also made a great contribution to the sect. It is better to let junior brother Song and his men arrange to deal with these monster materials first, and let the Good Deeds Pavilion arrange a flying boat to transport the rest back to the sect with junior brother Song at Jinshan Fang. I don't think it's necessary for the sect to send people over to reward those immortal cultivation families for good deeds. Let the Song family draw up an account and report it directly to the sect, so that the people we sent don't know the situation and interfere indiscriminately, causing any misunderstandings. Then let's do it this way. You go to the Shanggong Pavilion later and write a letter to Qingming to explain the matter. As for the demon pills and materials on the White Lion Demon King, let him keep them first. We'll see how to deal with them when he comes back. After Yao Qianshu responded, he asked, Uncle Master, Jinshan Fang has already repelled the army of monsters. Should we let junior brother Song and the others go to Gaoyan County to support junior brother Guangling first? Upon hearing this, Li Mufeng shook his head slightly and said, the war in Jinshan Fang has just ended, so let Qingming and the others rest for a while. Although Guangling is a little dangerous, the monsters cannot break through Gaoyan County yet. I need to think about what to do next. Uncle Master, junior sister Bai and the others in Gaoyanfang are under increasing pressure, and I don't know how long Tixi and Bao can hold on. I suddenly have an idea that may be able to reverse the unfavorable situation on the front line. Please see if it's feasible. Oh, tell me about it. Hearing Yao Qianshu mentioning a strategy to repel the enemy, Li Mufeng looked at him expectantly. After Yao Qianshu adjusted his state slightly, he took a deep breath and said, Uncle Master, I feel that my injuries have recovered well recently. If I take the Dear Soul pill, I can't say that I can recover to my full state, but I can still exert 80% to 90% of my strength. Now that junior brother Song has repelled the army of monsters in Jinshan Fang, he and the golden-winged flying tiger can free up their hands. If I take action together and cooperate with Junior Sister Bai and the others to kill the monsters by surprise, there is still a great hope that we can kill 1 or 2 monster kings, so that we can immediately reverse the current situation in Gianfang. Qianshu, you should know the specific effect of the Dear Soul pill. How can you take it casually? Hearing Yao Qianshu's excited opinion, Li Mufeng's face suddenly sank and interrupted him. Seeing that Li Mufeng's face was not looking good, Yao Qianshu hesitated for a moment and then said firmly, Master, the monsters that are heading south have been wreaking havoc in Gaoan County. The sect will suffer a lot of losses every day of delay. I am also very worried about this matter. I hope that Master can consider my idea carefully. Li Mufeng waved his hand with an unhappy look, and ignored Yao Qianshu, who was still bowing in front of him, and left the hall directly. In Jinshanfang, after receiving the reply from the sect, Song Qingming summoned the people who had gathered in the market to wait for rewards to the meeting hall. In the last decisive battle with the monsters in Jinshanfang, except for some of the law enforcement team monks who stayed behind to supervise the battle, almost everyone went to the battlefield, and most of them had more or less merits in killing monsters. For those casual cultivators who were temporarily summoned by the market, Song Qingming directly rewarded them according to the merits recorded by the law enforcement team, and distributed spiritual objects or spiritual stones of equal value to them. The disciples of Xiaoyao sect in the market, whether they were in the foundation building or Qi refining stage, were directly issued with sect merits, so that they could exchange them for the spiritual objects they wanted in the sect merit pavilion in the future. As for the many immortal cultivation families who were recruited to participate in the war in Jinshanfang, Song Qingming gave them a chance to choose whether to receive more sect merits or directly take more spiritual objects here. For the immortal cultivation families, the sect merits can be exchanged for some things they can't buy in the market at the Xiaoyao sect merit pavilion, which is more useful than spirit stones and these monster materials in the long run. Most of them still choose the sect merits. Only a small number of immortal cultivation families who are in urgent need of spirit stones chose to receive more monster materials. These spiritual objects can make them a small fortune quickly and solve some of their immediate difficulties. In addition to the overall reward based on merit, Song Qingming also gave some additional rewards to those cultivators who performed particularly bravely and made great contributions on the battlefield to commend their merits. This time, they won a great victory over the monster army and gained a lot. Song Qingming was naturally not stingy. He happily selected 10 people with the greatest contributions from these law enforcement teams and gave each of them a second-level spiritual object. If we had known there would be such a good reward, we would have worked harder and we would have definitely gotten a second-level magic weapon. After seeing the rewards in the hands of those monks, this immediately attracted the envy of all the monks in the market, and they only hated that they could not get such a good thing. In addition to rewarding the many monks who participated in the war according to their merits, Song Qingming also quickly made pensions and arrangements for those monks who had died on the battlefield. After more than half a year of stalemate with monsters and several major battles, Jinshanfang also suffered considerable casualties. More than 400 monks died in the battle alone, and even several foundation-building monks fell in this turmoil. In Qing County, except for Song Yuanfang, who was seriously injured but survived and is recuperating, and whose clan, Lu Xing of the Lu family, also accidentally died in the final decisive battle with the monster. 2 foundation-building cultivators from several foundation-building families in Pingyan County also died in the battle. The remaining 2 foundation-building cultivators who died were a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect and a casual cultivator hired by Zhao Chuancheng. Chapter 485 Sect Order. Among the 5 foundation-building cultivators who died in the battle, except for the foundation-building cultivator who was a casual cultivator and whose descendants still needed to be found, the descendants of the other 4 families were now in Jinshanfang, and Song Qingming immediately gave them the compensation they deserved. According to the previous rules, Xiaoyao sect's Good Merit Pavilion would choose to compensate the descendants of the family foundation-building cultivators who died in battle for the sect with good deeds that could be exchanged for a foundation-building pill. However, if you want to directly exchange the foundation-building pill at the Good Merit Pavilion, you still need to take out some spirit stones in addition to these good deeds. Moreover, because there are too many quotas to be compensated in the Good Merit Pavilion after the war, these immortal families cannot immediately redeem the spirit objects. When they can get the foundation-building pill, they still have to wait for the detailed arrangements of the Good Merit Pavilion after the war. Compared with those foundation-building cultivators, the compensation for the cultivators who died in the Qi refining stage is much less. According to the specific level of cultivation, for a cultivator who died in battle, his family can only get about 100 spirit stones for compensation. After rewarding all the cultivators in Jinshunfang, Wu Wenhei and the other two came to the meeting hall to bid farewell to Qingming. Now that Jinshunfang had repelled the army of monsters, there was no war for the time being, and they had been resting in the market for a while. Just now, Wu Wenhei received another order from the sect, saying that the situation in Gaoan County was a bit tight, so they asked the three of them to take the Golden Wing Flying Tiger to support them first. Qingming naturally did not try to keep them, but asked someone to get a few spiritual objects to reward them, which was also a way of thanking them for coming to Jinshunfang this time. Seeing this, Wu Wenhei and the other two were a little polite, but still accepted Qingming's kindness. Although they came to Jinshunfang to support Qingming on the orders of the sect this time, they did make great contributions on the battlefield after all, so they were not unworthy of it. After seeing off Wu Wenhei and the other two, Qingming had just returned to the cave and ran into Yuanli, who came to him to report on the family's relief. In the battle with the monsters over the past 6 months, the Song family also lost many members. Among the nearly 80 monks who came to the front line to participate in the war, more than a dozen fell on the battlefield. In addition, there were more than 20 people who were slightly or seriously injured and had returned to the family to recuperate, including Yuanfang, a very important foundation-building elder to the family. Most of the monks who died in the Song family were from the Xin and Yuan generations. The new generation of Qing generation monks, because there were not many who went to the battlefield, only a few of the older ones came. They were also lucky. Except for one person who was slightly injured, they all survived intact and persisted to the end. Looking at the familiar names on the list of casualties, Qingming was silent for a long time before slowly letting it go. Although the Song family has been promoted to Jinden family, the monks in the family have experienced nearly 100 years of rapid development. Now there are only more than 100 people. The loss of more than a dozen backbone monks who can go to the battlefield at once really makes Qingming, the patriarch, feel very distressed. Yuanli, you will send a letter to Funiu later. All the relics and relief spiritual objects of the clan members who died in this battle should be stored in the family's gold storage pavilion first. After you go back, they will be verified at the elders' meeting and then distributed to their descendants. If there are no direct descendants with spiritual roots, let the gold storage pavilion make a note of it first, and make arrangements when there are immortals among their descendants in the future. Yuanli nodded in response, and continued, Seventh uncle, during this monster riot, our law enforcement team also found many people in the clan who performed well. Do you think the family should give them some rewards to motivate other clan members? Those who deserve rewards should naturally be rewarded, but there is no need to rush about this matter now. I have asked King Gayu to send the monster materials allocated to the family back to Funiu. You can discuss a list with King Gayu later, and then the family will announce this matter together after the war stabilizes. The Song family made the greatest contribution in this battle, and also sacrificed many monks, so naturally they were allocated a lot of spiritual objects as rewards. Seeing that the family had obtained so many spiritual objects at once, naturally many clansmen had begun to get impatient. When Qingming heard Yuanli talking about the reward, he immediately understood the reason, but the monster turmoil was far from over, so Qingming really didn't have much time to think about it. Excluding the materials from the third-level monster, the White Lion Monster King, the total value of the monster materials harvested by Jinshunfang in this battle has exceeded 100,000 spiritual stones. Apart from those used for rewards and pensions, more than half of the remaining monster materials are placed in the Jinshunfang treasury. According to the reply from Xiaoyao Sec's Good Merit Pavilion to Qingming not long ago, all the monster materials seized in Jinshunfang and the meritorious rewards of the monks who participated in the war were left to Qingming to arrange and deal with on his own, giving him great autonomy and distribution after the war. Xiaoyao Sec's special arrangement was obviously intended to give Qingming and the Song family a small opportunity to make a fortune. Qingming naturally did not show courtesy to the sect. He openly gave his family many more spiritual objects and good deeds as rewards than other immortal cultivation families. The Song family made the greatest contribution in this battle and sacrificed many cultivators. It was normal for them to get more rewards. Xiaoyao Sec's Good Deeds Pavilion had already tacitly agreed to this, and others naturally did not dare to say anything. In addition, Song Qingming also asked Song Qingyu and others to go to the treasury of the market and select some monster materials that were more useful to the Song family, and quietly sent them back to Funiu Mountain. At present, all affairs in Jinshanfang were under the management of Song Qingming. As the ancestor of the Golden Core wanted to allocate some spiritual objects, naturally no one dared to ask. 10 days later, 2 large flying boats painted with his Iao Sect's flag suddenly appeared over Jinshanfang. They were specially sent by the Good Deeds Pavilion of the sect to transport supplies to the front line. After each battle of the monster beasts, all the spiritual objects seized, in addition to being used for compensation and rewards on the spot, were eventually transported back to the sect's Good Merit Pavilion to compensate for the good deeds issued by the sect. After learning that Jinshanfang had won a great victory over the monster beast army, the Good Merit Pavilion quickly sent a large flying boat to Jinshanfang to load these monster beast materials. With the help of the monks of the Jinshanfang law enforcement team, the Xiaoyao sect quickly moved the remaining monster beast materials in the treasury of the market to the large flying boat sent by the Good Merit Pavilion. Seeing the many monster beast materials transported from Jinshanfang and the meritorious account books reported in the statistics, the monks of the Xiaoyao sect's Good Merit Pavilion who came to transport these spiritual objects were also slightly surprised by the fruitful results of the Battle of Jinshanfang. Most of the good deeds expended by the sect's Good Merit Pavilion still had to be supplemented by these monster beast materials, but in every previous monster beast rebellion, the good deeds expended by the Good Merit Pavilion were generally greater than the gains from the war. After a big battle in Jinshanfang, not only did the sect's expenditure on good deeds equalize, but there was also a lot of monster materials left over. This situation has not happened in the sect's Good Deeds Pavilion for many years. After watching the flying boat loaded with spiritual objects from the Good Deeds Pavilion leave, Song Qingming, who was in Jinshanfang, did not have much free time before he received an imperial edict from the Xiaoyao sect, asking him to go to the sect to discuss matters. Seeing the sect's edict in his hand, Song Qingming was prepared. Although Jinshanfang has calmed down now, several other important battlefields in Weiguo are still fighting fiercely with monsters. Sooner or later, the Xiaoyao sect will call on him to support them. After the monster riot, although Song Qingming has never left Jinshanfang, he has always had some understanding of the situation in other battlefields, and naturally knows that the situation in Yianfeng is already very critical. Song Qingming thought to himself, when Wu Wenhei and the others left more than 10 days ago, the Xiaoyao sect did not recruit me. It was not until nearly a month after the end of the Jinshanfang battle that they sent me an imperial edict. I'm afraid they are taking special care of me. On the top of Guiyang Mountain, in Li Mufeng's cave. Li Mufeng, who had been pacing in the cave for several circles, suddenly turned around and looked at Yao Qianshu who was waiting for a reply in front of him, and slowly said, Qianshu, I know what you are thinking, but I still hope that you will think about it carefully and don't easily let down the path you have practiced for hundreds of years. Facing Li Mufeng's exhortation, Yao Qianshu replied without hesitation, Uncle Master, don't worry. I have thought about it countless times over the past month, and I have made up my mind. Even if I can't form a baby, there is still junior sister Bai who can shoulder the heavy responsibility of the sect in the future. Uncle Master, don't worry. This time we have finally waited for this good opportunity. Once the sect misses it, it will inevitably suffer greater losses. By then, I don't know how many disciples of the sect will die on the battlefield. I know all this, but it's still a little hard for me to convince myself to watch you completely give up the path. After Li Mufeng finished speaking, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but sigh slightly. Uncle Master, since the monster riots, I can only sit in Guiyang Mountain every day. As the head of the sect, I really feel bad. Now that the sect is in trouble, I, as the head of the sect, don't stand up. Who can the sect expect to stand up when it encounters other changes in the future? I have been worshipping Guiyang Mountain since I was a child. Thanks to the careful support of the sect for hundreds of years, I have achieved today's cultivation. My personal path has long been tied to the fate of the sect. It is my greatest wish to serve the sect with my body. I hope that Uncle Master can help me. Li Mufeng looked at Yao Qianshu for a long time with a heavy look in his eyes, then slowly turned his back, and with a slight movement of the magic power in his hand, he handed a golden brocade box to Yao Qianshu. Although the Dear Soul pill can temporarily help you suppress the injuries in your body, it is estimated that the effect can only last for 2 hours at most after taking it. You must remember this and don't force yourself to do anything. Thank you, Uncle Master. After carefully putting away the golden brocade box in his hand, Yao Qianshu bowed slightly and turned to leave Li Mufang's cave. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486 Li Xiannian. After receiving the imperial edict from Xiaoyao sect, Song Qingming handed over the defense of Jinshan Fang to Song Qingyue and Zhao Chuanchen, and hurried to Guiyang Mountain alone. Because of the war on the northern front, most of the disciples in Xiaoyao sect were recruited to Guiyangfang and Gaoyang County to fight the enemy. Now Guiyang Mountain and Yangshan Fang are also quiet, far from the prosperous scene of the past. Because of the turmoil of monsters, the territory of Weiguo is also very turbulent, and Guiyang Mountain is now activated at any time. Song Qingming just arrived outside the Guiyang Mountain Protection Formation, and soon two sword lights flew in front of him from the formation. Uncle Song, you are polite. After recognizing Song Qingming's face, the two foundation building disciples guarding the mountain gate hurried forward to salute and help Song Qingming open the sect formation. Since Song Qingming became the guest elder of Xiaoyao sect, the sect has hung his portrait in the ancestral hall. Except for some outer disciples of lower status, the monks in Xiaoyao sect have basically remembered the appearance of Song Qingming, the new elder of the sect. After a smooth journey, he came directly to the Xiaoyao hall of the sect. As soon as he entered the hall, Song Qingming saw Li Mufang drinking tea and chatting with a strange monk in yellow in the hall, and a trace of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. This man in yellow is also a giant and cultivator like Song Qingming, but this man's cultivation has reached the 7th level of Jinden. The momentum he exudes is much stronger than Song Qingming, and there is a faint chill. What surprised Song Qingming even more was that Li Mufang, the sect's unyielding Grand Elder, who is usually high and mighty, was chatting with this man in yellow at this moment, just like a fellow giant and cultivator, and he didn't have the airs of a unyielding cultivator at all. Song Qingming had never seen or heard of the person who could be treated so politely by Li Mufang, let alone seen him in person. He could not help but become more curious about this yellow-robed cultivator. Qingming, come and meet fellow Taoist Li. Although he is a casual cultivator, he is also a cultivator who has formed a den in our Weiguo. This time he came back specially to help us deal with the monsters in the northern border. Seeing Song Qingming coming in from the outside, Li Mufang quickly stood up and waved to him. Hearing Li Mufang say that this yellow-robed cultivator was a casual cultivator who had formed a den in Weiguo, Song Qingming, who was walking halfway, suddenly thought of a name in his mind, which made the surprise on his face even more serious. I am Song Qingming, nice to meet fellow Taoist Li. Li Xiannian facing Song Qingming's salute, the man in yellow smiled and glanced at him, then just stood up slightly, saluted, and sat back immediately. Hearing the three words Li Xiannian from the yellow-clothed man's mouth, Song Qingming's face gradually calmed down. The many puzzles and speculations in his heart just now instantly disappeared. If it were 100 years ago, the name Li Xiannian would be known to everyone in the entire Wei Kingdom. Even though Song Qingming was just a small Qi refining cultivator at that time, he had already heard of this famous figure in the Wei Kingdom's cultivation world. Back then, Li Xiannian was in Wei Kingdom. As a layman cultivator, he successfully built his foundation at the age of 25 and formed a golden elixir before the age of 100. This genius-like cultivation speed even surpassed many talented elite disciples in the Xiaoyao sect unexpectedly. After Li Xiannian formed his elixir, his cultivation speed was still so amazing. It has only been 100 years, but Li Xiannian has already cultivated to the 7th level of the elixir. Among the many elixir cultivators in Xiaoyao sect, except for Bai Yuxin, who has a natural spiritual root, only the head of the sect, Yao Qianshu, could be comparable to Li Xiannian in terms of cultivation speed after forming his elixir. After learning that this person was Li Xiannian, Song Qingming was not surprised at all by the arrogance he showed, including the fact that Li Mufang just condescended to treat him with courtesy. After Li Xiannian formed his elixir, even Li Mufang, the supreme elder of Xiaoyao sect, personally invited him, but this guy could directly refuse. It can be seen that this arrogance in him is also innate. In the world of cultivating immortals, whether it is a casual cultivator or a family or a large sect cultivator, Most people will choose to make friends and make more good connections, so that they can take fewer detours on the road of cultivation. But a true genius like Li Xiannian, even if he chooses to practice alone, his practice speed will not be slower than that of the cultivators of the big sects such as Iao sect. Li Xiannian, a cultivator with a strong natural talent for practice, is also the one that Song Qingming really envies. Although there are rumors in the Uyghur cultivation world that Li Xiannian can practice so smoothly because he has the support of a master behind him and dares to directly reject the solicitation of Xiao sect, Song Qingming, who has already formed a pill, will naturally not believe such a groundless thing. Just based on the scene that Song Qingming saw Li Mufang and Li Xiannian chatting today, it can be seen that Li Xiannian's current relationship with Xiao sect must be not simple, otherwise Li Xiannian, who has left Uyghur for nearly 100 years, would not appear in Xiao Hall at this time. However, Xiao sect can invite Li Xiannian, a Jinden master, back to Uyghur to help at such a critical moment. To be honest, this is also a major event that Song Qingming never expected before coming to Qingming Mountain. Originally, Song Qingming thought that Li Mufang had called him back to the sect this time to support the Qianfang front, which was in a critical situation. Now that he saw Li Xiannian suddenly appear in Xiao sect, Song Qingming had already thought that this time, things would not be so simple. Sure enough, after Song Qingming sat down, Li Mufang directly told him that Xiao sect was about to prepare a counterattack on the Qianfang front. The purpose of calling Song Qingming back this time was not only to support Bai Yuxin and Qianfang, but Li Mufang also wanted to take this opportunity to kill the monsters by surprise, strive to severely damage the monsters in one battle, and completely drive all the monsters near Qianfang out of the Uyghur territory. According to Li Mufang's plan, Song Qingming and his team would reorganize a large army of cultivators, first defeat the monster army led by the two monster kings stationed on the south side of Qianfang, and then join Bai Yuxin and his team in Qianfang to block the retreat of the other two monster kings who had already gone south to Qiaoyan County. As long as they can successfully surround and kill these demon kings, the demon beasts will inevitably suffer a great loss of strength and be forced to retreat to the north of Qianfang. In this way, the crisis of Qianfang can be completely resolved. However, this plan also has a problem that is not easy to solve, that is, Song Qingming and his team must find a way to quickly defeat the two demon king armies that are blocking a small market in the south of Qianfang. Otherwise, if the time is delayed too long, several demon kings from other parts of Qianfang will rush to support and defend this place in time, and this plan will not be able to proceed later. High-level demon kings also have secret techniques to communicate with each other thousands of miles away. Once Song Qingming and his team fail in the final attack, the two demon kings who went south to Qiaoyan County and confronted Guangling's Henren will definitely receive the news and evacuate to the north in time. Once these demon kings are let go and let them join the demon kings in Qianfang, it will not be so easy to find an opportunity to kill them. The 9-pattern dragon and fire leopard demon kings stationed there were both powerful middle-stage Jinden demon kings. Song Qingming and Li Xiannian were not much different in overall strength from the other side, so they had no advantage at all. Song Qingming was puzzled by Li Mufang's arrangement. It was not that he had no confidence in Li Xiannian's strength, but he himself had only recently formed a pill, and he could still fight against a demon king like the White Lion Demon King, who was in the early stage of Jinden. Facing a stronger middle-stage Jinden Demon King, Song Qingming was really not sure that he could help Li Xiannian completely hold back an opponent and create an opportunity for him to kill the Demon King. Uncle Li, if we want to defeat the 9-pattern dragon and fire leopard Demon King in Xingfang before the monsters in Qianfang come to help, wouldn't it be too risky for only fellow Taoist Li and I? Why don't you transfer the golden-winged flying tiger to us first, so that we can have a greater chance of success? Seeing that Song Qingming's tone seemed to lack confidence, Li Mufang shook his head and said softly, "This time, in addition to you and fellow Taoist Xiannian, your senior brother Yao will also come with you. With the three of you fighting together, this battle will not be a problem." Has the head brother come out of seclusion? That's great. Hearing that Yao Qianshu wanted to act together, Song Qingming's slightly frowned brows suddenly relaxed. Since joining Xiao sect as a guest elder, although Song Qingming has not seen Yao Qianshu, the head of Xiao sect, a few times, he soon found out some news about Yao Qianshu's failure to break through the nascent soul realm not long ago. When Chu Fengping told him that he would hand over Jinshan Fang to him, Song Qingming had guessed that there must be a big problem inside Xiaoyao sect. Later, he slowly learned that it was because the leader Yao Qianshu failed to attack the nascent soul and injured his own meridians. He needed to retreat to recuperate, and it was difficult for him to take action in the next monster turmoil. The reason why Xiaoyao sect was so passive at the beginning of this monster turmoil was that the monsters were stronger than before. Another biggest reason was that Yao Qianshu, the leader with the strongest combat power in Xiaoyao sect, was retreating to recuperate and could not help. Otherwise, Yao Qianshu alone could hold back the other two late giant and great demon kings. With him as the leader and Giant Fang, even if Xiaoyao sect would suffer some losses in this monster turmoil, it would never be so easy for the monster army to enter Gaoyan County. Seeing Song Qingming's happy look, Li Mufang nodded calmly, and then instructed Song Qingming, "This time, Qingming, you are responsible for delaying the 9-patterned dragon. The fire leopard demon king will be handed over to you, senior brother Yao and fellow Taoist Li. As long as you can delay the opponent for half an hour, you will be regarded as the first meritorious service in this battle. Please rest assured, Uncle Master, Qingming will do his best and will never let the sect down." After hearing Li Mufang's arrangement, Song Qingming stood up and agreed to the matter with confidence. Chapter 487, Lure the Enemy Deeply. According to Li Mufang's instructions, he only needed to hold the opponent back for half an hour. Although Song Qingming didn't dare to say that he was 100% sure, he was still 70% to 80%. Moreover, with Yao Qianshu and Li Xianayan taking action, it would not take half an hour to kill a fire leopard demon king of average strength. As long as Yao Qianshu, the head of the sect, could take action, even if he could only exert half of his strength, the Xiaoyao sect would have more than 50% chance of winning this battle. Song Qingming was very confident in them. Li Xianayan just nodded to Li Mufang's plan to counterattack the monster beasts, and did not express any opinions. He sat next to him like a bystander, watching Song Qingming and the others. After discussing with Song Qingming and Li Xianayan, Li Mufang immediately notified the sect to issue an imperial edict and began to quickly assemble the army to the north. In addition to the many disciples of Xiaoyao sect, Xiaoyao sect also recruited many immortal cultivation families from Guian County, plus the Jiangling County cultivators who came to support from Jinshanfang. 10 days later, an army of more than 2,000 cultivators quickly gathered and followed Song Qingming and others to kill Gianfang. In order not to alarm the two monster armies in Gaoyan County, Xiaoyao sect, under the command of the head Yao Qianshu, first went east from Guian County through Jiangling County, and then went directly to the northeast of Gianfang before turning south to the main battlefield outside Xingfang. Xingfang is a small market located in the northeast of Gaoyan County. It is located between two mountain ranges. It is the closest only way for Gianfang to go south to Weiguo. It connects Gianfang and Gaoyan County of Weiguo. The geographical location is very critical. There are a total of 10 demon kings from Jinayashan who went south to Gianfang this time. Among them, the main army led by 6 demon kings is still besieging by Yuxin and others in Gianfang near the north. The remaining 4 demon kings went south to break through Xingfang, and 2 demon kings stayed here to block the retreat route of Gianfang to the south for support. The other 2 demon kings had already gone south to Gaoyan County to cause some damage, and were temporarily blocked in the south of Gaoyan County by Guangling's Hunren and the golden-winged flying tiger puppet beast. In addition to the 2 demon kings in the middle stage of Jinden, there were thousands of low-level demon beasts left in Xingfang, and the number was not less than that of the human cultivators. If they wanted to win this battle quickly, it still depended on whether Song Qingming and the other 3 leading Jinden cultivators could quickly kill the 2 Jinden demon kings in the market. After sending several foundation-building cultivators to explore the situation around Xingfang, the Xiaoyao sect soon discovered the fire leopard demon king hiding in the market. After discussing with Song Qingming, Yao Qianshu decided to adopt the strategy of luring the enemy, which was easier to succeed. They sent a small team of 5 foundation-building monks to attack a group of low-level monsters in the north of the market, and managed to lure the fire leopard monster king, who was taking a nap in the market, out of the market. Even if there were several Jinden monks this time, as long as the monster king was mixed in the monster army. Once it was aware of the situation in advance, there was still a certain probability that it would escape in the chaos. In addition to breaking through the key market of Xingfang, The biggest goal of this battle was to try to find a way to kill one of the other monster kings first. Otherwise, if both monster kings escaped back to Qianfang, it would affect the entire battle situation, and the results of this battle would also be greatly reduced. Because only Song Qingming and 3 others came from Xiaoyao sect this time, although the overall strength of the monks had surpassed the monster army in Xingfang, it was still very difficult to successfully kill 2 giant and mid-stage monster kings at once. However, according to the plan made by Li Mufeng, Xiaoyao sect chose to take a step back and win in a safe way. First, they concentrated their superior forces to surround and kill one of the demon kings. Then, as long as their luck was not too bad, Yao Qianshu, Song Qingming, and others outside Xingfang would still have a 70% to 80% chance of achieving this goal. Compared with the cunning 9-patterned dragon that had been dealing with Xiaoyao sect for many years, the Fire Leopard Demon King, who had a bad temper and rarely came into contact with human cultivators, was naturally an easier target for Xiaoyao sect. The Fire Leopard Demon King actually defected to Funiu Mountain from the north not long ago. This time, he was ordered by the White Dragon Demon King outside Qianfang to guard Xingfang with a 9-patterned dragon for several months. A few miles northeast of Xingfang, a dozen low-level demon beasts were drinking water and playing by a small river. Suddenly, several sword lights flashed in the river. The 4 or 5 first-level monsters on the shore were killed by these sword lights before they could react. The surrounding monsters saw this and fled in panic. Then, 5 foundation-building monks dressed in Xiaoyao sect costumes suddenly jumped out of the river, raised their flying swords and killed the other monsters that were already scared and retreating. Soon, screams and screams were heard by the river. Since the southward capture of Xingfang, the monsters have been entrenched around the market for several months. They have never been attacked by human monks, which has gradually made the monsters in Xingfang lose their defense. It was not until more than a dozen first-level monsters died by the river that the monsters in Xingfang finally reacted. Soon, several second-level monsters rushed out of the market with hundreds of first-level monsters. After these Xiaoyao sect's foundation-building monks fought with the monster army for a while, they immediately turned around and fled to the northeast. The 5 foundation-building monks who went to provoke the monsters had all practiced some secret methods of escape speed, so their speed would naturally be faster than those low-level monsters that came to chase them. However, just as they were pulling away from the monsters behind them, a burst of red escape light lit up in the purple star square, and it flew over the square market and turned into a red-clouded leopard. It was the Fire Leopard Demon King who had been frustrated in this place for several months. The Fire Leopard Demon King was also a demon king with a bad temper and could not bear it. He had been frustrated in the purple star square for a long time. Now he finally saw a few human foundation-building monks who took the initiative to come to provoke him and wanted to escape. Naturally, the Fire Leopard Demon King could not tolerate this. After looking at the 5 foundation-building monks who were fleeing in panic with contempt, the Fire Leopard Demon King once again turned into a red light and instantly arrived outside the market and chased them in the northeast direction. The Fire Leopard Demon King had just appeared and left the market, and Yao Qianshu, who was standing on a high mountain more than 10 miles away from Xingfang, immediately spotted its figure. Seeing that this less scheming Demon King had been fooled and chased out, Yao Qianshu smiled and said to Song Qingming beside him, "Junior brother Song, the Fire Leopard Demon King has come out. Fellow Taoist Li and I will concentrate on dealing with it in a while. I will leave this to you to command. Please rest assured, senior brother, I will never let any demon beast pass within half an hour." Yao Qianshu nodded gently, strode forward and walked out. After avoiding the sight of Song Qingming and others behind him, he quietly took out the golden brocade box that Li Mufeng had given him not long ago, and took the dear soul pill in it with a calm face. Seeing the Fire Leopard Demon King chasing them from behind, the Foundation establishment monks who were responsible for luring the enemy suddenly changed their faces and quickly accelerated their escape speed, desperately running forward. Seeing that they were about to escape to the prearranged position, the Fire Leopard Demon King, who had already caught up to their heads, suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a powerful red fireball downwards, which quickly flooded everyone. Suddenly, they felt a strange sound coming from above, and they looked up and found a huge fireball that had already attacked them from above. Facing the fierce attack of the Fire Leopard Demon King, the people who felt pressure suddenly showed a trace of ugly color on their faces, and quickly stopped their bodies and prepared to hold up the shield to resist. "You retreat first," "Leave this to me." With a somewhat cold voice, a yellow figure suddenly appeared above them, and with a sword, the huge fireball that had just fallen was split in half. When the Xiaoyao sect members began to sneak into Zixing Square to lure the enemy, Li Xiannian had already ambushed in a secret formation nearby. Seeing that these people were about to be caught up by the fire leopard demon king, Li Xiannian quickly dodged and rushed out to block the attack for them. After seeing Li Xiannian's figure in the air, the few people who were already sweating on their faces immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After quickly speaking a word of thanks, they stepped on the flying sword and quickly retreated to the back without looking back. Seeing that Li Xiannian suddenly appeared below and broke his attack with one sword, the fire leopard demon king was slightly startled and stopped, and immediately realized that the human cultivation in front of him seemed to be as strong as himself. When the Xiaoyao sect foundation building cultivators who were luring the enemy below had safely left here, Li Xiannian looked up at the fire leopard demon king above, but he did not rush to take action first, but just looked at the other party closely with an expressionless face. Feeling Li Xiannian's cold gaze fixed on him, the somewhat angry fire leopard demon king felt a chill in his heart. He shook his big head and yelled angrily. He took the lead and spit out a more powerful fireball towards Li Xiannian, who had been standing there. After confronting Li Xiannian for a while, the fire leopard demon king had already seen that the human cultivator in front of him seemed difficult to deal with. After pretending to attack and launching this attack, the fire leopard demon king immediately dodged and retreated quickly, wanting to turn around and flee back to Zixingfang to join the army of monsters in the market. However, the fire leopard demon king had only retreated a few dozen feet away when a giant iron tower of 7 or 8 feet high suddenly appeared in the air and quickly pressed down in front of it, forcing it back again. On the top of this tall iron tower stood a middle-aged man in a gray robe with a solemn face and slightly white temples. He was Yao Qianshu, the head of the Xiaoyao sect who had just arrived from a distance. Yao Qianshu, who was standing in front of the fire leopard demon king, now had a ruddy complexion and was no longer sickly as before. The aura emanating from his body had almost recovered to 70% to 80% of that in his prime. Chapter 488, Battle of Purple Star Square. Although Yao Qianshu is not able to exert his full strength yet, he can still rival a great demon king in the late Jinden stage. Seeing that the other party was well prepared and that he was already attacked from both sides, the fire leopard demon king quickly roared and summoned the demon beasts in the Purple Star Square not far away for reinforcement. Dao Ali, there is no time to lose, help me kill this demon quickly. Yao Qianshu did not intend to give the fire leopard demon king, who had already fallen into the trap, time to find a chance to escape. After greeting Li Xiannian, Yao Qianshu had already taken control of the iron tower magic weapon under his feet and directly launched an attack on the fire leopard demon king. Li Xiannian nodded slightly, and cast a spell with both hands to quickly summon rows of green flying swords, more than a dozen in total, and quickly killed the somewhat panicked fire leopard demon king. Seeing that Yao Qianshu and Li Xiannian had already fought with the fire leopard demon king, Song Qingming immediately gave an order and commanded the thousands of Xiaoyao sect monks hiding in the east of the market to rush out and attack Zixingfang directly. The sudden deafening noise and the fire leopard demon king's cry for help from afar soon alarmed many monsters in the market. In less than a moment, a green dragon several dozen feet long suddenly appeared in the air on the west side of Zixingfang. This monster was another demon king in Zixingfang, the Nine-Patterned Dragon. This Nine-Patterned Dragon was very cunning and had practiced for thousands of years. He had fought with many Jinden monks of the Xiaoyao sect 800 years ago. Lu Boyang suffered a loss at its hands in Jinshanfang. Just after receiving the call for help from the fire leopard demon king, so many human monks suddenly rushed out of the market. The Nine-Patterned Dragon, who had not yet figured out the situation, was also a little surprised. However, the Nine-Patterned Flood Dragon, a demon king who had been dealing with Xiaoyao sect for many years, did not take the human cultivators who came to attack seriously at first. He first cast a spell and used secret techniques to spread the news of the attack on Zixingfang, and informed the White Dragon Demon King who was far away in Yianfang, asking them to come to reinforce Zixingfang. Then the Nine-Patterned Flood Dragon drove many low-level monsters in the market to kill and fight with his Xiaoyao sect cultivators. It led more than a dozen second-level monsters to go around the side of the market, trying to rescue the Fire Leopard Demon King who was being besieged by Yao Qianshu and Li Xiannian. Just when the 9-pattern flood dragon and more than a dozen second-level monsters were about to approach the fire leopard demon king, Song Qingming, who had already set his sights on them, also moved here with more than a dozen foundation-building cultivators and blocked the 9-pattern flood dragon, who wanted to go over to help. Seeing that the road ahead was suddenly blocked, the 9-pattern flood dragon was also a little angry. It rolled up its huge body and swept directly towards Song Qingming and others. Seeing this, Song Qingming was not in a hurry. He directly controlled the 5 elements divine light mirror in his body to enlarge it, and then blocked the attack of the 9-pattern flood dragon in front of everyone. The 9-pattern flood dragon, a demon king, had attacked Pingayang County together with the White Lion demon king. Song Qingming and some Jiangling County foundation building cultivators had seen this demon with their own eyes and knew a little about its methods. This demon king was originally a python demon beast that had practiced for thousands of years. After surviving the giant and thunder tribulation, it evolved its bloodline and transformed into Dragon King. In addition to being able to control some powerful water spells, the 9-pattern flood dragon is also very good at spitting poisonous mist to create illusions to hurt the enemy. In addition to his very cunning personality, the overall strength of the 9-pattern flood dragon is also considered to be a relatively powerful one among the demon kings in the middle stage of the Jiangdan, and it is more difficult to deal with than the fire leopard demon king that was previously defeated by Yao Qianshu and Li Xianyan. However, although the 9-pattern dragon is very good at manipulating spells to fight the enemy, its physical body is not strong. It is 3 points weaker than other demon kings of the same level, and is not as good as the White Lion Demon King that Song Qingming killed in Jinshan Fang before. Seeing that the attack failed, the 9-pattern dragon immediately raised its huge mouth and sprayed a puff of white smoke towards Song Qingming and his team. Everyone be careful, this smoke is poisonous. You should retreat first and form a formation to block those second-level monsters. Seeing that the 9-pattern dragon had begun to spit out poisonous mist, Song Qingming shouted hurriedly, asking the foundation-building monks behind him to withdraw from the battlefield first. He immediately propped up a yellow aura to protect his whole body, and then quickly took out a yellowish-brown talisman and stuck it on his arm. Knowing that he would have to bear the heavy responsibility of delaying the 9-pattern dragon in this battle, Song Qingming naturally made some preparations before coming. He deliberately brought a lot of spiritual objects and elixirs that could resist the poisonous mist, which should be enough for him to survive this half hour. The white poisonous mist from the 9-striped dragon's mouth became thicker and thicker, and soon enveloped the entire area where Song Qingming was, so that he could not even hear the sounds from the battlefield outside. The surroundings suddenly became silent. Song Qingming, who was in the white mist, did not panic. He supported his body with one hand and looked around carefully. His life treasure 5 elements divine light mirror also automatically flew out of his body and turned into 5 small mirrors, which automatically rotated around Song Qingming's body. After staying in the poisonous mist for a while, seeing that the 9-striped dragon had not taken the next step, Song Qingming swallowed a detoxification pill, dodged and rushed up out of the poisonous mist. When he was about to look for the shadow of the 9-striped dragon, he found that a familiar white figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Qingming, why are you still here? Didn't you promise me to hold back the 9-pattern dragon? How did you let the 2 demon kings escape, Uncle Li? Seeing Li Mufang walking towards him a few feet away with a slightly angry face, Song Qingming was immediately surprised. How could this Yuanying Grand Elder of Xiaoyao sect, who should be staying in Guiyang Mountain at the moment, suddenly run to the front line of Zixingfang and look like he was going to ask for an explanation? Did I and the 9-pattern dragon just start fighting? How come Li Mufang said that the 2 demon kings in Zixingfang have already escaped? It's not been long. Just as Song Qingming was still hesitating about how to explain this, his already tense consciousness suddenly felt a hint of something strange on Li Mufang, who was getting closer and closer to him. Seeing this, Song Qingming's face changed immediately, and he decisively controlled the 5 elements divine light mirror surrounding his body to emit several rays of spiritual light to Li Mufang in front of him. After the 5 elements divine light mirror shone on him, the Li Mufang who had just looked unhappy suddenly turned into a ball of white mist and quickly rushed towards Song Qingming. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately flashed and turned into a green light and retreated, quickly dodging the attack of the white mist. He pasted a green light barrier breaking talisman on his forehead again and passed through the white mist. After passing through the white mist for a while, Song Qingming found that the environment and scenery around him suddenly changed. The sounds of fighting on the battlefields appeared in his ears again. At this moment, Song Qingming felt the reality outside and knew that he had rushed out of the illusion just now. The Li Mufang who suddenly appeared in front of Song Qingming just now was actually an illusion created by the nine-pattern dragon using the emotions of the cultivator himself. If the cultivator himself is not firm enough in his heart when facing this illusion, it is easy to be fooled by it. When Song Qingming first saw Li Mufang appear in front of him and ask for punishment, the fear in his heart made him instinctively want to find reasons to explain himself, which made him ignore the danger that was already close at hand. If it weren't for the fact that his consciousness in his body noticed something wrong and gave his warning in time, Song Qingming, who failed to detect the danger in time, would probably have been unable to avoid a sneak attack of the nine-pattern dragon and would have suffered some losses on the spot. After feeling the power of the nine-pattern dragon not far in front of him, Song Qingming's face showed a trace of solemnity, and he was more careful about it in his heart. The nine-pattern dragon came up and directly used his own magic tricks, just to quickly repel Song Qingming and rescue the fire leopard demon king who was being besieged by two human giant masters not far away and was already struggling to hold on. He thought that Song Qingming had been fooled by him and was about to succeed, but he didn't expect that Song Qingming suddenly woke up and avoided his sneak attack in advance. The nine-pattern dragon was also very angry and puzzled afterwards. Seeing that he still failed to hit the target after using his most powerful illusion, Jiwen Jiao guessed that Song Qingming seemed to have some magical power that could restrain this method, and was not afraid of his illusion at all, which made Jiwen Jiao lose its most powerful magical power. Looking at the fire leopard demon king who had been beaten back step by step, and the dozen or so level 2 demon beasts he brought to support him, who were unable to break through the defense line formed by the foundation-building cultivators of Xiaoyao sect, Jiwen Jiao became more and more anxious. After spitting out a burst of poisonous mist from his mouth again, Jiwen Jiao's whole body quickly rolled into a ball, and then spurted out several colorless and transparent sharp water blades in one breath towards Song Qingming, who was blocking him. In the following battle, facing the poisonous mist entrenched beside Jiwen Jiao, Song Qingming did not dare to be careless anymore. He tried to keep a distance from the demon beast and control the spells and magic weapons to restrain the opponent. Even without using his own magic power of illusion, the nine-pattern flood dragon's own cultivation strength was still better than Song Qingming's. Even if it was a long-distance magic competition, Song Qingming soon fell into a disadvantage. But Song Qingming's main purpose in this battle was to contain the opponent. Even though the fierce attack of the nine-pattern flood dragon caused him a lot of pressure, Song Qingming still gritted his teeth and persevered after consuming a lot of spiritual objects. After about a quarter of an hour, with a powerful blow of the pagoda under Yao Qianshu's feet, the already seriously injured fire leopard demon king was pressed under the tower. The fire leopard demon king, who had completely lost his resistance, screamed and was soon easily beheaded by the giant sword in Li Xianin's hand. Seeing that the fire leopard demon king he was going to rescue had died, the nine-pattern flood dragon did not hesitate. After spitting out a bunch of poisonous mist to cover his body, he turned around and left Song Qingming behind and fled north. Chapter 489, Conspiracy. Facing the nine-pattern dragon that was determined to escape, Song Qingming chased it for more than 10 miles, but found that his escape speed was not as fast as the other party. Looking at the nine-pattern dragon that had disappeared in front of him, Song Qingming could only sigh slightly on the spot and turn back to the battlefield of Xingfang. When Song Qingming came back, the army of monsters that were still fighting in Xingfang gradually lost their fighting spirit after learning the news of the defeat of the Monster King. Under the leadership of some second-level monsters, the remaining army of monsters began to follow the direction of the nine-pattern dragon and turned around to flee north. Xiaoyao sect soon successfully recaptured Xingfang, a market with a very critical geographical location. Although this battle was a bit thrilling, fortunately, everyone in Xiaoyao sect still achieved the original plan, and the two important tasks of beheading the Fire Leopard Monster King and retaking Xingfang were finally successfully completed. Song Qingming, who had just returned to Xingfang, saw that the scene was still extremely messy everywhere, and hurriedly ordered the disciples of Xiaoyao sect to stop chasing the fleeing monsters and return to the market to speed up the repair of the market protection array that had been destroyed. Although Xiaoyao sect has now recaptured the market, Xingfang is located between Gianfeng and Gaoyuan County. There are still many monsters in these two places, and they may counterattack the market at any time. They must be prepared early to better meet the next battle. After arranging the task of repairing the market array, just when Song Qingming was about to go to Yao Qianshu to discuss how to guard Zixingfang next, he happened to meet a foundation-building disciple of Yao Qianshu, who was specially ordered to come to invite him. "Uncle Song, the master asked you to come over and said that there is something important to discuss with you." Under his guidance, Song Qingming came directly to a small hill outside the battlefield and saw Yao Qianshu, who had withdrawn from the battle and sat aside to adjust to his state. The moment he saw Yao Qianshu's face, Song Qingming's steps forward suddenly froze in place, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. In Song Qingming's eyes, Yao Qianshu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground at this moment, had completely lost the majestic look he had just had when he and Li Xianyang surrounded and killed the fire leopard demon king. His hair seemed to have suddenly turned gray, and his slightly sunken eyes and wrinkles on his face were tightly attached to his skinny face, making Yao Qianshu look like a withered old man who had lost most of his vitality, as if a gust of wind could blow him down. "Haha. Junior brother Song, I'm not a little scared of you, am I?" Seeing Song Qingming standing there blankly, Yao Qianshu forced a smile on his face and reminded him. Seeing Yao Qianshu suddenly become so weak after the battle, Song Qingming asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Master, I just heard them say that you were fine. How come your injuries are so serious again? Is it because you were?" Before Song Qingming finished speaking, Yao Qianshu quickly waved his hand to interrupt him and explained directly, "Junior brother Song, don't worry, I am not injured in the fight with the Demon King, but because I took the Dear Soul pill before the battle. This pill can help me suppress my original injuries in a short period of time. Now the effect of the pill has passed. In fact, I am in this state due to excessive loss of essence and blood in my body. It's not a big problem. As long as I go back and recuperate for a period of time, I will slowly recover. Master, you can make such a big sacrifice for the sect. I really admire you very much." After Song Qingming finished speaking, he bowed to Yao Qianshu, who was sitting on the ground with a solemn face. "Haha. Junior brother, don't say that. The sect has sacrificed countless disciples in this disaster. You are all risking your lives to kill the enemy on the front line. What is there for you to praise me for making a little sacrifice as the head of the sect? It's a pity that the sect only has this one Dear Soul pill left. I can't help you anymore. I will leave the purple star square to you and fellow Taoist Li." Yao Qianshu sighed slightly. "Master, you can go back and recuperate. With fellow Taoist Li's help and so many disciples of the sect, as long as we successfully repair the mountain protection formation in the market, we will definitely be able to defend this place." Hearing Song Qingming's confident reply, Yao Qianshu nodded with a smile on his face. "Then I'll leave it to you, junior brother." After Yao Qianshu and Song Qingming explained, he directly handed over the command of the army of cultivators in the market to Song Qingming, and then returned to Qingming Mountain under the escort of several trusted disciples. After seeing off the head brother, Song Qingming immediately returned to Zixingfang and stood in the center of the market, urging the many monks who were repairing the mountain protection formation to speed up the repair. Although he lost Yao Qianshu, a giant and master, to help guard the market, Song Qingming did not lose much confidence in defending this place. As long as the mountain protection formation of the market can be repaired in time, with him and Li Xianyang, a late giant and master, sitting here, as long as the monsters of Jianfang do not come in full force, they are still confident that they can defend this market. However, the most urgent task for Xiaoyao sect is to repair the market formation of Zixingfang as soon as possible. It has been so long, and it is estimated that the main force of the monsters in Jianfang has already received the request for help from the monsters of Zixingfang and sent reinforcements here. In this battle just now, Xiaoyao sect attacked with all their strength, and killed the fire leopard demon king in a quick battle. The whole battle ended in less than an hour. Although they did not pursue too far and let most of the low-level monsters go, Xiaoyao sect itself did not suffer much loss. In addition to the loss of Yao Qianshu, the Golden Elixir Fighter, the other foundation building and Qi Refining monks only suffered less than 200 casualties, and the overall strength was basically intact. Jianfang is nearly 3,000 miles away from Zixingfang. It will take about 3 or 4 days for the main force of monsters to come here for support. However, if those high-level monster kings abandon their low-level monsters and come alone to help, they can reach Zixingfang in half a day at most. For this reason, Xiaoyao sect must repair the market formation as soon as possible, otherwise if the opponent really comes with several monster kings at once to fight in the market, It will be difficult to repair the mountain protection formation at that time. In order to recapture Xingfang this time, Xiaoyao sect also made a lot of preparations in advance. In order to quickly repair the market formation after recaptured the market, the sect also specially recruited a batch of materials for repairing the formation, as well as more than a dozen second-level formation masters. With the joint efforts of these formation masters, the Xingfang Mountain Protection Formation was repaired in less than half a day. After Song Qingming saw the mountain protection formation gradually brightening in front of him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was not until 2 days later that the market formation was completely repaired, and Xingfang still did not encounter any monster kings coming to harass him. This also made Song Qingming's face more unexpectedly happy, and he completely put down his worries. In fact, just a few days ago, when the Battle of Xingfang took place, the White Dragon Monster King of Jianfang received a request for help and immediately sent 2 Monster Kings south to rush to Xingfang to support the 9-Pattern Dragon and the Fire Leopard Monster King. However, because the monsters on the Purple Star Square were defeated too quickly, the Fire Leopard Monster King had lost his life in less than half an hour after the battle began. The battle on the Purple Star Square was over when the 2 Monster Kings were still on the way. After the 9-Pattern Dragon, which had just escaped halfway, met the 2 Monster Kings and told them what he had encountered in the Purple Star Square, the 3 Monster Kings discussed on the spot and felt that they were not sure of retaking the Purple Star Square by themselves, so they decided to turn around and return to Giant Square together. Although the 3 Monster Kings were all strong, according to the information provided by the 9-Pattern Dragon, there were also 3 giant cultivators from the Xiaoyao sect who came to attack the Purple Star Square, and there were also 2 giant late-stage masters Yao Qianshu and Li Xiannian. Even if they only competed in giant combat power, the monsters were not sure of winning. Moreover, there were still thousands of human cultivators in the Purple Star Square who could provide support, but the monster army under their command was still thousands of miles away and could not be used. Once the raid on the Purple Star Square failed, it would be difficult for the 3 of them to escape safely. Although they didn't know much about Li Xiannian personally, Yao Qianshu, the head of Xiaoyao sect, and several demon kings, including Zhuang Jiao, had heard of his strength a long time ago, and naturally they were a little afraid of him. Yao Qianshu had reached the late stage of Jiandan in less than 100 years after he formed his elixir. Whether in terms of cultivation or fighting ability, he has always been at the forefront among the Jiandan cultivators of Xiaoyao sect. Over the past few hundred years, 3 or 4 demon kings under Jinayashan alone have died tragically at his hands. Zhuang Jiao and the 2 demon kings knew that the current defense force of Xingfang was very strong, and they didn't have the courage to go south to Xingfang to take risks. They could only turn around and return to Jianfang together and report the news to the White Dragon Demon King. After hearing the news that Yao Qianshu appeared in Xingfang, the White Dragon Demon King and other demon kings who besieged Jianfang were also very shocked. The head of Xiaoyao sect had never shown up since the monster turmoil. The monsters who didn't understand the situation thought that the head of Xiaoyao sect might have died. After all, the lifespan of human cultivators of the same level is far less than that of the demon race. Yao Qianshu has been in the damp stage for more than 400 years. His lifespan is indeed running out. It is normal for the demon beasts to have this speculation. The battle in Jianfang has lasted for more than half a year. Baiuxin and the Xiaoyao sect have been struggling for so long. Almost every battle has ended with the demon race having the upper hand. The Xiaoyao sect has lost many cultivators in Jianfang. Even Zhao Fenglian, the giant elder of the sect, was seriously injured in the battle and almost died at the hands of the White Dragon Demon King. Later, the demon army divided its troops and marched south. The weakly defended Xingfang was quickly breached by the demon army. Most of the entire Gaoan county has fallen into the hands of the demon beasts, and the casualties among the cultivators and mortals are countless. In the face of such a critical situation, Yao Qianshu did not show up. According to common sense, if Yao Qianshu could participate in the war, as long as he, the head of the Xiaoyao sect, could take action in several battles in Jianfang, the Xiaoyao sect would not have fallen into such a big disadvantage at the beginning, and the demon army would not have dared to easily go south to attack Gaoan County. It was precisely because of this monster riot that the Uyghur side was in a state of emergency from the beginning, and many territories were successively occupied, and the losses were incalculable. It was not like a show at all. This also made the many demon kings who went south gradually let go of their vigilance against the head of the Xiaoyao sect. If it were not for the third-level upper-grade mountain protection formation in Gianfang, which was really powerful and difficult to be conquered head-on, I am afraid that the demon army would have already flattened this market. The White Dragon Demon King really didn't expect that Yao Qianshu, who had not shown up before, would suddenly appear at this time to lead the Xiaoyao sect to attack Zixingfang, which really caught the demon beast side off guard. Is this really another conspiracy of the human cultivators? In order to allow our demon army to penetrate into the territory of Wei, Xiaoyao sect has been able to wait until now to bring out the trump card of Yao Qianshu. These human cultivators are really willing to spend money. After hearing the news that Zixingfang was reoccupied by Xiaoyao sect and the Fire Leopard Demon King had died in the battle, the White Dragon Demon King, the leader of the demon beasts, felt something was wrong and quickly sent a long-distance message to the Fierce Wind Demon King and the Nine-Headed Demon King far away in Gaoan County of Wei, informing them to quickly find a way to bypass Zixingfang and withdraw from the south. A few months ago, after the demon beasts went south and broke through Zixingfang, the two demon kings quickly led thousands of demon beasts to invade Gaoan County of Wei. Up to now, these two demon beast armies have been wreaking havoc in Gaoan County for several months, and during this period, they have swept most of the sacred mountains in several counties in the north of Gaoan County, and have devoured nearly 1 million mortals and cultivators in Gaoan County. If it weren't for Guangling's Henrin leading the Xiaoyao sect monks to come to support in time and stop them at Qianfang, the largest market in the south of Gaoan County, I'm afraid that not only Gaoan County, but also Guian County in the south of Weiguo would have fallen into the hands of monsters. Although they were blocked outside Qianfang by Guangling's Henrin, the number of low-level monsters in the monster army led by the Fierce Wind Demon King and the Nine-Headed Demon King heading south was several times that of the Xiaoyao sect guarding the market. At this moment, the monsters still had an absolute upper hand. As long as they were given another month, it would be a matter of time before they broke through this market. The Fierce Wind Demon King and the Nine-Headed Demon King, who were still driving their monster army to desperately attack Qianfang, were a full 4,000 or 5,000 miles away from Qianfang. They didn't know about the sudden changes that had happened in the rear in the past few days. After receiving the message from the White Dragon Demon King, the Fierce Wind Demon King and the Nine-Headed Demon King learned that Zixingfang, a very important retreat route behind the monster army, had been occupied by the human race, and they immediately fell into panic. The retreat of the entire monster army was cut off, and they were surrounded by Xiaoyao sect from the north and south. The Fierce Wind Demon King and the Nine-Headed Demon King had to immediately give up attacking Qianfang and command the monster army to retreat to the north, preparing to bypass Zixingfang and withdraw to Qianfang to meet up with the White Dragon Demon King. Chapter 490, Chasing and Blocking. As soon as the Fierce Wind Demon King and the Nine-Headed Demon King commanded the Demon Beast army to move, the Xiaoyao sect monks in Qianfang immediately noticed something was wrong. After Guangling's Henrin confirmed that the Demon Beast army had retreated north, he immediately passed the news to Bai Yuxin and others in Qianfang. The thousands of demon beasts in Gaoan County retreated all the way north. It would take at least 20 days to reach Qianfang, which was thousands of miles away. In addition, Zixingfang had been occupied by Song Qingming and others. If they wanted to bypass it, they had to cross a very steep and huge mountain range in the west, which would add another 7 or 8 days. The desperate rush along the way was enough to make the Demon Beast army all exhausted. Facing this Demon Beast army that wanted to escape back to the north, the Xiaoyao sect would naturally not let them escape so easily. Under the arrangement and dispatch of Bai Yuxin, Guangling's Henrin led the monks guarding Qianfang in the south to follow and pursue them all the way, killing and wounding many slow-running low-level demon beasts and aggravating the overall fatigue of the Demon Beast army. When the monster army finally crossed the mountain range west of Zixingfang, the monks of Zixingfang, who had been waiting here for a long time, immediately rushed towards the low-spirited and exhausted monster army. Seeing that the morale of the human monks was high and the low-spirited monster army under their command was simply unable to resist, the Fierce Wind Demon King and the Nine-Headed Demon King realized that the momentum was not right, so they decisively left the monster army, abandoned the low-level monsters under their command and fled north alone. However, before they ran far, several shield lights suddenly appeared in front of them and stopped the two monster kings. They were Li Xianian, Song Qingming and Guangling's Henrin who had rushed here to support them not long ago. In addition, Wu Wenhei and his men who controlled the golden wing flying tiger puppet beasts, although their escape speed was slightly slower than everyone else, soon appeared on one side of the battlefield. It was obvious that the people of Xiaoyao sect did not intend to let these two monster kings, who had been a scourge to Gaoyan County for several months, escape from Uiguo. Faced with the sudden appearance of 4 human giant warriors, the fierce Wind Demon King and the 9-headed Demon King were immediately in a panic and had no intention of fighting with Song Qingming and others. The 2 Demon Kings turned around and began to flee separately, speeding up their escape speed while using secret methods to urge several Demon Kings from Guianfang to come to support them. However, it was not so easy for them to get away smoothly. As soon as the fierce Wind Demon King and the 9-headed Demon King moved, Song Qingming and others immediately divided into 2 groups to chase and fight with each other. Guangling's Henren and Golden Wing Flying Tiger joined forces to fight against the weaker fierce Wind Demon King, while Song Qingming assisted Li Xiannian in stopping the 9-headed Demon King, who had a higher cultivation level and had reached the middle stage of Jinden. Although the 9-headed Demon King was also a Demon King in the middle stage of Jinden, this demon did not have any powerful magical skills. His strength was average among the many Demon Kings in the middle stage of Jinden, and was not as good as the 9-pattern Dragon and Fire Leopard Demon King who were originally entrenched in Zixingfang. Li Xiannian's strength alone far surpassed that of the 9-headed Demon King. With Song Qingming's help, the 9-headed Demon King, who was unlucky enough to be targeted by Li Xiannian, fought hard for a long time, but was eventually defeated by the 2 and died tragically under Li Xiannian's sword. Song Qingming, who assisted Li Xiannian in the attack, also witnessed the magical powers of this genius cultivator who had been famous in Uiguo for hundreds of years through this battle, and also had a new estimate of Li Xiannian's strength in his heart. Unexpectedly, Li Xiannian, like Chen Zuixin, another giant and elder of Xiaoyao sect, was also a sword cultivator who specialized in swordsmanship. No wonder he was so powerful. Song Qingming estimated that among all the giant cultivators in the Xiaoyao sect, except for the headmaster Yao Qianshu who was in his prime, no one should be sure to defeat Li Xiannian now. After putting away a set of flying swords in the air, Li Xiannian landed beside the body of the 9-headed Demon King and took away the demon pill in the Demon King's body in front of Song Qingming. Then Li Xiannian took out a white porcelain bottle from his body, and used the soul-collecting secret technique to collect the 9-headed Demon King's spirit that had turned into a ball into the porcelain bottle. Seeing Li Xiannian collecting the 9-headed Demon King's spirit, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a trace of surprise, and he couldn't help but step forward and asked, "Dao Li, may I ask what use do you have for this Demon King's spirit? This time I promised Senior Li to help you deal with the monster beasts, and I also agreed in advance that I could take away a few monster beast materials I wanted. You should be clear about this, Dao Song," Li Xiannian replied with a cold face. "Dao Li, you misunderstood. The secret technique I practice just needs a Demon King's soul to break through the realm. I just want to ask Dao if you can transfer this Demon King's soul to me. I am willing to exchange it with other spiritual objects. Of course, if this object is also very important to Dao, then let's leave it at that. Dao, just pretend that I didn't ask, and I will find another way in the future." Seeing that Li Xiannian seemed to have misunderstood him, Song Qingming hurriedly smiled and explained. Song Qingming wanted the soul of the 9-headed Demon King because he wanted to use it to practice the soul-devouring art. Since breaking through the Jinden, Song Qingming's soul has been stronger than the average Jinden cultivator, but compared with Li Xiannian, a late Jinden cultivator, there is still some gap. If the soul-devouring art can be broken through to the 3rd Jinden realm, Song Qingming's soul should be able to be strengthened immediately, and by then he should be able to match Li Xiannian, a late Jinden cultivator. However, although Song Qingming had a good idea, it was not so easy to break through the soul-devouring art to the 3rd level. Song Qingming had tried several times in the past few years to refine the souls of the monsters in the foundation building period, but failed several times because the souls he refined were too weak. If he wanted to break through to the 3rd level quickly, Song Qingming needed to absorb the spirits of those more powerful golden elixir monsters. However, the souls of the 3rd level monster kings were something that few people would deliberately collect. Even the good merit pavilion of the Xiaoyao sect did not have such spiritual objects. To get this, Song Qingming had to either leave Uiguo and try his luck elsewhere, or take the risk of hunting monster kings and collect it directly by himself. Going to the depths of the floating cloud mountains to hunt those powerful golden elixir monster kings was naturally not an easy thing for Song Qingming, who had just broken through the golden elixir. He did not dare to have this idea in these years, but this time the monster turmoil gave him some good opportunities to collect the souls of the monster kings. Last time at Jinshan Fang, Song Qingming killed the White Lion Demon King, and later successfully collected and refined the Demon King's spirit, but the White Lion Demon King's spirit was still a little short of that, so Song Qingming failed to successfully break through the soul-devouring art to the 3rd level. Now seeing the 9-headed Demon King's spirit in Li Xianyin's hand, Song Qingming was really tempted. If he could successfully refine the spirit of this middle-stage giant and Demon King, Song Qingming was very confident that he could successfully break through in one go. After hearing Song Qingming's explanation, Li Xianyin shook his head slightly and said, "This demon beast spirit is of no use to me. I just happened to meet a good friend outside who might be able to use it, so I kept it first. If fellow Taoist Song wants this, it's not impossible. Anyway, I have already collected one when I was in Zixingfang. It's okay to give you this Demon King spirit, but if you want to exchange, you need to take out a spiritual object that can be useful to me. Fellow Taoist Li, take a look at this thing first. Can you exchange it for this Demon King spirit?" After Song Qingming finished speaking, he took out a smaller black porcelain bottle from the jade pendant hanging around his waist and threw it directly into Li Xianyin's hand. Li Xianyin calmly opened the porcelain bottle and took a look. A hint of surprise appeared on his face, and then he threw the 9-headed Demon King spirit he had just collected directly to Song Qingming. "This thing is really useful to me, fellow Taoist Song. I'll give you this Demon King's soul." After completing the transaction with Li Xianyin, Song Qingming's face immediately showed a hint of surprise. After thanking him, the two of them did not delay too much and immediately turned into a beam of light and left here together. When Song Qingming and Li Xianyin arrived dozens of miles away and reunited with Guanglingzhenren and his group, the Fierce Wind Demon King had already disappeared. After the Fierce Wind Demon King and the 9-headed Demon King fled separately, they were strangled by Guanglingzhenren and the Golden Winged Flying Tiger for a while. Although they were seriously injured and lost the power to fight back, they still managed to escape to the north with their powerful speed of escape. They met another Demon King who came to pick it up, which made Guanglingzhenren and his group reluctantly give up the pursuit. The Fierce Wind Demon King was relatively lucky. He met Guanglingzhenren, who was not good at fighting, and the Golden Winged Flying Tiger puppet beast with a weaker escape speed. Even though the Fierce Wind Demon King's own fighting ability was not strong, this Demon King had a powerful speed escape ability, which saved its life at the critical moment, and it did not end up being killed on the spot by human cultivators like the 9-headed Demon King. Seeing that the Fierce Wind Demon King had already escaped, Song Qingming and several other giant and cultivators could only return to the battlefield first. Before they could rush over to help, the unprepared demon beast army on the main battlefield had already been disrupted by the Xiaoyao sect's cultivators, and they were defeated and fled everywhere. These demon beasts had been anxious to travel, and they had just crossed the steep mountain behind them, so they were already a tired army. In addition, the two leading demon kings abandoned them and fled alone as soon as the battle started, which made them completely lose their fighting spirit. Not long after the battle, many demon beasts had already taken advantage of the chaos and fled. There was no suspense in this battle, and it almost turned into a one-sided massacre from the very beginning. Of the thousands of low-level monsters that the Fierce Wind Demon King and the 9-headed Demon King brought back from Gaoan County, only a small number of them escaped back to Jianfeng in the north, and the vast majority of them died tragically at the hands of the Xiaoyao sect. Chapter 491 Reversal of Situation. Under the siege of the crowd, the results of this battle were also very amazing. They killed a middle-stage giant and demon king of the other side, plus nearly 2,000 low-level demon beasts. The Xiaoyao sect can be said to have won a great victory and almost wiped out the demon beast army that had plagued Gaoan County for several months. After this battle, the Xiaoyao sect not only boosted the morale of the human cultivators, but also made the Xiaoyao sect cultivators, who had been strongly suppressed by the demon beasts for more than half a year, feel proud for a while. Although they failed to keep all the two demon kings that went south, the Fierce Wind Demon King was finally severely injured by Guanglingzhenren. I'm afraid it won't be able to go to the battlefield again. After losing several demon kings and thousands of demon beasts that went south, the demon beasts have obviously lost their advantage on the battlefield in the early stage. Next, They can only withdraw from the territory of Weiguo and can no longer pose a great threat to Gianfang. The White Dragon Demon King, who was still in Gianfang, was furious when he learned that the two demon kings in the south were almost wiped out. He also felt helpless. Upon learning that the Fierce Wind Demon King and the Nine-Headed Demon King were ambushed, the White Dragon Demon King had just sent a few demon kings with reinforcements to reinforce them. Bai Yuxin and other Xiaoyao sect giant and elders in Gianfang immediately led people to kill them. After a fierce battle, they finally repelled the opponent, but when the reinforcements arrived, it was too late. Although they rescued the severely injured Fierce Wind Demon King, the unfortunate Nine-Headed Demon King was no match for Song Qingming and the others, and fell into the hands of Li Xiannian. In addition, the thousands of demon beasts under the command of the two demon kings also suffered nearly 80% casualties in the battle, which was also a heavy casualty, and the rest had basically lost the battle. Although the main force of the monster army on the Gianfang side still has the upper hand, the morale of the monsters who have escaped from the south has been greatly affected by the miserable appearance of the monsters who have fled back from the south after several days of defeat. When Song Qingming and his men rested for a few days and led the monk army to the north to support Gianfang, the White Dragon Monster King had already driven the monster army to retreat hundreds of miles north of Gianfang, actively avoiding the sharp edge of the Weiguo monks. The monsters lost thousands of monsters in two major battles near Zixingfang. The overall strength has been reversed by the human race and no longer has an absolute advantage. However, among the many monster kings besieging Gianfang this time, there are three powerful monster kings who should not be underestimated. The most powerful one, the White Dragon Monster King, has cultivated to the peak of the Golden Collar. Even Bai Yuxin has fought against it several times and is not its opponent. In terms of high-level combat power at the Jinden level, although the Xiaoyao sect's number is not inferior to the other side, after losing Yao Qianshu, the strongest Jinden cultivator, the Xiaoyao sect has no advantage over the monsters in terms of top combat power. If they want to go north and completely defeat the monster army, the people in Gianfang are not sure for the time being. The White Dragon Demon King is also very cautious. In its view, the Xiaoyao sect not only suddenly has Li Xiannian, a late Jinden master, but also Yao Qianshu, the head of the Xiaoyao sect, has been hiding in the dark. In this turmoil, the demon clan has gradually fallen into disadvantage. The Jinden demon kings who can cultivate to the third level have already opened their spiritual wisdom. After all, there are only a few Jinden demon kings like the previous Fire Leopard demon king who are not only hot-tempered but also have a relatively straightforward mind. Without absolute certainty, these demon kings will not choose to fight the Xiaoyao sect. The two sides began to temporarily stalemate in the north of Gianfang. Although there would occasionally be a small number of low-level monsters crossing the border to harass and attack, neither side dared to launch a large-scale life and death battle like before. For those high-level monster kings with profound cultivation, the main purpose of the monster turmoil driving so many monster armies to attack the human territory in the south was to seize more survival territories through war with human cultivators, and to consume the many low-level monsters that had expanded in their respective territories. Like human cultivators, the spiritual veins and various cultivation resources in the monster territory are also limited. Once the low-level monsters below reproduce too much, they will take away the cultivation resources and spiritual energy needed by the high-level monsters above. Because of this, every 100 years or so, the northern border monsters will take the initiative to provoke this tragic war. No matter how much territory they can capture in the end, when these low-level monsters are almost consumed, the monsters will immediately withdraw their troops to end the turmoil. After Gianfang gradually stabilized its front, Xiaoyao sect also immediately organized reinforcements to rescue Qi Mountain and Tixin Fort, which were still in a critical situation. Qi Mountain, which had persisted for more than half a year, was defeated by the Yun Monster King at the beginning, and lost most of the nearby territories in Lingshan, and fell into a precarious situation. However, Feng Yang was still very scheming. He deliberately showed weakness in the early stage to let the Yun Monster King gradually let down his guard against him. Later, in a major battle in Qi Mountain, he finally found an opportunity to take advantage of the Yun Monster King's carelessness and injure the Yun Monster King with a third-level middle-grade talisman left to him by Chen Jinlian. Although Feng Yang failed to kill the Yun Monster King directly as he wished after using this trump card, it also allowed Qi Mountain to temporarily repel the monster army and turn the danger into safety. However, Although the monster army attacking Qi Mountain temporarily stopped the attack because of the injury of the Yun Monster King, they still entrenched in the west of Qi Mountain and did not retreat. They were still a sharp knife hanging over the heads of many monks in Qi Mountain. In the past 6 months, although the monks of Qi Mountain were very lucky and did not have to fight monsters to death like the human monks in other battlefields, Feng Yang and his men still lived in fear, often worrying that the monster army that had just retreated would attack again. The most important trump card in their hands has been used. If the Yun Monster King has recovered from his injuries and made a comeback, Feng Yang and his men now really have no other good way to deal with it. They can only rely on the mountain protection formation to hold on. In this case, facing the attack of the monster army with an absolute advantage, the Qi Mountain protection formation can only hold on for more than 10 days at most. Once the formation is broken, the thousands of monks on the mountain and their mortal family members will surely encounter disasters. After half a year of fear, Feng Yang on Qi Mountain finally received the message from Xiaoyao sect that they had won a great victory over the monsters in Zixingfang. Jianfang had successfully repelled the monster army and would soon send reinforcements to rescue them. After receiving the message from Xiaoyao sect, Feng Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately organized many monks on Qi Mountain to inform everyone of this exciting news. More than a month later, the Xiaoyao sect monk army led by Chu Fengping finally appeared near Qi Mountain. After the monks of Xiaoyao sect and Qi Mountain joined forces, they immediately launched a joint counterattack against the monsters in the north of Qi Mountain, catching the monster army off guard. The Yun Monster King's cultivation was only at the early stage of the Golden Core, and his injuries had not yet fully recovered. After fighting with Chu Fengping for a while, he was soon defeated by the opponent. Then the Monster King directly abandoned the monster army and fled to the depths of the floating cloud mountains. After the Yun Monster King, who commanded the monster army, was defeated, the low-level monsters below, under the strong attack led by the 2 giant monks of the human race, soon collapsed and lost their fighting spirit, and began to flee in all directions. Seeing that the monster army had begun to retreat, the monks of Qi Mountain and Xiaoyao sect immediately boosted their morale and began to hunt down these monsters. It took less than a day to defeat the monster army that had threatened Qi Mountain for more than half a year and completely drove them back to the floating cloud mountains. Not long after the battle on Qi Mountain ended, Tixin Fort, thousands of miles away from Qi Mountain, soon learned the news. Ma Hongshan, who was sitting in the family meeting room, saw the news that he had just received from Qi Mountain about the counterattacks on the battlefields of Jianfang and Qi Mountain against the monsters, and his face was also very surprised and showed a trace of ugliness. Since the monster turmoil, Tixin Fort, which was tightly besieged by the monster army, has lost contact with Xiaoyao sect for a long time. Ma Hongshan was actually unaware of the several battles between Jinshanfang and Zixingfang. It was only in recent days that he learned from Toyunshan that Jianfang had repelled the monsters. Seeing that Xiaoyao sect had defeated several monster armies heading south in less than 2 months, and reversed the passive situation on the entire battlefield, Ma Hongshan was also very surprised. Before the monster turmoil, Ma Hongshan had lost face several times and asked Xiaoyao sect for help. When Tixin Fort did not receive any reinforcements, Ma Hongshan also vaguely guessed that there might be some problems within Xiaoyao sect, but he still didn't expect that Xiaoyao sect would fall into disadvantage on all fronts so quickly during this monster turmoil. Even Gaoan County, which had not been invaded by monsters for hundreds of years, was lost to the monster army just a few months after the war began. Logically speaking, Xiaoyao sect can no longer turn the situation around on its own. If it wants to survive this monster turmoil, it can only find a way to ask for help from other countries around it. The monster turmoil is far from over. Several countries around Uyghur are also fighting monsters invading from other places. They will definitely not be able to withdraw their hands to support Uyghur so quickly. Although Ma Hongshan has already known the news that Qi Mountain and Jianfang have repelled the monsters, he is not very clear about what happened in Uyghur in the past few months that caused the situation of this monster turmoil to be reversed all of a sudden. I heard that Xiaoyao sect will send reinforcements soon. Now that Tixin Fort is safe, you will be able to repel the monster army outside the city as soon as the reinforcements arrive. It seems that fellow Taoist Ma will not need us, right? Just as Ma Hongshan was sitting alone in the meeting room thinking about this, 2 blue-robed monks wearing the same clothes suddenly walked in from outside and looked at Ma Hongshan, who was sitting at the top, with a smile on their faces. Chapter 492 The Monster Rebellion ends. The auras of these two blue-robed monks were similar to that of Ma Hongxuan in the meeting room. They were obviously two giant monks with high cultivation. And judging from their attire, they were obviously not local monks from Uyghur. Seeing these two people, Ma Hongxuan's face immediately changed to a smile, and he quickly put away the letter in his hand. Haha. What are you talking about, fellow Taoists? We still don't know whether the reinforcements from Xiaoyao sect can come. You also know the current situation of Tixianbao. Even if they can send reinforcements, it is not so easy to get out of trouble immediately. Tixianbao has already made a choice when we invited you to come here. Please rest assured, fellow Taoists, I, Ma Hongxuan, will never easily regret what I have promised. After hearing what Ma Hongxuan said, one of the two blue-robed monks nodded with satisfaction. Well, what fellow Taoist Ma said is quite pleasing to the ear. We are only here to remind you not to forget what you promised. Fellow Taoist Ma, you don't have to be too nervous. Don't worry, as long as the people from Xiaoyao sect come, we will withdraw from Tixin Fort immediately. As for the matter between us, fellow Taoist Ma, I hope fellow Taoist can do a good job of cleaning up the mess and never let the people from Xiaoyao sect see any clues. Otherwise, all the things we want in the future will be wasted. Don't you think so, fellow Taoist Ma? Ma Hongxuan nodded slightly and replied, of course. If the Xiaoyao sect knew about our original agreement, Tixin Fort would probably cease to exist soon. I know what to do without you telling me, so don't worry. Also, this time when we go back, we have to take someone away from Tixin Fort. Although you have already agreed to this, we still have to say hello to you in advance. Fellow Taoist Ma should have no objection, right? Are you talking about the girl Chiu Dai? Hearing Ma Hongxuan's question, the young man who had just spoken did not answer directly, but just looked at Ma Hongxuan not far away with a smile on his face. I naturally have no opinion on this matter, but I have been fighting monsters one after another recently, and I haven't had time to talk to her about this matter. Please don't be impatient, give me a few days to let me talk to her about this matter, okay? Then let's do as Ma Daoyao said. Anyway, the people of Xiaoyao sect will not come so quickly, and we don't need these few days. After the young man finished speaking, he turned around and left the meeting room with another blue-robed man who had not said a word since he came in. After the two left, Ma Hongxuan, who was sitting at the top, immediately put away his smile just now, clenched his fists with both hands, and slowly loosened them after a while. After Funiu Mountain defeated the monster army, Chu Fengping and Fen Yang cleaned up the battlefield and rested for more than half a month before setting off for Tixianbao in the southwest with the thousands of monks who had joined together. When the supporting monks arrived near Tixin Fort, Ma Hongxuan, who had already received the news, immediately led a team of monks to fight out of Tixin Fort and came to meet Chu Fengping and Fen Yang. The one guarding here was a weak giant and early-stage demon king. Seeing Ma Hongxuan coming out aggressively and the Xiaoyao sect reinforcements not far away, the giant and demon king led his demon beast army and resisted for a while, but soon lost to the two-sided attack of the human monks and gave way to them. After the three met, Ma Hongxuan, who usually behaved a little coldly in front of many giant and monks of Xiaoyao sect, suddenly became very enthusiastic when he saw the Xiaoyao sect reinforcements that he had been looking forward to every day recently. He immediately thanked Chu Fengping and bowed several times. Even Fen Yang next to him, Ma Hongxuan gave him the same courtesy, completely losing the momentum of a senior in front of him before. Ma Hongxuan's attitude changed so much that Fen Yang himself was embarrassed. Not long ago, when Fen Yang defeated the Cloud Crane Monster King, Ma Hongxuan had personally written a letter asking him to come to support first and relieve the pressure on Tixianbao. However, because he was worried that the Cloud Crane Monster King would make a comeback at any time, Fen Yang did not agree to Ma Hongxuan's request for support and never dared to leave Toyanshan. It stands to reason that Ma Hongxuan should have a lot of resentment towards Fen Yang now. Before coming here this time, Fen Yang also mentioned this matter to Chu Fengping, hoping that when he met Ma Hongxuan, Chu Fengping could help to be a peacemaker and ease the relationship between himself and Ma Hongxuan. Even Fen Yang himself did not expect that Ma Hongxuan's attitude changed so quickly after seeing them, as if he had completely forgotten that Fen Yang refused to support Tixianbao at the beginning. This also made Fen Yang's explanation words that had been brewing for many days suddenly useless. After the three of them had a small talk, under the leadership of Ma Hongxuan, Many monks who came to support also quickly entered Qingming Fort. Qingming Fort has suffered countless attacks from the monster army in the past 6 months. Although there is still a level 3 mountain protection formation in the city, some of the buildings and walls on the periphery have already been riddled with holes by various magic attacks. Seeing the dilapidated and miserable scene in Qingming Fort, Chu Fengping and Feng Yang couldn't imagine how many crises Qingming Fort had encountered in the past 6 months. It can be seen that it is really not easy for Ma Hongshan to hold on with the Ma family monks until now. In addition to Gianfang, Qingming Fort has always been the place where the most monsters have invaded in Uyghur for so many years. This time, 4 monster king armies came to besiege Qingming Fort at once, which was really unexpected by everyone, including the Ma family. Even though Xianbao had been cultivated by the Ma family for hundreds of years, and the defense force in the fort was much stronger than Funiu Mountain, the fact that Xianbao could hold out until now in the face of the crazy attacks of so many demon kings at once had already surprised Xiaoyao sect and Funiu Mountain. Although Xianbao had lost many peripheral territories and many cultivators and mortals in the past 6 months, the mountain protection formation was still intact. With the arrival of thousands of reinforcements and the presence of 3 giant cultivators, the defense line of Xianbao was quickly consolidated. The 4 demon kings coming from Xianbao were only at the middle giant stage. Ma Hongshan and Chu Fengping were also cultivators at the middle giant stage. With the help of Feng Yang, a fake Dan cultivator, Xianbao's level 3 mountain protection formation was enough to deal with the 4 demon kings. After receiving the news from Xianbao, the Xiaoyao sect members who were still in Gianfang finally put their minds at ease. Although Gianfang had not yet completely repelled the monster army, as long as the crisis in other battlefields had been resolved, Xiaoyao sect had enough patience to fight the monster army. The weaker monster armies in Jinshanfang and Toyunshan had been completely defeated by the Uyghur monks. The remaining battlefields of Gianfang and Xianbao also entered a stalemate, and the situation in the north of Uyghur finally stabilized. Compared with the last monster turmoil 100 years ago, this time the entire Uyghur had to deal with this disaster at a more tragic price, but it still managed to withstand the pressure of the monsters in the northern border. In addition to Uyghur, more than a dozen countries around the Funiu Mountains also felt greater pressure than before when facing the monster turmoil in the northern border. Some of the stronger ones have already stabilized with Uyghur and the monsters, but more countries are still in the dire straits of fighting with monsters. This catastrophe that occurs once every 100 years basically takes away the lives of hundreds of millions of mortals and cultivators in the floating cloud mountain range. Especially in the past tens of thousands of years, the monsters in the northern border have taken advantage and continuously encroached on the territory of the human race in the south. This has also made the human race in the floating cloud mountain range feel more and more pressured, but they are helpless. The monster race reproduces at an extremely fast speed, and their lifespan is several times that of the human cultivators of the same level. Their ability to adapt to harsh environments is also naturally more advantageous than that of the human race. In contrast, the biggest advantage of the human cultivators is that their spiritual wisdom is awakened earlier. Generally, the cultivation speed of the cultivators is much faster than that of the monster race. In addition, their control over the 100 arts of cultivation is far better than that of the monster race. It is through these that they make up for some of their own disadvantages. If there is no other external force to change the situation, the demon race will only become stronger and stronger in the floating cloud mountains. The smaller the territory of the human race, the fewer new mortals and cultivators will be born, and their strength will naturally become weaker and weaker. In the long run, after tens of thousands of years, the entire southern part of the floating cloud mountains will fall into the hands of the demon race. In order to change this situation, unless 1 or 2 legendary incarnation cultivators with enough strength to break through the situation can be born near the floating cloud mountains, and lead the human cultivators to regain the territory lost for so many years, the human race in the floating cloud mountains can slowly recover and regain control of the initiative here. This time the monster turmoil lasted a little longer than before. It took nearly 3 years before the demon race began to withdraw to the northern floating cloud mountains. The entire floating cloud mountains cultivation world finally survived this disaster and ushered in a long-lost peace. On the Uyghur side, although the 2 places of Gianfang and Xianbao, which were in a stalemate with the monsters, also experienced many battles in the next 2 years, the duration and scale were far less tragic than before. In some battles, even the combat forces above the Jinden level on both sides did not directly engage in combat. Both sides stood aside in tacit understanding, watching the foundation-building Qi Refining monks and the monsters fighting below. In the past 2 years, the casualties were basically the low-level monks and level 1 and 2 monsters below. After the remaining monster army in the north of Qingming completely retreated to the depths of the floating cloud mountains, Qingming, who was in Qingming, finally completed the task of this sect's recruitment and slowly returned to Jiangling County with many monks under his command. Thank you for the monthly tickets from fellow Daoists Zhuanghu, 3711, etc. I found that there are many new book friends recently. If it is convenient, why not add a book friend group and chat together? 236,038,447. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493 Soul Devouring Technique Breakthrough. After 2 years of fighting with the monsters, the nearly 1,000 cultivators that Qingming brought from Jiangling to support also suffered many casualties. Among the returning team, only a small number of cultivators were not seriously injured. Although the cultivation world of Weiguo paid a lot of price, it finally repelled the monster army and did not allow the monsters to occupy much territory during this turmoil. As long as they can develop steadily for 100 years, they can still recover slowly. Compared with the monster turmoil 100 years ago, the cultivators of Jiangling County repelled the monster army early because they defended Jinshanfang and killed the biggest threat, the White Lion Monster King, and the overall losses were not great. However, the situation in other places in Weiguo was not so good, especially Gaoan County and Hixin Fort south of Jianfang. The losses suffered in this monster turmoil were extremely heavy. Gaoan County was originally a county in Weiguo that was larger than Jiangling County. Whether it was the fairy mountain spirit banes, the cultivation families or the population of mortals in the territory, they were much larger than those in Jiangling County. This time, after the demon kings and demon beasts came south and broke through Xingfang, the 3 counties in the north of Gaoan County fell into the hands of the demon beasts. In just a few months, Gaoan County lost millions of mortals and cultivators. After countless immortal mountain spirit banes were swept by the demon beasts, they turned into a devastated battlefield. The territory was full of desolate scenes. The situation in Xianbao was not much better. Not only did the Ma family lose a lot of their outer territories, but most of the many immortal cultivation families near Xianbao also lost their own spiritual mountains. This was because the Ma family had been fighting against the demons on the front line for many years and had a little more experience in dealing with sudden situations of demon beast turmoil. They made some preparations in advance. Not long after the demon beasts went south, they had already moved some mortals in the territory to Xianbao in advance to avoid greater losses. Even with some preparations, Xianbao still suffered unprecedented huge losses in this demon beast turmoil. Not only did it lose almost all the outer spiritual lands, but it also lost at least half of the mortals and cultivators in the entire Xianbao Ma family territory. Of the 19 foundation-building cultivators of the Ma family, only 9 remained intact after the war. The combat power of the immortal cultivation families under their command also lost more than half. After the monster beast turmoil, the strength of the Iron Immortal Fort was reduced by 40% to 50% compared to before, which can be said to have been seriously injured. Funiu Mountain is located near the floating cloud mountain range, and most of the people on the mountain are solitary cultivators. There are no mortals around the territory, so the overall loss in the turmoil is very limited, and Funiu Mountain's strength after the war was not greatly affected. On the Jinshanfang side, including the battle to reinforce Jianfang later, the cultivators who died in several counties in Jiangling County during the 3 years of the monster beast turmoil only added up to a few hundred people, which was not as much as the loss suffered by Xiaoyao sect in the early battle of Jianfang. However, in addition to the loss of monks fighting against monsters, when the monster army attacking Jinshanfang split its troops and went south, some of the spiritual mountains of the cultivation families in the north of Pingyan County were also breached by monsters, and nearly 200,000 mortals who did not have time to evacuate were lost. These also need some time to slowly recover. After returning to Qing County, Because of the lack of spiritual energy in the spiritual veins of Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming and Wang Xian did not stay on the mountain for a long time, but directly moved into Qinghefang, where the spiritual energy was slightly better. Before Wang Xian moved to Funiu, she already had a cave in Qinghefang where she lived for a long time. After Song Qingming and Wang Xian tidied it up a little, they moved in directly. Although Qinghefang was also attacked by a small group of monsters from Funiu Mountain in the east during the monster turmoil in the past few years, it was quickly repelled by the monks guarding the market and was not greatly affected. A few months after the end of the Northern Frontier Monster Rebellion, many of the scattered cultivators in Qinghefang who had fled to the south of Weiguo had returned here. As the number of cultivators in Qinghefang gradually recovered, the entire market soon returned to its former prosperity. The Monster Rebellion brought not only disasters and crises, but also countless monster materials and various cultivation resources to the cultivators around the floating cloud mountains. These spiritual objects also brought a rare prosperity to all the markets in the north of Weiguo. Including the Song family, the shops of the major immortal cultivation families in Qinghefang are now booming, sweeping away the previous decadence. In just a few months, these immortal cultivation families have made a lot of money. On this day, Fengde, a foundation-building disciple stationed in Qinghefang, had just returned to his residence after a tour of the market. Not long after, a young cultivator wearing the Song family's green Taoist robe came directly to his door. "Senior Feng, the ancestor wants to see you. Please come with me to the mountain." Facing a young Qi refining cultivator who was not very old and had low cultivation, Fengde, a foundation-building cultivator, smiled and asked, "May I ask what the ancestor Song wants to tell me?" "Do you know?" The visitor thought for a moment on his pretty face, and then shook his head gently. "The ancestor didn't say what it was, and I'm not sure. Seeing that he was in a good mood, I think it shouldn't be a bad thing. You will know when you go there. Well, then I'll trouble you to lead the way." After hearing what the young cultivator said, Fengde was relieved and the smile on his face became even more intense. A giant ancestor suddenly moved into the market he managed, which also made Fengde, a foundation-building cultivator who had been responsible for guarding and managing Qinghefang, feel a lot of pressure. Since Song Qingming moved to Qinghefang, Fengde has been living in fear for the past few months. He has been secretly strengthening the management of the market. He even often goes out to patrol the market, fearing that something might happen in the market and alarm the giant ancestor on the mountain. In a cave on the top of the mountain behind Qinghefang, Song Qingming sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed, controlling his consciousness to scan every corner of the mountain. After returning from Guianfang, Song Qingming, who had already refined the spirits of 2 demon kings, finally successfully broke through the bottleneck of the soul-devouring art not long ago, and successfully cultivated this set of spiritual consciousness strengthening techniques to the 3rd level. After the soul-devouring art broke through to the 3rd level, Song Qingming's spiritual consciousness can now spread to a dozen miles around, which is comparable to ordinary giant and late-stage cultivators. At this time, if he had encountered the illusion that the 9-pattern dragon used on him before, he would definitely be sure to see through its tricks in advance and would not give it the opportunity to get close and attack him. Song Qingming, who was controlling his spiritual sense with his eyes closed, suddenly found 2 figures walking slowly towards the top of the mountain halfway up the mountain. After confirming their identities, Song Qingming put away his spiritual sense and sat down at the stone table on the side of the cave. A moment later, Fengde followed a young monk and walked respectfully into a cave filled with spiritual energy. Seeing Song Qingming sitting beside him sipping tea, he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "Disciple greets Uncle Song. Changs, you go and do your work first. I have something to talk to fellow Taoist Feng." Song Qingming looked back at Fengde and quickly waved his hand to let the young monk on the side retreat. After Song Chang's left, Song Qingming poured a cup of spiritual tea and waved his hand for Fengde to come over and sit opposite him. "Recently, I heard that a group of law enforcement monks have been recruited in the market town, and many people have been arranged to patrol the market town at night. Even you, a foundation-building monk, rarely practice in seclusion and often wander around the market town. Could it be because of me living here? I'm actually just staying in the market town for a while. I'll leave when the spiritual veins in Funiu are improved. You don't have to be too stressed. If you delay your own practice because of this, it will be a loss. What Uncle Song said is right. Disciple will pay attention. Recently, because the monster riot has just ended, it is still not very peaceful everywhere. There are many unfamiliar faces in the market town all of a sudden, and we have to take more precautions to avoid any trouble at that time. The sect sent me to manage the market town. These are our responsibilities and there is nothing we can do about it. It has nothing to do with Uncle Master being here. Please don't misunderstand us, Feng De replied slowly with a cautious look on his face. In the past few months, because the business of the shops in Qinghefang was very hot, there were many foreign and unknown cultivators and independent cultivators in the market. Feng De, the Xiaoyao sect foundation building cultivator who was in charge of the market, was a little worried at this time. It was normal. Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, I asked you to come here today because of the Lu family's affairs. At the beginning, I promised to reconcile them with the Li family after the monster turmoil. After I came back, I was busy practicing and forgot about it. A few days ago, I received a message from Qingming that the people of the Lu family were a little anxious and had already found Funiu. This matter has been delayed for so long. Let's discuss it as soon as possible and give them a proper arrangement, so that they don't have to worry about it all the time. Since Lu Xing died in Jinshanfang a few years ago, the Lu family cultivators lost the only foundation building patriarch in the clan and fell into panic. However, Song Qingming and everyone else were busy dealing with the monster war at that time, and no one had the heart to take care of them. Fortunately, during the monster turmoil, Xiaoyao sect did not allow its subordinate families to start a war privately. After the Lu family sent Lu Xing back to Qing County for burial, no one, including the Li family, dared to cause trouble for them at this time. After the monster turmoil ended, Song Qingming returned to Qing County and has been busy practicing the soul-devouring art in Qinghefang for the past few months. The Lu family monks also thought that Song Qingming, the ancestor, had forgotten what he said at the beginning and didn't want to care about them, so they had no choice but to ask for help from Funiu and ask the Song family to protect the Lu family. Song Qingming was not on the mountain, and Song Yuanli and others on Funiu couldn't answer them directly, so they could only help them pass on the matter to Song Qingming. Chapter 494 Ups and Downs. Hearing Song Qingming mention the Lu family, Feng De retracted his gaze and hesitated for a moment before speaking. This time Lu Xing died in Jinshanfang. Although the Lu family received compensation from the sect for good deeds after the war, they can go to Guiyang Mountain to exchange for a foundation building pill. But there seems to be a disagreement within the Lu family now, and they haven't chosen a suitable person to build the foundation yet. If they follow the sect's rules for the vassal families below, the Lu family should be downgraded to the Qi Refining Immortal clan. However, the sect's law enforcement hall has previously explained that all vassal family affairs in Qing County will be handled by you, uncle. What do you think we should do with this matter? Well, I've learned a little about what you said in the past few days. The sect's rules cannot be changed at will. The Lu family should be downgraded to the Qi Refining Immortal clan, so they should be downgraded first, otherwise other immortal cultivation families will have objections over time. However, Lu Xing died fighting for the sect after all, and the sect cannot let these people feel disappointed. The Lu family's territory should be temporarily reserved for them for 20 years. If someone in the Lu family can successfully build a foundation in the future, their family can naturally be restored to become a foundation-building family. If they really don't have this luck, others can't protect them forever, so they can only make plans early. This matter will be arranged in my name. I'll trouble you to send a message to the Li family. With me coming forward and your persuasion in the name of the sect, I think Li Chengyu should not cause trouble for the Lu family again. Master, this arrangement is indeed more appropriate. The two families have been quarreling in the past few years, and our Qinghefang has also been severely affected. This time, with Master coming forward, we can finally solve this matter completely. I want to thank Master for this. Seeing that Song Qingming had already made arrangements, Feng De immediately nodded in agreement. After Feng De thanked him with a smile and left, Song Qingming also walked out of the cave and came to the top of the mountain alone. After glancing at the bustling king market below the mountain, he turned to the setting sun in the distant sky. When the Lu family rose to become a foundation-building family, the Song family was just a small Qi Refining fairy family in Qing County. More than 100 years have passed. Song Qingming, who was born in Qing County, has witnessed the entire process of the Lu family's rise and fall. There are thousands of immortal families in the world of immortal cultivation, and it is inevitable that they will have such ups and downs, and eventually disappear in the long river of history. In just 100 years of monster turmoil, Many immortal families in the north of Uyghur disappeared overnight. As a foundation-building family, the Lu family cannot avoid the fate of decline. Even though the Song family has now become a golden elixir fairy family in its heyday, it is inevitable that they will experience this in the future. Song Qingming has been practicing Taoism for more than 100 years. Whenever he thinks back to what happened to him in the past, he always feels that these memories are still very clear, and they don't seem to be that far away from him. But when he followed his memory to find the place, he found that everything had changed. There was no trace of the past. 100 years of time in the world was enough to turn the familiar things in his memory into new and strange objects in his eyes. After standing on the top of the mountain for a while, a golden insect suddenly flew towards Song Qingming, and then slowly landed on his raised palm. Song Qingming raised his hand and took a closer look at the golden flying insect. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he turned around and disappeared on the spot. As soon as he returned to the cave, Song Qingming saw Wang Xian sitting beside him, concentrating on casting spells to control the golden fantasy butterfly around her. He smiled softly and walked over slowly. Hearing Song Qingming's voice, Wang Xian immediately came back to her senses, took out the spirit beast bag and collected the spirit insect beside her. When I came back just now, I heard Chang say that you had come out of seclusion, so I came to see you immediately. Seeing you so happy, I guess you have made some breakthroughs in your skills. Yes. You guessed right. I have indeed gained a lot from this seclusion, Song Qingming asked with a smile. Wang Xian nodded slightly and said, when you were in seclusion this time, Xinhu happened to send a message saying that Qu Fangping and the others had returned from Tixin Fort half a month ago. At that time, you had just started seclusion, so I didn't tell you. Do you have anything else to do in Xiaoyao sect to find him? Yes, Yuan Fang's injuries have not recovered yet. I want to go to Qu Fangping to ask if he has any elixirs that can help Yuan Fang's injuries, so that he can recover quickly, so as not to delay his own cultivation. In addition, Chang's and the others are about to reach the time when they can build a foundation, and they must make some preparations early. This time, go to Xiaoyao sect to see if there is any way to get the foundation building pill. Now that the monster rebellion has just ended, the sect should also start refining the foundation building pill on a large scale. Go and see early, so as not to be late and not be able to grab any. My cultivation is about to reach a bottleneck recently. I always feel that it is a bit difficult for me to break through the realm normally this time. When you go, please help me see if there are any pills that can assist in the breakthrough of the late stage of foundation building. I will give you spirit stones when you come back, haha. We have been together for so long, why are you still talking about such an unfamiliar thing as spiritual stones? Don't worry, as long as I can find them, I will definitely try my best to help you get them back. But don't be too anxious about cultivation. Your cultivation speed is not slow, and there are still many opportunities to form a pill in the future. Wang Xian was silent for a moment after hearing this, and then she said softly, don't worry, I know that it is still a bit too far to talk about forming a pill now. I'd better be pragmatic and practice to the 9th level of foundation building as soon as possible. 3 days later, outside a more gorgeous cave on the east side of Qi Mountain, Song Qingming took out a 2nd level sound transmission talisman and said a word, then shot it directly into the cave. After a while, the restrictions outside the cave slowly dissipated. And after a very hearty laugh came from inside, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Song Qingming. Junior brother Song, you are polite. It has been several years since we parted at Qianfang. Your special visit today really makes my small cave more glorious. After Song Qingming bowed and returned the greeting to Qu Fangping, he slowly said, Senior brother Qu, you are polite. I came to see you today because I have a few things I want to ask you. I hope you don't mind, Alice. Since you call me senior brother, then we are family. How can I despise you? Just go in and say whatever you want to say. After leading Song Qingming into the cave, Qu Fangping immediately called his disciples to serve 2 cups of spiritual tea. After the two sat down and chatted for a few words, Song Qingming slowly told him the purpose of his visit. Although Qu Fangping knew a little about Song Yuanfang's injuries, he didn't have any healing pills suitable for him. He could only tell Song Qingming about several elixirs in the Good Merit Pavilion that could help Song Yuanfang. Although there was no way to achieve an immediate effect, it was not difficult to shorten the time it took for Song Yuanfang to recover from his injuries. Chu Fengping was the person with the highest level of alchemy in Xiaoyao sect. In terms of understanding most of the medicinal effects of elixirs, no one in Xiaoyao sect could understand them better than him. The barrier-breaking pill is not difficult. I have one on me, but I remember there should be more in the good merit pavilion of the sect. Junior brother, you can go and exchange one with your good merits. If there is no more, you can come to me again. Junior brother, since you are here, I can't let you go back empty-handed. You can rest assured, after seeing that the barrier-breaking pill he asked for Wang Xian had been found, Song Qingming finally asked about the foundation-building pill. After hearing Song Qingming asking about the foundation establishment pill, Chu Fengping shook his head and replied, Junior brother Song, I really can't help you with this foundation establishment pill. If it were normally I would leave you 1 or 2 after refining the pill. That would be fine. You know the current situation. The monster rebellion has just ended. The foundation establishment pills that the sect will refine next will basically be used to compensate the descendants of those foundation establishment cultivators who died in the battle. Each pill can only be distributed after being handled by the sect master. I can't help you without him, so you might as well go directly to the sect master and talk about it. Hearing what Chu Fengping said, Song Qingming was a little deflated. Even Chu Fengping, the elder in charge of refining the pill, couldn't show favoritism. If he rashly went to Yao Qianshu to talk about this matter, he estimated that he would not be able to succeed in 9 out of 10 cases. Not to mention that he would not be able to achieve his goal, he might even leave a bad impression on the other party. After hesitating for a moment, Song Qingming asked again, Brother Chu, I still have a White Lion Demon King's inner elixir in my hand. I wonder if this thing is worth asking you to refine a furnace of foundation building elixir alone. Demon King's inner elixir? Junior brother, are you really talking about the 3rd level Demon King's inner elixir? Is this thing still on you now? Chu Fengping immediately became surprised when he heard that Song Qingming had the White Lion Demon King's inner elixir. The news that Song Qingming killed the White Lion Demon King in Jinshanfang had already spread throughout Wei State, and Chu Fengping was naturally very clear about this matter. However, it stands to reason that Song Qingming's killing of the White Lion Demon King was also the result of the Xiaoyao sect's strong support that gave him the opportunity. Afterwards, such an important spiritual object as the Demon King's inner elixir must be handed over to the sect in exchange for merit. Song Qingming actually still had the Demon King's inner elixir on him, which really surprised Chu Fengping. Brother Chu, don't worry. This item is right in my possession. I heard that the inner elixir of the Demon King can also be used as the main ingredient to refine the foundation building pill. I wonder if Brother Chu is willing to lend a hand. No matter how many foundation building pills can be successfully refined, I am willing to give one as a reward to you. Haha, Brother Song, you are wrong. You are using the inner elixir of the Demon King to refine the foundation building pill directly. This is a bit of a waste of resources. Brother, I do have an idea. Brother Song, you can listen to it first and see if it works. Chu Fengping shook his head slightly, and then spoke out his opinion. Thanks to the God of Time and fellow Taoists for their monthly tickets. I have found that many new book friends have come recently. If it is convenient, why not join a book friend group and chat together? 236,038,447. Chapter 495 White Dew Pill. I just formed a pill not long ago, and I really don't know much about the functions of these high-level spiritual objects. I hope Brother Chu can teach me something first. Hearing Chu Fengping's tone as if he had a better idea about the demon pill in his hand, Song Qingming hurriedly nodded in anticipation. After killing the White Lion Demon King with the help of Wu Wenhei and others that day, Song Qingming obtained all the demon beast materials on it, including the most precious demon pill on the Demon King. After the war, when the sect's Good Merit Pavilion sent people to transport the spiritual objects and count the good deeds, Song Qingming thought that these important high-level demon beast materials should be returned to the Good Merit Pavilion by the sect first, and then a unified distribution of rewards would be made after the demon beasts became turbulent. He also didn't expect that the people sent by the Good Merit Pavilion of the Xiaoyao sect to Jinshanfang did not mention this to Song Qingming, but just loaded the materials of those low-level demon beasts and immediately returned to Qingming Mountain. The demon beast materials on the White Lion Demon King have always remained with Song Qingming. Later, when Song Qingming led his team to the north to reinforce Jianfang, no one in Xiaoyao sect cared about this matter because of the intense war. Even the most powerful Grand Elder Li Mufang and the head of the sect Yao Qianshu never mentioned these high-level monster materials to Song Qingming, as if everyone had tacitly forgotten about it. After obtaining the monster materials from the White Lion Demon King, Song Qingming has kept them on him for several years, but he has never had the opportunity to use these very rare spiritual objects. Among the many immortal cultivation families in Qing County and Pingayang County in the Song family's territory, the highest immortal cultivation skills are only level 2, and no one has the ability to refine and process these high-level materials. This time, Song Qingming came to Xiaoyao sect, in addition to thinking of getting some elixirs needed by himself and his family in the Good Merit Pavilion. He also wanted to find other golden elixir elders in the sect to see if he could exchange these high-level monster materials for something he could use. Seeing that Song Qingming's eyes were obviously bright, Chu Fengping paused and immediately spoke again. Junior brother Song, you don't know that this Demon King's inner elixir can not only refine the foundation building elixir, but also refine some elixirs that are useful for my Jinden cultivators to improve their cultivation. The demon elixir of the White Lion Demon King is of gold attribute. I know that there is a third-level middle-grade Beiludan recipe in the sect's Good Deeds Pavilion that can be used. Beiludan can be of great help to our Jinden cultivators in improving their cultivation speed. At least it can save us Jinden cultivators more than 10 years of hard cultivation time. Especially for Jinden cultivators like you, who are in the early stage of Jinden, the effect of refining this elixir will be even better. If you use this demon elixir to refine the foundation building elixir, it is really a bit of a waste. It is better to cooperate with me to refine a furnace of Beiludan. Don't worry, you only need to provide the demon elixir of the White Lion Demon King. And I will find a way to refine other auxiliary medicinal materials. I can start refining this elixir in half a year at most. This Beilu pill is a good thing that is not even in the sect's Good Deeds Pavilion. If you take one to the market or auction house outside, it will be worth at least 20,000 spirit stones. As long as you have Beilu pill in your hand, it will not be difficult to exchange it for a few foundation building pills in the future. Just go to the Good Deeds Pavilion and tell them, and other elders will naturally come to you. After patiently explaining, Chu Fengping's eyes were still carefully observing the changes on Song Qingming's face, as if he was a little worried that he didn't fully understand the benefits he had just mentioned. A third-level Demon King inner pill can be sold for at least 30,000 spirit stones in the big markets outside. If Song Qingming takes it to a place like the Xiandan League, it should not be difficult to exchange it for 3 foundation building pills. However, compared to the Beilu pill that Chu Fengping said could help improve his cultivation for more than 10 years, the importance of the foundation building pill to Song Qingming now is naturally much less. As long as Song Qingming, the golden pill ancestor, is there, the Song family will have plenty of opportunities to get 1 or 2 foundation building pills in the future. But the Beilu pill is different. It is a precious pill that even the Xiaoyao sect's Shanggong Pavilion does not have. It is something that Song Qingming can only encounter but not ask for. In fact, Song Qingming does not need to think too much about how to choose. This Beilu pill is really as brother said. Refining 1 pill can add more than 10 years of cultivation to Jinden cultivator. It is indeed a spiritual object that we cannot miss. I wonder how confident brother Chu is that he can succeed in refining this pill. Hearing that Song Qingming's tone was obviously excited, Chu Fengping hurriedly continued to reply, although my alchemy level is only the 3rd level lower grade, I have experience in refining Beilu pills before, so I am confident that I can refine more than 2 pills. If only 1 pill is successful, I will just treat it as practicing and not charge you any reward. If more than 2 pills are refined, I will just take 1, and the others will belong to you. Do you think this is okay? Okay, then do as brother said. I'll give this thing to brother Chu first. When you have refined the pill, notify me and come to get it. After hesitating for a moment, Song Qingming quickly nodded and agreed. He directly took out the small wooden box containing the Demon King's inner pill and put it in Chu Fengping's hand. Although a Demon King's inner elixir is worth more than 20,000 spiritual stones, Song Qingming is willing to exchange it for a Beilu pill, a spiritual elixir that can help him quickly improve his cultivation in the Jinden stage, even if it means losing a little spiritual stone. It has been less than 10 years since Song Qingming broke through the Jinden realm, and there is still a long way to go before he can cultivate to the 2nd level of the Jinden. However, if Chu Fengping's alchemy goes smoothly, as long as he can refine a Beilu pill, Song Qingming will save himself more than 10 years of hard practice by successfully refining this pill, and then he should be not far from the 2nd level of the Jinden realm. After seeing the Demon King's inner elixir in the box, Qu Fenping's face was also a little excited. The reason why he proposed to cooperate with Song Qingming to refine the Bailu pill this time was to improve his own alchemy level. Although he has already become a third-level alchemist, Xiaoyao sect does not have many third-level medium-grade or higher alchemy resources for him to practice, and Qu Fenping rarely has the opportunity to refine this level of pills. This time, with the inner elixir of the White Lion Demon King, Qu Fenping also had a good opportunity. Not only could he improve his alchemy skills, but he could also get a Bailu pill. Qu Fenping was naturally very happy to reach this cooperation with Song Qingming, and both sides got what they needed. After talking to Qu Fenping, Song Qingming quickly said goodbye and left, and went directly to the Good Merit Pavilion of Xiaoyao sect, ready to see if he could exchange for the spiritual objects he wanted. Because the monster turmoil had just passed, the Good Merit Pavilion of Xiaoyao sect was also a very busy scene. Several huge treasuries were filled with various monster materials and other spiritual objects transported back from the front line. These monster materials are difficult to consume in a short period of time in the Uyghur world. In addition to part of them being transported to the shops operated by Xiaoyao sect in various markets for self-sale, the rest need to be sent to the markets of several surrounding countries through the sect's large spiritual boats to help deal with them. After all these monster materials were exchanged for spirit stones and other scarce spiritual objects in Uyghur, they were transported back to Xiaoyao sect by flying boats. It would not take much time to go back and forth like this, and these monster materials could be slowly consumed. After this monster turmoil, not only did the Song family gain a lot of merit, but Song Qingming's own sect elder token also suddenly gained tens of thousands of merit points, which was enough for him to squander in the Good Merit Pavilion for a while. After explaining his purpose in the Good Merit Pavilion, it turned out to be just as Song Qingming expected. Now the spiritual objects in the Good Merit Pavilion were also very tight. Not to mention the foundation building pills, even he wanted to exchange a batch of spirit stones from the Good Merit Pavilion to use them to improve the spirit veins of Funiu after returning. These people had no way to make the decision, and they needed to send a message to obtain the consent of the head of the sect, Yao Qianshu. Originally, Song Qingming didn't want to alarm the headmaster Yao Qianshu because of his little matter, but now the situation in the Good Merit Pavilion is special recently, and many people below can't make decisions. He can't just come here for nothing. Seeing this, Song Qingming could only nod and agree to wait for Yao Qianshu to come. While there was still some time, Song Qingming went to the third floor of the Good Merit Pavilion first, wanting to find some more elixirs for his daily practice. But after going up and around, Song Qingming's face immediately showed a trace of disappointment. The shelves that were full a few years ago are now mostly empty. In the entire third floor of the Good Merit Pavilion, in addition to some more common second-level spiritual objects in the market, there are only some elixirs of little use to Song Qingming for spiritual objects above the third level. Unexpectedly, after a once-in-a-century monster riot, the Good Merit Pavilion of the Xiaoyao sect was almost emptied out. In the end, Song Qingming could only walk back the same way with a helpless look on his face. Song Qingming has been practicing on the second-level upper-grade spiritual vein in Qinghefang recently, and there is still some lack of spiritual energy, which also makes Song Qingming's daily practice of elixirs and spiritual stones consumed faster. Originally, he wanted to come up to replenish some, but he didn't expect that these elixirs that could be exchanged at any time were now gone in the Good Merit Pavilion, which really made Song Qingming a little depressed. Since entering the Tao, Song Qingming has basically been able to buy elixirs for auxiliary practice or breakthroughs from the Qi Refining stage to the foundation building stage, as long as he has enough spiritual stones. He has never lacked the elixirs and spiritual objects needed for practice. But since his cultivation broke through to the golden core stage, Song Qingming immediately felt the lack of surrounding cultivation resources. The resources and spiritual objects above the third level in the entire Uyghur cultivation world are very rare. Only in the Good Merit Pavilion of Xiaoyao sect can some spiritual pills that are helpful for the practice of golden core cultivators be exchanged regularly. However, the elixirs that can be exchanged at any time in the sect's Good Deeds Pavilion are all the most common elixirs of the Jinden period, which have very limited effect on improving Song Qingming's current cultivation speed. If he continues to cultivate at his current speed, it will take at least 30 years for Song Qingming to break through a level in the early Jinden period. This is still a bit too slow for a Jinden cultivator. Chapter 496 Family Growth. If he could only cultivate at this speed in the Jinden stage, Song Qingming would probably not even have the chance to reach the late Jinden stage in his lifetime, and he would have to waste his whole life in the Jinden stage like many Jinden elders of Xiaoyao sect. If he wanted to speed up his cultivation and have a chance to break through to the nascent soul stage in the future, it would not work if he just stayed in a place like Weiguo where cultivation resources were scarce. Song Qingming would have to find other places in the future and take the initiative to go out and look for those precious high-level cultivation resources. When Song Qingming came down from the third floor of the Good Merit Pavilion, the head of the sect, Yao Qianshu, who had received the news, finally came here in a dusty state. Junior brother Song, why didn't you inform me in advance when you came to the Good Deeds Pavilion? I made you wait here for so long. This time, your senior brother, was really rude. Master, you are polite. I came to the Good Deeds Pavilion just to exchange some low-level spiritual objects. I didn't think I would need to disturb you at first, so I forgot to say hello in advance. Song Qingming hasn't seen Yao Qianshu for 3 years since they last parted at Zixingfang. Now seeing this master, Song Qingming also remembered the day when Yao Qianshu fought for Xiaoyao sect. The scene of his farewell to Yao Qianshu seemed like it happened yesterday. After returning to the sect to recuperate for a few years, Yao Qianshu's spirit and complexion have recovered a lot, but from his slightly pale face and the gray hair on his head, it can be seen that his injuries have not been fully recovered. Haha. Junior brother Song is already one of us, so there's no need to be so polite. The monster rebellion has just passed, and the various spiritual objects in the sect's Good Deeds Pavilion are indeed a bit tight. After discussing with Uncle Lee, we have temporarily set a rule. During this period of time, I will personally allocate some of the spiritual objects in the Good Deeds Pavilion. I hope Junior brother will not be surprised. I just heard from them that Junior brother came to the Good Deeds Pavilion this time to exchange some elixirs and spiritual stones, right? There are still some spiritual stones in the sect's treasury. If Junior brother doesn't exchange much, it's not a big problem. However, there are indeed not many foundation establishment pills left in the treasury now. If Junior brother is not in a hurry, can you wait another year? In 2 months, the sect will arrange a flying boat to go to Shanghaian country to purchase spiritual medicines. Once the missing auxiliary spiritual medicines are all available, a batch of foundation establishment pills can be refined immediately. I will reserve one for you in the Good Deeds Pavilion now, and then send someone to deliver it to you. Do you think this arrangement is okay? That's great. I'd like to thank the headmaster here. Seeing Yao Qianshu saying that there were no extra foundation building pills in the sect's Good Deeds Pavilion, Song Qingming had already given up hope. Later, he heard Yao Qianshu say that the sect would be able to refine new foundation building pills in a year, which really made him feel a little unexpectedly happy. With a nod of the headmaster Yao Qianshu, Song Qingming then smoothly exchanged his good deeds for several second-level pills that Chu Fengping had recommended to him before, and also took away dozens of medium-grade spirit stones from the Good Deeds Pavilion. The only regret was that the Good Deeds Pavilion really had no stock of the pills needed for the daily practice of the Jinden stage cultivators. If Song Qingming wanted them, he would probably have to wait for 2 or 3 years before the sect's Alchemy Pavilion could refine a new batch. Junior brother Song, don't worry. Junior brother Xuingxin and his friends will be going to Wu Kingdom soon. I will say hello to them and ask them to bring back more elixirs needed for cultivation. They will definitely not delay your daily cultivation. After helping Song Qingming exchange the spiritual objects he needed, Yao Qianshu personally sent him out of the Good Merit Pavilion and comforted Song Qingming. Thank you for your trouble, senior brother. Song Qingming smiled and bowed to Yao Qianshu to say goodbye. After returning to Qing County from Qi Mountain, Song Qingming summoned all the elders of the family to Qinghofang and discussed with them about improving the family's spiritual veins. Now the spiritual veins of Funiu Mountain are only of the second-level middle grade, which is not enough for Song Qingming's daily cultivation. Therefore, he can only live in Qinghofang temporarily. Improving the spiritual veins of the family's spiritual land after the monster riots has become the most urgent matter for the entire Song family. Originally, according to Song Qingming's idea, he wanted to upgrade it to the third-level spiritual vein directly. However, to upgrade it to the third-level spiritual vein, at least nearly 100,000 spiritual stones are needed. The Song family, including Song Qingming, can't gather so many spiritual stones at once, so they can only retreat and upgrade the spiritual vein to the second-level upper grade. After breaking through the Jinden stage, Song Qingming's talisman making level and array formation level have also improved accordingly. In addition, he still has a set of second level upper grade array flags purchased from Funiu Mountain that year. It is not difficult for Song Qingming to refine a second level upper grade gathering spirit formation. After spending half a year with the younger generation of array masters of the Song family, Song Qingming successfully arranged the gathering spirit formation on the top of Funiu Mountain, and put more than 20,000 spiritual stones into the gathering spirit formation. As the gathering spirit formation continued to refine these spiritual stones, the spiritual energy around Funiu Mountain also began to rise rapidly. Most of these 20,000 or so spiritual stones were exchanged for spiritual objects given to the Song family by the sect after the war after the monster beast turmoil. Since the end of the Jinshanfang War, the business in Qinghefang has gradually improved. The shops in the hands of the Song family have never been out of stock of various monster beast materials in the past few years, and they have indeed earned a lot of spiritual stones. In addition, all the members of the Song family, including the foundation building elders such as Song Qingming, have also generously contributed to the remaining spiritual stones. This time, because of the monster beast turmoil, everyone in the family has made some gains, and they are much richer than before. It is also the first time that Song Qingming, the giant ancestor, has not contributed to the family out of his own pocket. A year later, as the spiritual energy on Funiu Mountain gradually stabilized, Song Qingming immediately moved back with Wang Xian. The return of the family's giant ancestor also made everyone in the Song family on Funiu Mountain look more happy. In order to celebrate the upgrade of the family's spiritual vein, the Song family also specially held an internal family banquet, summoning all the family monks outside to return to Funiu Mountain to celebrate. Song Qingming and several family foundation elders sat on a newly built platform on the mountain not long ago, looking at the many happy-looking clansmen sitting below, lining up one by one to toast them, the family ancestors, and they were very moved. In just 100 years, the Song family has leapt from a small Qi Refining family to a giant and immortal family, dominating the northeast of Uyghur. This is rare in the thousands of years of history of Uyghur. Now, in addition to Song Qingming, the giant and monk, the Song family has 4 foundation building monks and more than 100 Qi Refining monks. Although the number of monks is still too small for a giant and family, Song Jiasheng is still relatively young among the entire family monks, and there is still a lot of room for development in the future. Song Qingming, the oldest giant and ancestor, is only over 140 years old. According to the lifespan of giant and cultivators of 500 to 600 years, the Song family still has at least 400 years of golden development time. In the future, it is very likely that they will surpass the Ma family of Tixianbao and become the first immortal cultivation family in Uyghur. After the training of the monster turmoil that occurs once in 100 years, everyone in the Song family has grown up to some extent. From several foundation building elders to the cultivators who participated in the war with the monsters, almost everyone has changed a lot. Among the 4 foundation building cultivators of the Song family, Song Qingming is the oldest and also the one with the highest cultivation. She is already 130 years old. In a few years, she should be able to cultivate to the 9th level of foundation building. Although Song Qingming is still some distance away from forming a pill, her cultivation speed is not slower than those foundation building disciples of Xiaoao sect. With the support of Song Qingming, a giant and cultivator, she will have a good chance of forming a pill in the future. Wang Xian is a dozen years younger than Song Qingming, and her cultivation speed is not much slower than Song Qingming. With a break barrier pill that Song Qingming brought back from Xiaoao sect not long ago, Wang Xian is not far from breaking through the 8th level of foundation building. Although Song Qingming and Wang Xian are younger than Song Qingming, the 3 of them are cultivators of the same generation. As the Qing generation cultivators of the Song family have basically withdrawn from the historical stage of the family, the 3 of them are now the oldest elders in the family. The other 2 Yuan generation foundation building elders, Song Yuanli, broke through to the foundation building stage earlier, more than 20 years ago. After participating in several wars during the monster turmoil, Song Yuanli also had a lot of mental insights in the battles. Not long after returning to Funiu, his cultivation quickly broke through to the 5th level of foundation building. Song Yuanli is the only dual spiritual root cultivator in the Song family. He is also the fastest one among the several foundation building cultivators in the Song family. Even Song Qingming, the giant and ancestor, did not practice as smoothly as he did when he was his age. Song Yuanli, who is less than 60 years old, has already achieved this level of cultivation. In terms of cultivation speed, he is slightly faster than the other foundation building elders in the Song family. Compared with Song Yuanli, who has a smooth practice, Song Yuanfang, the elder brother, is much luckier. Although Song Yuanfang is a few years older than Song Yuanli, he has not been building his foundation for a long time. He was seriously injured again in the monster turmoil a few years ago. His cultivation is still only at the first level of foundation building. Fortunately, the healing pills that Song Qingming brought back from Xiaoyao sector a year ago have some effect, saving Song Yuanli a few years of healing time. In a few years, it is estimated that his injuries will be almost recovered. Although Song Yuanfang's cultivation speed is not as fast as the other elders, he has always been more conscientious in managing the family. Especially after experiencing this monster turmoil in a life and death test, Song Yuanfang has become more mature and stable than before. He is also one of the younger generations of the family that Song Qingming, the giant and ancestor, likes. In addition to the 4 foundation building elders, many young talents of the other Qi refining cultivators in the family have emerged after experiencing this monster war, and they have caught the attention of Song Qingming. Chapter 497 Song Yuangsu and Song Chang's. After so many years of development, the 3 generations of cultivators, Gu, Chang, and Qing, who accompanied Song Qingming and Song Qingyu in their growth, have all come to an end. The generation of Qi refining cultivators in the family has now been handed over to the 3 generations of cultivators, Xin, Yuan, and Chang. There are a total of 28 cultivators of the Xin generation. Except for Song Xinyu, who has already joined the Xiaoyao sect, no one else has successfully established a foundation. The potential of this generation of cultivators has been exhausted. Except for Song Xin, a second-level refiner, the others have not made any outstanding performance. Now the older cultivators of the Xin generation are over 100 years old. Excluding those who have already died, the remaining ones will gradually withdraw from the stage of family history in another 20 to 30 years. The cultivators of the Yuan generation are the backbone of the Song family. There are more than 40 of them in total. This generation not only produced 2 foundation-building cultivators, Song Yuanli and Song Yuanfang, but also many cultivators with relatively outstanding abilities. Among them, Song Yuantong, who controls the family law enforcement team, and Song Yuangsu, who manages the family spiritual field, performed the best. They have now been successfully promoted to family elders and participated in the core power of the Song family. Before the banquet began, Song Qingming also specially commended the best performers of the Song family during the monster turmoil. Among them, the one who received the best reward was Song Yuantong, who was of the Yuan generation. Song Yuantong not only has outstanding cultivation, but also has rich experience in fighting enemies on the battlefield. In this monster turmoil, he alone killed more than a dozen monsters. He is the best performer among all the Qi refining cultivators in the Song family and acts very decisively. Since he took over the family law enforcement team, the Song family has organized more monster hunting teams than before, and many new generation young cultivators have been given the opportunity to train. However, Song Yuantong's spiritual root talent is not high. He is only a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots. His cultivation speed is not as fast as Song Yuanli and Song Yuanfang. He did not cultivate to the 9th level of Qi refining until he was almost 70 years old. His hope of building a foundation is now not as good as that of other young generations. Another family elder, Song Yuangsu, ranked relatively low in the Yuan generation and was slightly younger than Song Yuanli. Although she was a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots, her cultivation talent was average and she had just been promoted to the 9th level of Qi refining not long ago. Although Song Yuangsu's cultivation speed was not very fast and she was not good at fighting with others, she was very talented in spiritual plants. A few years ago, she had already promoted this immortal cultivation skill to the 2nd level and became the only 2nd level spiritual plant master in the Song family. Because of the rules set by the family ancestor Song Qingming, the Song family has always attached great importance to those clan members who can master an immortal cultivation skill. For this reason, Song Yuangsu has now been promoted to a family elder like her elder Song Xin, and has become a role model for other cultivators in the family to learn from. The new generation of Qing generation cultivators in the Song family are not very old at present and have just made their mark in the family. However, there are also several younger generations with better cultivation talents, whose cultivation has reached the late stage of Qi refining. Among them, Song Chang's, who ranks 9th, has the best cultivation talent. Song Chang's is a younger generation cultivator of the lineage of his fourth uncle Song Changqiu. With the 3 spiritual roots, he has already cultivated to the 8th level of Qi refining at the age of 31. He is currently the fastest cultivator among the Qing generation, slightly worse than Song Yuanli, who had 2 spiritual roots. He is also a younger generation that Song Qingming is very optimistic about building a foundation. When his fourth uncle Song Changqiu was managing the family store in Qinghefang, he still took some care of Song Qingming. Song Qingming was very happy that his younger generation could have a cultivator with such a good cultivation talent like Song Chang's. After the monster turmoil ended and he returned to Qing County, Song Qingming, who was determined to support Song Chang's in building his foundation in the future, brought him from Funiu Mountain to Qinghefang and kept him by his side to train him personally. Song Chang's, who was so valued by the family ancestor, has been envied by many clansmen in Funiu Mountain in recent years. In addition to the members of the Song family, the Song family has also recruited many independent cultivators with good character and ability in recent years, and they have become guest cultivators of the family. At the beginning, these family guests only helped to run the family business outside the family. After a long time, many people married into the Song family and became part of the Song family. Fu Sanshan, who Song Qingming picked up from the foot of the mountain, was also loved by many elders of the Song family because of his outstanding skills in brewing spirit wine. Under the arrangement of the elders of the Song family, he also married a female cultivator of the Yuan generation and stayed in the Song family. In these years in Funiu Mountain, Fu Sanshan also helped the Song family to train several winemakers. The Song family's spirit wine business is now not only sold in Qinghefang. People from several markets around Jiangling County come to Funiu Mountain to order spirit wine every year. The new spirit wine shop opened by the Song family in Jinshanfang is about to open. A few days after the family banquet, the news that Xiaoao sect had started to refine the foundation building pill finally came from Guiyang Mountain. Soon, Song Qingming also received a secret letter from the Good Merit Pavilion of Xiaoao sect, informing them to go to the sect to receive a foundation building pill. After getting this foundation building pill, Song Qingming summoned several foundation building elders of the family to his cave to discuss the next person to be supported by the family to build the foundation. Although the Song family now has many elders in charge of various affairs, and they can usually go to the family meeting hall to participate in family affairs, now only the elders of the family who have established a foundation and above are qualified to participate in major events such as deciding the ownership of the foundation building pill. In the end, the decision is usually made by the patriarch Song Qingming. After 100 years of development, the Song family has not only increased the number of cultivators by hundreds, but also has better spiritual veins and more cultivation resources. Now the overall cultivation speed of the cultivators in the Song family is also much faster than before. Many members of the family with 4 spiritual roots can now cultivate to the 9th level of Qi refining before the age of 60. In addition to Song Chang's, who Song Qingming is most optimistic about, there are many younger generations in the Song family who are suitable for building a foundation. There are several people in the Yuan generation who can cultivate to the 9th level of Qi refining before the age of 60. In addition to Song Chang's, there are also 2 people in the Qing generation who have the hope of building a foundation. The people in the family who are suitable for building a foundation, Yuan Feng has already listed them and everyone has seen them. There is only one foundation building pill now. It is definitely impossible for so many people to have the opportunity to build a foundation. You can first tell me who is more suitable to support first. After seeing Song Yuanli, who is responsible for managing the family's general affairs, listed 7 or 8 names, Song Qingming also frowned slightly. Whenever it is time to decide the fate of these younger generations in the family, Song Qingming always feels a little difficult to choose. With the rapid growth of the number of cultivators in the family, there will be more and more people in the Song family who are suitable for building a foundation in the future. Even if Song Qingming is willing, he cannot provide foundation building pills for every cultivator in the family who is suitable for building a foundation. There will definitely not be too many people who are lucky enough to be selected by the family to support the foundation building. There will always be a majority of the family members who have to make sacrifices. Fortunately, since the Song family was promoted to Jiandan family, they now have Song Qingming, the Jiandan ancestor, and it is not as difficult to obtain the foundation building pill as before. Even if some members of the family are not selected this time, they will have better luck and wait until the family gets the foundation building pill again, and they will still have the next opportunity to strive for the foundation building pill. Now all the immortal cultivation families in the territories of Pingyang and Qing counties have been assigned to Funiu. The annual tributes submitted by so many immortal cultivation families have immediately increased the financial income of the entire Song family several times in recent years. In the future, going to Xiaoyao sect to exchange and purchase foundation building pills will not be as painful for the Song family as before. After Song Qingming finished speaking, the 4 foundation building elders present looked at the list in their hands, and after looking at each other for a moment, Song Qingming took the lead and said with a smile, "Except for Chang's and Yuangsu, the chances of others successfully building a foundation are not very high. Yuangsu is already not young. If she misses this opportunity, it may delay her path. I am more inclined to support Yuangsu in building a foundation. I also agree with my aunt's opinion. Chang's current cultivation is only at the 8th level of Qi Refining. It will probably take another 4 or 5 years for him to be ready to build a foundation. By the time he builds a foundation, it shouldn't be that difficult to exchange for foundation building pills at the Good Deeds Pavilion of Xiaoyao sect. Yuangsu is a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots and the only 2nd level spiritual plant master in the family. She has made a lot of contributions to the management of the family's spiritual medicine garden and spiritual fields over the years. As long as she can successfully build a foundation, Yuangsu will definitely be of great help to the future development of the family. The family should give her a chance. After hearing that Song Qingming was more inclined towards Song Yuangsu, Song Yuanfang also echoed. Song Yuanli and Wang Xian rarely expressed their opinions in family meetings. At this moment, they did not speak directly, but turned their eyes to Song Qingming, who needed to make the final decision. Seeing that neither of them wanted to express their opinions, Song Qingming nodded slightly with a calm face and said, "Since everyone thinks Yuangsu is more suitable for foundation building, then support Yuangsu first. The technique she practices is also the breaking waves technique. Qingming, if you take the trouble to give some pointers, Yuangsu's confidence in foundation building should not be low." Hearing that Song Qingming made a decision so quickly, several people in the meeting room showed a little surprise on their faces, but every time they discussed matters, they usually just gave their opinions, and never spoke out against the decisions made by Song Qingming, the clan leader, and nodded in response. The meeting was over. Just as everyone was preparing to return to their respective caves, Song Qingming stopped Song Qingming on the way again, smiled and asked, "Seventh brother, haven't you always been optimistic about Chang's? Why didn't you say a word to help him just now?" "It's not because you don't want to offend us. I did want to support Chang's in building his foundation, but I have had him by my side for all these years, and I always feel that I have too high expectations of him, which has put a lot of pressure on this kid. I'm afraid that this foundation building pill will not help him achieve enlightenment, so we should not be too hasty." Seeing some confusion on Song Qingming's face, Song Qingming explained calmly. Chapter 498, Beautiful Scenery. Song Qingming has been keeping Song Chang's by his side for the past few years, and this is something that everyone in the Song family has witnessed. The family has obtained the foundation building pill this time, and Song Qingming also had some guesses at the beginning that Song Qingming might directly support Song Chang's in building his foundation this time. The reason why Song Qingming proposed to support Song Yuangsu during the meeting just now was purely out of consideration for the family as a whole. Song Yuangsu is one of the few people in the Song family who can improve his cultivation skills to the 2nd level in the Qi Refining period. Compared with the other cultivators who have cultivated to the 9th level of Qi Refining, supporting Song Yuangsu is definitely the most profitable for the family at present. Although the Song family's spiritual fields and spiritual medicine gardens also planted some 2nd level spiritual medicines, because they have always suffered from the lack of spiritual plant masters above the 2nd level, the cost of cultivating these high-level spiritual medicines is much higher than that of other foundation-building families with a deep foundation in spiritual plants. Therefore, even in Qinghofang, the business of the Song family's spiritual medicine shop is far behind that of the Wang and Gao families. The spiritual plant master is the most common and important skill in the world of immortal cultivation. It is very easy to get started with a low-level spiritual plant master. Even if it is a first-level upper-grade spiritual plant master, the Song family can now easily recruit more than a dozen people. However, there are not many spiritual plant masters above the second level. There are only 4 or 5 in the entire Qing County. The Ma family of Tixianbao can cultivate so many foundation-building cultivators because they can cultivate many high-level spiritual medicines by themselves. As long as they have collected a furnace of spiritual medicines for refining foundation-building pills, they can ask a third-level alchemist like Chen Jinlian to help refine foundation-building pills and continuously cultivate new foundation-building cultivators for the family. Although the second-level lower-grade spiritual plant master cannot cultivate many high-level spiritual medicines, as long as Song Yuangsa can successfully build a foundation, her spiritual plant skills will have a chance to be improved. In the future, she may also be able to cultivate those high-level spiritual medicines that can be used to refine foundation-building pills for the Song family. Since Song Yuangsa successfully broke through to the second-level spiritual plant master, the Song family has obviously begun to improve in the past few years in terms of cultivating spiritual medicine. With the inheritance of spiritual plant masters above the second level, the Song family will be able to quickly reach a new level in the future, whether cultivating spiritual medicine or spiritual fields. This is also a great improvement for the entire family. For a cultivator like Song Yuangsu who has made great contributions to the family, facing the important juncture of building a foundation, which is related to the fate of her own path, it is indeed a bit unreasonable if no elder stands up to speak for her. Song Qingyu and Song Yuanfang also spoke for Song Yuangsu with this in mind at the time. However, the Song family still has the final say in the matter of the foundation-building pill. The Golden Pill elder Song Qingming, if Song Qingming does not agree to support Song Yuangsu in building a foundation, these elders will naturally not object. It's just that in this case, someone among the family's foundation-building elders can stand up and speak for herself. Even if she fails to get the foundation-building pill in the end, it can make Song Yuangsu feel a little better. After hearing Song Qingming's explanation, Song Qingyu nodded woodenly and said with a smile, "Cheng's is still young now, why not let him go to the law enforcement team to temper his character with Yuantong and others, and lay a good foundation for future foundation building? Your idea is good. I will prepare to start the retreat tomorrow. Please go and talk to Yuangsu and Chang's. These two children are the more talented people among the younger generations of the family. We elders will do our best to support them, but whether they can achieve enlightenment depends on themselves." After Song Qingming finished speaking, he took out a small jade box from his body and handed it to Song Qingyu. "Seventh brother, don't worry about retreat. With Yuanfang and I in the family, there will definitely be no big trouble." After bidding farewell to Song Qingyu, Song Qingming returned to the cave. Not long after, he closed the door of the cave and directly opened the restriction at the door. This time when he went to Xiaoyao sect, Song Qingming not only brought back a foundation-building pill from the Good Merit Pavilion, but also took back the Beilu pill that Chu Fenping had worked with him to refine. After taking out a small jade box from his body, Song Qingming opened it and looked at the 2 flawless white pills in the jade box, and couldn't help but smile. Song Qingming and Chu Fenping worked together to refine this furnace of Beilu pills. They were lucky enough to have 3 pills in total. In addition to giving one to Chu Fenping, Song Qingming got 2 more. Compared with the value of the White Lion Demon King's demon pill, Song Qingming still made a little profit by getting these 2 Beilu pills. However, although the effect of this third-level medium-quality Beilu pill in assisting cultivation is good, each giant and cultivator can only take 1 at most. Forcibly refining the second pill will greatly reduce the effect, and it will also leave a lot of pill poison in your body, affecting the cultivator's future refining of other pills. After carefully concentrating and adjusting his state, Song Qingming took out a Beilu pill and put it directly into his mouth. As his hands activated the 5 elements Zhuan Gangju technique in his body, a 5-colored spiritual light slowly lit up from Song Qingming's head and began to wrap around his body, making the entire cave bright all of a sudden. Since he reached the Golden Elixir realm, this was the first time that Song Qingming had taken such a high-quality elixir. He was full of expectations for the effect of refining the Beilu pill. A few days later, in the spiritual medicine garden in the back mountain of the Song family, Song Yuangsu, dressed in white, carefully transplanted a second-level spiritual fruit tree that had just been purchased from the market into the spiritual medicine garden with the assistance of several spiritual plant masters. The Song family's spiritual medicine garden was still a Qi refining family 100 years ago. Because the family was too weak at that time, they did not dare to cultivate high-level spiritual medicines, and they only planted some low-level medicinal materials. Later, Song Qingming successfully built his foundation, and the Song family was promoted to a foundation-building family. The spiritual medicine garden began to cultivate some second-level medicinal materials. However, because the family has never had a second-level spiritual plant master, the time for these second-level medicinal materials to mature is too long. Some of them have not matured yet, and the benefits obtained are really too low. Therefore, most of the spiritual medicines cultivated in the spiritual medicine garden are still first-level spiritual medicines. Until the past few years, Song Yuangsa successfully cultivated several second-level spiritual medicines in the spiritual medicine garden and was promoted to second-level spiritual plant master. The Song family's spiritual medicine garden began to plant a large number of spiritual objects above the second level. Since Song Yuangsa entered the Taoism, although she was a 3 spiritual root cultivator, her cultivation talent was relatively average. She did not break through the 9th level of Qi refining until she was 50 years old. Among the more than a dozen 3 spiritual root cultivators in the family, her cultivation speed was relatively slow. Because of her quiet personality, Song Yuangsu did not like to go out hunting monsters and manage the family's business like most cultivators in the Song family. On the contrary, she liked to hide quietly in the family's spiritual medicine garden alone, studying and cultivating various spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines. She chose to practice the spiritual plant master's cultivation skills early. Like Song Xind, Song Yuangsu is also a very patient person. Even though she failed to cultivate more than a dozen times in a row and wasted a lot of spiritual stones, she still relied on her persistence for more than 10 years to study and cultivate second-level spiritual medicines, which eventually allowed her to successfully usher in the harvest and become a second-level spiritual plant master. After checking that the transplanted spiritual fruit tree was temporarily fine, Song Yuangsu walked out of the spiritual medicine garden with peace of mind. However, before she could rest for a while, a teenage boy suddenly ran towards her. "Aunt Yuangsu, Patriarch Qinggai just sent a message asking you to go to the top of the mountain." Song Yuangsu was a little surprised to hear that the family's foundation-building ancestor was looking for her. She quickly tidied up her appearance and quickly came to the cave on the top of the mountain. Seeing that the door of Song Qinggai's cave was closed, Song Yuangsu did not dare to knock on the door directly. After sending a sound transmission note into the cave, she stood there honestly, waiting for the summons from the family ancestor. After a while, the door of the cave finally opened, but to Song Yuangsu's surprise, the person who walked out was not Song Qinggai, but Song Chang's with a calm face. "Changs, why are you here too, Aunt Yuangsu? The ancestor just asked me to talk about something." "She's finished talking. She's still waiting for you inside." "I'll go back first." Song Chang's finished speaking, smiled and bowed to Song Yuangsu, then slowly left. Looking at Song Chang's somewhat lonely back, Song Yuangsu, who was standing there, was also puzzled. She shook her head in confusion and walked quickly into Song Qinggai's cave. Half an hour later, Song Yuangsu, who had retreated from Song Qinggai's cave, came alone to a huge rock next to the top of the mountain and carefully took out a small jade box from her storage bag. "This is really the foundation building pill. I'm not dreaming." Looking at the golden pill in the jade box, Song Yuangsa slowly believed what had just happened and quickly put the foundation building pill in her hand back into the storage bag. After decades of practice, she finally reached the 9th level of Qi refining. However, because of her average talent, Song Yuangsu never dared to have too many extravagant hopes for building a foundation. In recent years, she has also devoted herself to the art of substitute spiritual plants, wanting to learn from her elder Song Xin to take a different path, improve her cultivation skills and gain recognition from the family. Unexpectedly, her persistence finally paid off. Not only did she successfully break through the cultivation skills, but she also won an opportunity to build a foundation for herself, which made Song Yuangsa very excited now. Looking at the two brothers Song Yuanli and Song Yuanfang, who built their foundations one after another in the Yuan generation, Song Yuangsu was naturally very envious in her heart over the years, but she suffered from her average talent for cultivation and was never an outstanding person in the family, so it was difficult for her to get too much support from the family. This time, she was summoned by Song Qinggaiu, the ancestor of the family. Many things that might happen flashed through Song Yuanxi's mind, but she never thought that she would get support from the family to build a foundation. Thinking of Song Qingming patiently and kindly guiding her in some preparations before building a foundation in the cave just now, Song Yuanxi seemed to be in a dream. With the help of the breeze on the top of the mountain to calm her excitement, Song Yuanxi stood on the top of the mountain for the first time to admire the scenery below the mountain. After a while, a trace of intoxication appeared on her face. The scenery here is really beautiful. Chapter 499, Golden Core Level 2. Northwest of Weiguo, Qi Mountain. As the smoke of the monster riot slowly dissipated, the number of cultivators near the Funiu Mountains gradually increased. Many of the casual cultivators who temporarily fled to the south of Weiguo for refuge have slowly returned to the north. Since Chen Jinliang and Xiaoyao sect reached an agreement more than 30 years ago, it didn't take long for the two sides to rebuild a larger new market on the basis of the original market in Qi Mountain. This market stretches from Jinliang Pavilion to the west for an entire mountain ridge. Although its size is not as large as Gianfeng and Yangshanfang, it is already a rare large market in Weiguo, attracting countless casual cultivators in the north of Weiguo to buy and sell spiritual objects. On Tuanfang Street, a teenager cleverly shuttled through the dense crowd and walked into a shop selling elixirs with ease. Then he carefully opened the small cloth bag on his waist, took out 2 spiritual stones from it and placed them in front of the shop owner. 5 rejuvenation pills again. Has your mother's injury gotten better recently? The shopkeeper of the medicine shop looked at the spiritual stones on the table and asked the boy with concern. The boy, who still looked very young, curled his lips and did not answer directly, but just nodded slightly. A hint of disappointment appeared on the boy's face. The shopkeeper sighed softly, took out a white porcelain bottle from the backstage counter, poured out 5 yellow pills, counted them, and took out an empty bottle to fill the pills and handed it to the boy. There are many people on the street, don't run too fast, and make sure to keep the pills. Thank you, Uncle Liu, I know. After taking the pills in the bottle, the boy bowed slightly and then walked out of the shop quickly. After coming out of the market, the boy walked for a long time and finally came to a cave at the foot of the mountain where a Qi Mountain cultivator had rented all year round. Although this cave house looks relatively simple, it is still quite spacious inside. There are 2 separate rooms on both sides. On the bed of one of the rooms, there is a pale, thin and haggard woman lying. Mother, I have bought the rejuvenation pill. I will put it on the table for you first. I will go to cook first, don't worry. Yuan Hao, come here and I want to talk to you. Hearing the voice of the young man, the woman lying on the bed sat up sideways and waved to the young man beside her with a smile. Hearing his mother's call, the young man hurriedly put down the spiritual rice he had just picked up, smiled and came to the bed and leaned against his mother. Looking at the young boy in front of him, the woman coughed a few times and slowly said, Yuan Hao, there are some things that mother didn't want to tell you so early, but you have spiritual roots, and sooner or later you will have to go your own way. I can't be so selfish to keep you by my side and delay your future path. On the top of Funiu Mountain, one day, the top of the mountain suddenly overflowed with spiritual light, and even the white clouds passing by were illuminated into gold. Song Qingming, who was meditating in the cave, felt something strange in the spiritual energy around him, opened his eyes and showed a hint of surprise, then immediately ended his retreat and walked out of his cave. When Song Qingming arrived at the east side of the top of Funiu Mountain, a figure had already arrived here first. When he saw Song Qingming coming, Song Yuanfang hurriedly stepped forward and saluted, saying, I just heard that someone on the mountain discovered a spiritual light. I came up to take a look and found that it came from the cave of Uncle Qi. It seems that Brother Qi's retreat has reached a critical moment. Yuanfang, go and ask someone to activate the mountain protection formation and let the law enforcement team guard the mountain gate. From now on, everyone on the mountain can only enter but not leave, and is not allowed to approach the top of the mountain or talk about this matter casually. After hearing Song Qingming's instructions, Song Yuanfang responded and hurriedly left the place. Soon, the mountain protection formation on Funiu Mountain lit up immediately. Half a day later, the glow on the top of the Funiu Mountain finally slowly dissipated. After Song Qingming, who was sitting on the top of the mountain, discovered this, she immediately came to Song Qingming's cave. Just as she took out the sound transmission talisman and wanted to send it in, the restriction at the entrance of the cave suddenly opened from the inside, and Song Qingming, with a smile on his face, strode out from inside. Seventh brother, you look so happy. You have been in seclusion for such a long time this time. You must have made a breakthrough in your cultivation, right? Song Qingming said, put away the sound transmission talisman in her hand, and walked slowly towards Song Qingming. I have been in seclusion for so long, and it is not in vain. Today I finally have something to gain. The time of cultivation in the Jinden stage is really unpredictable. I didn't expect that I would be in seclusion for so long this time just to break through a small realm. Song Qingming nodded slightly and smiled. After more than 2 years of seclusion, Song Qingming finally got what he wanted. With the help of Beilu Dan, he successfully broke through the second level of Jinden. His cultivation can be regarded as a small step forward in the realm of Jinden. The effect of the third level middle grade pill is very overbearing. The reason why Song Qingming spent so long in retreat this time to break through was that most of the time was spent on refining the Beilu pill. This step alone took Song Qingming nearly a year to completely absorb and refine the medicinal power of the pill into his body. This Beilu pill almost instantly increased Song Qingming's mana by more than 10 years. After refining more than a dozen middle-grade spirit stones, it didn't take long for Song Qingming's mana to successfully break through the realm and enter the second level of the golden pill. This retreat breakthrough was actually quite smooth overall. Has Yuanzu started to retreat to build her foundation? My breakthrough just now has no effect on her, right? After walking out of the cave, Song Qingming immediately felt a spiritual energy outside. It seemed that there was something strange about his breakthrough this time, so he quickly asked, Seventh brother, don't worry. Yuanzu is not in seclusion on the mountain. I asked her to go to Qingming Mountain. She started her seclusion 3 months ago. Yuan Li is protecting her there. Well, fortunately, you thought it through and asked her to go to Qingming Mountain in advance. I only now know that a breakthrough in the Jinden stage will have such a big impact. The next time I go into seclusion, the family should make more preparations and notify those cultivators who are eager to break through in seclusion to go to other spiritual places in the family to practice first. Song Qingming nodded with a smile. The spiritual energy in Funiu Mountain is still not sufficient. Last year, I discussed with Yuan Fang and others, and now some of the cultivators have been moved to Qingming Mountain. Now there are many spiritual fields there, which can accommodate many cultivators. I have been in seclusion for a long time, and I just want to go out for a walk. Qingming, you can go to Qingming Mountain with me. Yu Ixa has been in seclusion for 3 months and can already see some situations. After chatting with Song Qingming for a few words, Song Qingming directly set up the second level flying boat on his body. Not long after, the two arrived at Qingming Mountain, which is located in the southwest of Funiu Mountain. After the Song family was promoted to the Jinden Immortal clan, the sphere of influence of the Song family has expanded to the entire Qing and Pingyang counties. In these 2 counties, except for the market and mines currently managed by Zioao sect, all other spiritual veins are nominally under the jurisdiction of the Song family. Qingming Mountain is also a second-level spiritual vein. It is very close to Funiu Mountain, less than 200 miles away. It was the spiritual mountain of the Liu family in Qing County. More than 100 years ago, the Liu family was directly destroyed by Zioao sect because of the exposure of the water spirit fruit tree. Qingming Mountain also became a land without an owner. Zioao sect directly assigned this second-level spiritual vein to King Hufeng for management. For Qingming Mountain, a second-level inferior spiritual vein, many immortal cultivation families in Qing County have coveted it for a long time in the past 100 years. However, Lu Yuanfeng, a foundation-building cultivator of Zioao sect who was in charge of King Hufeng at that time, was reprimanded by the sect because of the Liu family's affairs. He hated Qingming Mountain very much. In order to warn other immortal cultivation families in Qing County, Lu Yuanfeng simply abandoned the spiritual vein of Qingming Mountain. Even though many immortal cultivation families who intended to occupy this spiritual mountain went to King Hufeng to find Lu Yuanfeng to purchase Qingming Mountain, they were directly rejected by him. Over time, no one ever thought of taking Qingming Mountain again. Until 100 years later, because Song Qingming succeeded in forming a pill, the Song family was promoted to the Golden Pale Immortal clan. Zioao sect divided the entire Qing County into the territory of the Song family. In order to please Song Qingming, the guest elder of the sect, Fengda, who managed King Hufeng, simply handed over all the ownerless spiritual veins in King Hufeng to the Song family, including the second-level inferior spiritual vein of Qingming Mountain. Compared with other messy spiritual veins in Qing County, Qingming Mountain not only has a spiritual vein quality of the second level, but is also very close to the Song family's Funiu, which is a very good gift for the Song family. Because more than 100 years have passed, the spiritual fields on the Qingming Mountain spiritual vein are now abandoned, and many low-level monsters are now gathered on the mountain, which has become a deserted place. After obtaining the Qingming Mountain spiritual vein, the Song family immediately organized a monster hunting team. Under the leadership of the foundation building elder Song Yuanli, the entire spiritual mountain was cleaned up. Then Song Qingming personally set up a second-level mountain protection formation on Qingming Mountain. After more than 10 years of operation by the Song family now has dozens of cultivators stationed here, and has gradually migrated tens of thousands of mortals here. The current Qingming Mountain has long since recovered its former population, and is no worse than when the Liu family was here 100 years ago. As soon as they arrived at the foot of Qingming Mountain, Song Yuanli, who had received the news and was waiting here, immediately came to greet them and quickly led Song Qingming and the others to a cave on the top of the mountain. After scanning the cave, Song Qingming said happily, "It seems that the spiritual energy fluctuations near the cave are very stable. Yu Yingxu should have successfully passed the stage of body forging. It seems that she has a high chance of successfully building the foundation this time. Seventh brother, this is really great." Hearing Song Qingming say this, Song Qingyu and Song Yuanli on the side also showed a trace of joy on their faces. The cultivation of the two of them is only at the foundation building stage, and the perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is far less acute than that of Song Qingming, a giant and cultivator. Chapter 500 Heading to Wu. Song Yuanxi's talent for cultivation is average. Although she has the full support of her family, her chances of success in building a foundation are still lower than those of the previous Song family foundation building cultivators. Song Qingyu and others have always been very worried about Song Yuanxi's retreat to the foundation building realm. Seeing that Song Qingming's tone showed great confidence in Song Yuanxi's success in building a foundation, Song Qingyu was relieved. Since Song Qingming's retreat, Song Qingyu has spent a lot of energy in personally guiding Song Yuanxi in the past year or so. In his heart, he has already regarded her as half of his disciple. For Song Yuanxi's retreat to build a foundation, Song Qingyu should be the one who hopes that she will succeed the most among all the people in the Song family. 2 months later, in the Song family's meeting hall, looking at Song Yuanxi, whose aura has been completely renewed, the faces of several foundation building elders of the Song family are all delighted. This time, Song Yuanxi spent almost 4 months in seclusion to successfully break through to the foundation building stage. Except for Song Qingming, she was the one who spent the longest time in foundation building among the elders of the Song family. At the beginning, everyone was worried for a long time. After experiencing the hardships of foundation building, Song Yuanxi was secretly lucky. She almost fell at the first level of foundation building during this retreat. Even with the protection of the foundation building pill, the pain of body forging and marrow washing for dozens of days made Song Yuanxi almost give up on foundation building. Song Yuanxi was different from the other elders of the Song family who had built their foundation. Since she entered the Tao and practiced, she had always stayed in the clan to study the art of spiritual plants. She hardly participated in hunting monsters outside. She had little experience in fighting with others and had never experienced any life and death crisis. Such a dull practice experience also made Song Yuanxi a little panicked when facing the stage of building the foundation, washing the marrow and strengthening the body. Fortunately, with Song Qingyu's guidance for more than a year in advance, Song Yuanxi adapted to the pain and gritted her teeth to stabilize her mind, and finally survived this stage. Song Yuanxi's practice method is the same as Song Qingyu's, which is also a water-attributed practice method. When building the foundation, she inhaled more water-attributed spiritual energy into the body, which will be slightly helpful in repairing the meridians and blood vessels of the flesh after strengthening the body. Although it takes a little longer, as long as she survives the first period of time, the later tempering of the flesh will be smoother. Seeing Song Yuanxi, the latest junior of the Song family to build the foundation, the two elders Song Qingming and Song Qingyu were also very happy. They each gave her a second level 1. In addition, Song Qingyu also specially gave Song Yuanxi a second level middle grade talisman that he had drawn not long ago for self-defense. The cultivation skills of several foundation building cultivators in the Song family have made considerable progress over the years. Song Qingming, who has entered the golden core stage, has steadily improved his formation and talisman making skills to the second level upper grade. Song Qingming, who specializes in talisman making, has successfully drawn several second-level middle-grade spiritual talismans in recent years, taking advantage of the fact that there are many second-level monster materials in the family's gold storage pavilion that can be used to make talismans, and has become a second-level talisman maker. Song Yuanfang was originally a weapon refiner. After he recovered from his injuries, he successfully broke through this skill to the second level with the help of Song Xind, becoming the second-level weapon refiner in the Song family. In addition to them, Song Yuanli, who also majored in talisman making, has been focusing on his own cultivation speed over the years and has neglected the improvement of his cultivation skills. He has not yet broken through his cultivation skills to the second level. Wang Xian has already upgraded her spiritual cooking skills to the second level, but this skill is of limited use in Qing County and even the entire Wei state. Therefore, in recent years, Wang Xian has gradually given up improving her spiritual cooking skills and switched to the art of alchemy. Although the two immortal cultivation skills of spiritual cooking and alchemy are very different, there are still many things in common. They are also more suitable for cultivators to practice fire-attributed techniques, and the ability to control the temperature when refining spiritual objects is very high. Wang Xian happens to have both of these requirements. After switching to the art of alchemy, Wang Xian, because she is already a foundation-building cultivator, learns the art of alchemy much faster than ordinary Qi refining cultivators. With sufficient resources, it only took her a few years to become a first-level upper-grade alchemist. She is also the cultivator in the Song family who is most likely to advance to a second-level alchemist. With the addition of Song Yuanxia, who had just established his foundation, the Song family now has 4 relatively important immortal cultivation skills, namely formations, talismans, refining equipment, and spiritual plants, which have all been passed down at the second level or above. Once Wang Xian breaks through and becomes a second-level alchemist in the future, the Song family's foundation in these areas will be able to catch up with those old immortal cultivation families in Uyghur. Because the spiritual veins in Funiu Mountain are only of the second-level upper grade, it is already a bit insufficient to support Song Qingming, Song Qingming and other foundation-building cultivators. After Song Yuanxia successfully established his foundation, he simply stayed in Qingming Mountain to cultivate. The Song family now has 2 second-level spiritual veins. In order not to share the spiritual energy cultivated by several ancestors of the family, in recent years, under the arrangement of Song Qingming and others, many of the lower-level Qi refining cultivators have also moved to Qingming Mountain. The family had a new foundation-building cultivator, so the Song family naturally had to celebrate. Just when everyone was preparing to hold the foundation-building celebration for Song Yuanxia, Song Qingming suddenly received a secret message from Xiaoyao sect, and then he hurried to Guiyang Mountain alone a few days later. The one who sent an urgent message from Guiyang Mountain to Funiu to invite Song Qingming was Yao Qianshu, the head of Xiaoyao sect. Yao Qianshu mentioned in the letter that Wu State, located in the southeast of Wei State, would hold a large-scale trade fair next month. Xiaoyao sect had just received an invitation not long ago. Yao Qianshu was going to take several Jinden elders from the sect to Wu State to participate in the trade fair, so he specially sent a message to invite Song Qingming. Since he advanced to the Jinden stage, Song Qingming has not left Wei State for these years. The only place where he has the opportunity to exchange useful spiritual objects for himself is the Xiaoyao sect's Good Merit Pavilion. He has also long wanted to go to other places to have a look. After receiving Yao Qianshu's message, Song Qingming immediately rushed to Xiaoyao sect after making some preparations. By the time Song Qingming arrived at Yao Qianshu's place, several Jinden elders from the sect had already arrived. In addition to Yao Qianshu and his several foundation-building disciples, the Jinden elders who went to Wu State included Li Wutuang, Chu Fengping, and Shen Zuingxin, as well as Bai Yuxin who arrived here last. After the group of 10 people boarded the third-level upper-grade flying boat taken out by Yao Qianshu, the blue flying boat quickly turned into a beam of spiritual light and left Guiyang Mountain. There are more than 30 countries around the floating cloud mountains, of which there are only 8 major countries with unyielding sects. Uyghur Xiaoyao sect is one of them. Now Song Qingming and his friends are going to Wu State, which is also a major country with a unyielding sect. Wu State is located in the southeast of Wei State. It is a larger country among the dozens of countries around the floating cloud mountains. The leader of the cultivation world here is the Yuanying sect Xingqian sect. The overall strength of Xingqian sect is 3 points stronger than Xiaoyao sect. There are still 2 Yuanying cultivators in the sect. It is currently the strongest sect among the many sects around Wei State. The journey from Guiyang Mountain to Qingming, where the Xingqianmen held the trade fair, was long, and they had to pass through the Tai Lake, which spanned tens of thousands of miles. Even if they took Yao Qianshu's third-level top-grade flying boat, Song Qingming and others still needed to spend about a month to arrive. Along the way, in addition to Yao Qianshu, whose injuries had not yet fully recovered, Song Qingming and several other giant and monks had to take turns to use their magic power to control the flying boat and control the direction of advance. Because they had to pass through Tai Lake, where monsters were entrenched, in addition to controlling the flying boat, everyone had to be careful to guard against the harassment of monsters below. There were many high-level monsters in Tai Lake, and there were 2 powerful monster kings deep in the bottom of the lake. This place was also a big disaster for the surrounding countries. Fortunately, the monsters in Taiyu Lake were all water-attributed monsters, and they preferred to stay in the lake. Unlike monsters in other places, they would often invade the human territory for no reason. Only when there was unrest among monsters in the northern border would monsters in Tai Lake take the initiative to harass the surrounding countries. These monsters usually stay in Tai Lake, so they don't seem so scary. However, if a cultivator dares to accidentally enter their territory, these monsters will not sit down and reason with you. Fortunately, many giant and cultivators came to Xiaoyao sect this time. As long as they don't encounter those powerful big demon kings, Song Qingming and others on the flying boat don't have to take them seriously if ordinary demon kings dare to come out to block the way. After half a month, after sending away more than a dozen waves of harassing monsters, they still successfully crossed Taiyu Lake and did not encounter those difficult big demon kings. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The 6 giant and cultivators who came out of Xiaoyao sect this time, except for the head of the sect Yao Qianshu, could not attack at will for the time being because of his injuries. The other 5 people were slightly weaker than Song Qingming, who had just formed a pill. The others were masters above the middle stage of Jiandan. That's why they had enough confidence to cross Taiyu Lake. Otherwise, if they took a detour, they would have to spend another half a month on the road. After traveling on the flying boat for nearly a month, Song Qingming and his companions finally entered the territory of Wu. Looking at the Wu kingdom, which had many rivers and a denser population than Wei, Song Qingming showed a hint of surprise on his face. Although the sphere of influence controlled by Wu's cultivation world was not much different from that of Wei, this country had many spiritual veins and fertile land resources, which could support more cultivators and mortals. Therefore, the overall number of Wu's cultivators was also much greater than that of Wei. It was precisely because of the control of the resource-rich Wu's cultivation world that Xingqianmen was able to rely on these resources to cultivate more cultivators, making Xingqianmen the most powerful sect in the surrounding area. After traveling through Wu's territory for another 3 days, the flying boat finally landed in the Qingming, a large market in the middle of Wu under the control of Chen Zuixin. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.